Sunny Harmony. Written by Mary Kelly Reid. Narrated by Anya, Mike and several other performers from Google. For my sister. I admire your strength, your ability to focus on the bright side of life. You've changed your life and I'm proud of you. Chapter 1. The day has arrived, I mutter, putting my computer on the desk in my new office. Well, the office I'll occupy for the upcoming 4 months. My hands shake and I run them across the smooth wood surface to calm myself. It's not this new professional challenge that concerns me, however, but rather the man who, in a few minutes, will walk toward me, likely furious to find me on the premises of his firm. Paul Anderson, the co-director of the company that hired me to help them launch their next marketing campaign, doesn't know I'm here yet. Fine. To put things straight, I was hired without his consent. I'm lucky to have Paul's brother Ethan on my side. It's thanks to him I'm here this morning. He knows what happened in Santorini and what my plans are, and he's on board. He even put me in the office next to Paul's to facilitate my contact with him. Paul, who's on his phone as he steps off the elevator. He strides to the office of Georgina Rhymes, his right hand according to Ethan. Her ample and tidy space has transparent windows which allow me to observe them from a distance. I can't help but notice the way she laughs while looking up at him, the way she primps her long sleek blonde hair and leans toward him in a fluid motion full of intent. It's obvious she's flirting with him. Earlier this morning Ethan introduced us, and as soon as she learned I knew Paul, she tensed up. She merely mumbled a welcome. Ethan also provided me with a folder containing information about the employees I'll work with, and I've studied it thoroughly over the past few days. Georgina has been with the company for 6 years, 3 of them with Paul. Has he stopped in her office for professional reasons, or because she has a physique worthy of magazine covers? Admittedly, this thought isn't charitable toward either of them, but there's no way I'm giving Paul the benefit of the doubt. Not after the Santorini incident. Seeing him leave her office, I grab a file and step out into the hallway. He's walking toward me and stops short when he spots me.
Arianna.
His resonant voice caresses my ears, making my heart leap. I was sure I had everything under control, at least this part, but I'm caught off guard by my reaction to his closeness. Still, I refrain from responding in a puerile way. The goal isn't to attack him from the start. My victory will be slow, but it will happen, and I'm determined to enjoy the journey. How delightful to see you again, Paul. His gaze studies me long enough to make me want to bolt out, but I keep my cool.
I'm surprised to see you,
he says instead of a warm greeting.
Are you here to see Ethan?
No, not exactly, I say, hoping my 8th grade drama skills pay off. Ethan didn't tell you.
Tell me what?
His voice is laced with irritation. An involuntary smile appears on my face. I'll be working with you for a few weeks. Ethan told me you needed someone to help you launch the new line of women's shoes, so he hired me as the manager of the marketing campaign.
He hired you.
He folds his arms.
I'd like to know how your help would be indispensable. If I'm not mistaken, we have a team dedicated to marketing, and last I noticed, I'm the manager.
Of course you are, I say lightly as if talking to an unruly child. But he thought a fresh approach would be beneficial, and it's just for the women's collection. Let's not forget I have an MBA in marketing, and my results are excellent. And I'm a woman who loves shoes. That should count for something, right? I tilt my head to the side and lift my foot to show him my shoes, a pair from their latest spring collection. His gaze lingers on my feet a few seconds before moving slowly back to my face, still without a shadow of a smile. I pretend I don't notice and continue in the same upbeat tone. I hope you're not upset. Ethan assured me you'd be on board, and I promise to be a perfect co-worker. You can talk to my clients if you wish. They'll vouch for me. The last thing I want is to cause trouble between you and Ethan.
I'm going to talk to him. I guess he has his reasons for hiring you.
What he doesn't add is, without consulting me. I give him an angelic smile. Thank you. I'm glad my presence here doesn't bother you. His sharp gaze shows me he isn't fooled by my act. Good luck to him if he hopes to prove I'm acting. I can keep that tone forever. I was going to meet Rena Myers. I gesture down the hall with the folder in hand. She's supposed to show me the new collection.
Very well. We'll continue this conversation later.
His words sound like a threat, but I won't let myself be intimidated. Today I'm dressed the part of the efficient, serious businesswoman, and my behavior must go hand in hand with my appearance. Tomorrow things will be different. Tomorrow he'll get a glimpse of the superficial and frivolous woman he believes me to be, the one who does nothing more than enjoy her good fortune. I head to Rena Myers's office with a beaming smile. My plan is off to a good start. Within 4 months, Paul Anderson won't know what's happening to him. Marketing is my domain. I built a name for my grandfather's hotel in Santorini, and it has received rave reviews in a number of specialized magazines. My portfolio contains dozens of satisfied clients. I know I can help the company promote its new shoe collection, and I'm excited to dig into something different. I'm not there for the sole purpose of making Paul's life difficult. I intend to work hard. And this job is right up my alley. Annoying him will be the icing on the cake. To be honest, I would have been satisfied with a few marketing strategy meetings with Paul. That would have been enough to offer me the chance to ask him for an explanation about his behavior in Santorini. But Ethan suggested hiring me exclusively for 4 months to take charge of the new campaign. He made the decision because of my marketing skills and track record, as he explained when I asked why me. When he pointed out that working this account would require a close collaboration with Paul, I couldn't resist despite my friend Amy's warning. She supports my plan, but she thinks I'm too vulnerable to carry out my project and make Paul apologize. She's wrong. I can do that, and I will prove it. Rena welcomes me with open arms, and we discuss in detail the 30 new designs. Ethan has designed most of them, but Paul always contributes a few drawings. Ethan explained they wanted this campaign to be more innovative, to break the mold, and I have carte blanche to achieve this. I often work on all aspects of a campaign. My clients trust me to find the concept, hire the right people who'll make every step a success, and supervise the final result. It's exciting, although I suspect Paul won't be of the same opinion. How can a spoiled and superficial person be competent in anything other than shopping and clubbing? Fine, I'm bitter and can't forget this incident. He had uttered these words with such aplomb, and I was so shocked by his judgment I had neither the presence of mind nor the courage to answer him. At first I even thought what he'd said didn't matter, that he wasn't worth my time or attention. If he found me superficial, good for him. The problem is I might pretend his words haven't affected me, but I can't date a man without Paul's criticism clouding my mind. So I made the decision to face him, and my plan begins today. Then I can forget the whole episode and move on, but not before confronting him about his attitude. Rest assured, I don't plan to cause him serious problems. I just want to knock him down from his pedestal, something I'm sure won't hurt him. Whether he believes I'm competent or not isn't important. I love shoes, and the excitement that comes from working on a new project is multiplied by that factor. An electric zing runs through me when I see the models. They're gorgeous. Sleek thin lines with bold color combinations. Paul doesn't approach me until lunchtime. I notice him coming from my window wall, so he doesn't surprise me. Better be prepared to confront him. He knocks and I invite him in.
Can I talk to you?
He asks, his mouth in a stern line and his posture rigid. Of course. I put my work aside and give him my full attention. This should be fun, better enjoy it. He leans toward me, his hands on both sides of my desk.
I talked to Ethan, and although I don't see the usefulness of hiring you since we already have a competent marketing team, he's convinced otherwise. So for the moment, I choose to trust him. Nevertheless, I'd like things to be clear between us.
He pauses as if expecting some reaction from me, but I don't make it easy for him. I meet his gaze without blinking, and he loses some of his fire.
I don't want our last encounter to prevent us from collaborating effectively together. I'm involved in every step of promoting the new women's line, and we'll have to join forces. Does that work for you?
He picks up a pen from my desk and twirls it between his fingers.
You can always refuse, of course.
You would love that, wouldn't you? I think Riley. Why would our last meeting affect our collaboration in any way? It was at Amy and Ethan's housewarming. Right? I ask, stroking my chin with my finger. He purses his lips.
Right? Yes. But I was talking about our meeting in Santorini.
I move away from my desk and approach him. Paul. Please. I use my most reassuring voice. You have the right to find me superficial and not want to get to know me better. I'm an adult. I don't let my personal feelings interfere with my professional life, so there's no reason to worry. I'm competent, and that's the reason Ethan hired me. Either because he believes me or because he understands I'm better than him at this game, he says in a smooth voice.
Thank you. I'm relieved to hear you say so.
His gaze roams over my body, his expression inscrutable. He's trying to reconcile my polished and professional look with the image he has of me. I smile secretly. Surprises can wait for tomorrow. Soon after he leaves my office, I head to the nearby bistro to meet Lexi and Christine for lunch. Lexi and I studied at the same university. She specialized in public relations while I studied marketing. Since then, we've never lost contact. We even help each other professionally. Since her brother Matt and his fiancée Erin bought a hotel chain they're renovating and converting into one of the most prestigious romantic hotel chains in the world, I often work with her and Christine, the hotel's customer relationship manager. For several months now, the three of us have seen each other often for drinks or dinner, and we of course talk about our personal lives.
Tell us.
Christine prompts me the second I sit beside her in the French bistro we chose to lunch today.
How did the My Day plan start?
My Day is an idea Amy had a few months ago. The principle is simple. You choose someone who hurt you in the past, someone you've never had the courage to face, and you confront them, all the while trying to have fun taking revenge. I flip my hair in an exaggerated way. Everything went as planned. Even if he has doubts, I did do nothing to feed them. I was calm and respectful. I put his worries to sleep. Let's hope he thinks I'll be the perfect coworker. I peruse the menu, wanting to avoid eye contact as I add. The problem is that my heart raced when he approached me. I hoped I'd be less receptive to his charm after all this time. I have. He looked even more handsome than the last time I saw him. Lexi gives me a concerned look while Christine cries.
That shouldn't bother you. This way you'll be all the more proud of your feat.
She waves down a server so I can order before she continues.
Trust me, he's the one who'll be in trouble. No one can resist your shiny attitude. And let's not forget your midnight blue eyes.
Except he already did. Might I remind you that this is all because of last summer, when I naively confessed my attraction to him, and he rejected me without a second thought. Christine flashes me a sorry smile.
Something no one gets. How can he resist you?
She wiggles her eyebrows and I laugh along with her. The truth is, I hoped he would at least want to explore the possibility of a romantic relationship between us. Our previous exchanges hadn't prepared me for his reaction. We'd had a solid relationship and were both happy to spend time together, so his rejection was crushing.
I bet he'll fall under your charm and change his opinion about you now that you'll work together,
continues Christine with enthusiasm. I don't expect him to change his mind about me, and I didn't take the job to get him to fall for me. Besides, I don't need his approval. I'm proud of who I am. I'd wish for him to apologize though, so I can move on. He could have told me he wasn't interested without behaving like a contemptuous moron.
Let's drink to that.
Lexi says.
To a well-prepared fun plan of revenge.
I raise my glass of peach iced tea to theirs. Both of them encouraged me to confront Paul. They're convinced I'll feel better afterward, and I share their optimism. The server sets my plate in front of me and I thank him.
So, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Lexi asks, poking a fry from my plate even though her own plate is full. When I glare at her, she grins and pokes another one. There's a conference scheduled in the morning with Ethan, some employees and Paul. I plan on receiving a very interesting phone call from you.
I wonder what I'll have to say,
she says, taking a sip of her nectarine and pomegranate-infused water. You don't need a script. Just follow my lead. Call me around 9:10.
Arianna, I support you 100%, and I want to help you, but if I were in Paul's shoes, I'd be afraid of you. I'm not Paul, and I'm still wary of your plan.
Lexi, he called me superficial. I don't see why I'd strive for anything less than exceeding his expectations. Christine nods.
You're right. He deserves everything coming to him.
Lexi raises her hand in an open gesture.
I don't disagree with either of you, but I wonder if Arianna has all the cards in hand. And what if Ethan is right about what he said in Santorini? What if Paul reacted that way because he was surprised by Arianna's confession? I don't know him well, but the few times we met, he has been charming.
He's charming with the people he appreciates, I grumble. He was great with Amy during their stay in Santorini. His protective behavior toward her is why she isn't 100% behind my plan. But enough about me. What's new with you two?
Everything's going fine.
Christine says. I can see that. You're glowing. She bows her head slightly.
Thank you. I don't even remember when my last date was, but I dig every minute of my life.
I raise my water glass to her. That's the spirit. New job, new home, new friends, what is there not to enjoy? What about you, Lexi? What's the status with Garrett? Why don't you give him a chance? Garrett is a doctor Lexi met when she accompanied a colleague who wasn't feeling well to the ER. Since then he's been asking her out on a date. She waves her fork in the air.
I don't have time for a relationship. Once the hotels are better established, I'll take the time.
I look at her agape. You're kidding, right? It can take years. Do you plan to stay single the whole time?
No. But right now, I barely find time to eat. You know that.
Speaking of free time, are we still going together to Nick's park inauguration?
Christine asked. Yes, let's meet at the entrance at 5 p.m. It's incredible that he did it. No one believed in his idea in the beginning, and now all anyone is talking about is this park.
You have to admire his tenacity. I'm proud of him.
Lexi says. Nick and Lexi have been best friends since they were teenagers. He's a landscaper and likes nothing more than to get his hands dirty, as Lexi often teases him. 2 years ago he suggested turning a lot south of the city into a park with an herb garden. After many refusals he convinced the city, and the inauguration takes place tomorrow. The park is already a great success. Dozens of guided tours are planned in the upcoming months. Schools, senior clubs, families, everyone is interested. About 15 shops selling aromatic herbs, plant and flower essences and essential oils, as well as fruit juices and cakes inspired by the herbs planted in the garden, will be installed nearby. He worked hard for 18 months, he deserves his success. And you contributed to it by getting him invited to Tom Sheridan's show, I remind Lexi. It was after they heard him speak with passion about his project that articles were published and the town council was swayed.
The election of Jonathan Keaton contributed as well, but if I helped him even a tad, I'm happy. Tom is a good person. Devoting a segment of his program to young entrepreneurs has merit. It's a tremendous boost for them.
Next time think of me.
Christine says, a mischievous smile on her heart-shaped face.
I can speak eloquently and I'm under Tom's spell.
You and all the women in the city. Wait, in the country.
Lexi says with a laugh. We continue chatting breezily during the lunch break, and I forget Paul for a moment. Back at work he's there, but we stay in our offices and pretend the other doesn't exist. I guess he's still in shock and would rather avoid me. Georgina enters his office at 4 p.m., and my eyes are drawn to the door again when she hasn't come out an hour later. I can't help but wonder about their relationship. Her laughter resounds regularly, and I'm not convinced they're just working. I try to concentrate on my files, but it's a waste of time, so at 5:10 I move into the conference room to work in a quieter environment. Ethan knocks on the door a while later. I smile at him. Come in. I could use a friendly face right now. I show him the chair beside me.
Did my brother give you a hard time?
He searches my face with a worried expression. No, nothing major. He's not happy, but he'll do his best to avoid conflict for the sake of the company.
Does it work for you?
Of course. I can handle Paul. Don't worry. He stands.
I can't stay, but Amy and I would like to have you over for dinner tonight.
I'd love to, but the day was hectic and I dream of lounging on my sofa with a book or a movie. Rain check. He nods.
I'll let you deal with Amy. Don't get into the habit of staying late though. Our company philosophy is to go home at a reasonable time.
If someone is waiting for you, I say with an exaggerated sigh. He smiles.
You're right. Before Amy, I often stayed late. Now I leave this privilege to Paul.
I take a deep breath. About that. I'm aware my question is intrusive, but I'd better ask, so I can avoid making a blunder and causing him problems at that level. Is Paul dating Georgina? He frowns.
No, of course not. Paul would never date an employee.
His gaze darkens and he shifts from one foot to the other, so I drop the subject. We say goodbye and I focus again on my work. 50 minutes later, I pack up my things. Paul is no longer in his office. Is he having dinner with Georgina? None of my business, I know. That night I sleep well. I'm eager to meet with Paul tomorrow and mess with his morning. Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, he'll be far from happy with the surprise I have in store for him. Chapter 2. A meeting with the marketing department is scheduled for 9 a.m., so I go upstairs to the conference room on the 3rd floor to prepare. Paul will be making a presentation. I take a seat opposite him. 10 minutes later, he arrives with Georgina and 3 other members of the marketing team. I memorized their names yesterday and nod to each one as I recite their names again in my head. I don't expect Paul will bother with introductions. I bet he hopes I won't be there long enough for names to matter. He greets everyone with a sweep of his eyes and thanks us for being there. Then, without wasting time, he summarizes for us the issues of this campaign. He's explaining that our margin of error is non-existent when my phone rings. Everyone turns to me, and I look at the screen with a falsely apologetic smile. If Lexi is calling me at work, it must be important. I promise this will only take a second, I say and answer the phone without leaving the room. Paul doesn't speak, but his eyes are shooting daggers at me.
At your service as promised,
Lexi says. Of course I don't answer her greeting. No. I exclaim. I don't believe you. Since when? No, don't worry, I can talk. He slept with her best friend. Unbelievable. I thought these kinds of things only happened on TV shows. We have to get together tonight to chat about it. Yes, I know, it's incredible. I get up and start pacing. No, I swear I didn't expect it. She's perfect, right? Yes, I would give everything for her blonde hair and grey eyes. No, they can't be fake. Stop. I utter a silly laugh. All eyes are on me and I vacillate between having fun and feeling embarrassed. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Thanks for calling. I would hate to miss such a scoop. I hear Lexi laughing before I hang up. She caught on to my plan, even though I left out all the details yesterday and repeated to me 10 times throughout the conversation that I was out of my mind. Paul's eyes widen, and I blink blankly at his expression as if answering a personal phone call in the middle of a meeting is nothing out of the ordinary for me. Ethan's eyes are twinkling and I give him a stern look. He'd better not betray me. The faces of the others in the room reflect different feelings. Most break into a smile they try to conceal, while Georgina's shows dismay and an ounce of joy, probably at the thought of Paul being furious with me. Paul addresses me with a scowl.
Important, huh?
Sorry, but yes. I sit and continue in a conspiratorial tone. A friend discovered her husband was cheating on her with her best friend. I can't imagine the emotional shock when she found them together and in her bed, no less. Her own bed. Unbelievable. This time there is no doubt. He wants to throw me out of this meeting. His gaze is thunderous and his jaw clenches. Well, he labeled me superficial and frivolous, I'll show him superficial and frivolous.
In case you weren't informed, phones should be turned off in the meeting room, and personal conversations should be limited during work hours.
His voice could freeze hell. I school my face into a hopefully contrite expression. I'm terribly sorry. I had no idea. Some companies are flexible about it. It's been proven that happy employees work more efficiently. And anyway, the importance of the call must take precedence over the rules, right?
The importance. Clearly, we don't have the same idea of what is important.
A mix of emotions plays across his face. Frustration, annoyance, bewilderment. I'm glad to watch him lose his composure. So much I want to dance, but I act as if his words made me think. Again, I'm truly sorry if I broke the rules. I promise I won't forget next time. It's just that sometimes I have difficulty with complex instructions, I say with a shrug. If I don't win a trophy for this performance, I'll never win anything. His body stiffens and his eyes bore a hole in me.
It's not rocket science, though. No phones in the meeting room.
Noted. But I disagree about the importance of this phone call. Do you know how difficult it is to find a man these days? So when a woman gets married and discovers that even with a ring on her finger she's not sure to keep her husband, it's information of capital importance. But perhaps it's solely women who harbor such worries. What is your opinion, Georgina? Georgina pales, realizing I dared to take her as a witness. Seeing as she's taking her time to respond, I turn back to Paul with a candid smile. I imagine with your physique you'd have no trouble finding a woman. If you ever caught her in bed with your best friend, I bet you'd move on to someone new the next day. I understand why it's difficult for you to grasp the importance of what happened. Laughter resounds in the room and Paul's calm and composed demeanor shatters. Every word carries an undertone of exasperation when he says,
Is it possible to get back to the subject at hand, rather than continue talking about desperate women trying to catch a man in their nets?
Typical man reaction, I mumble. Isn't it, Georgina? The marketing intern beside me is laughing openly now. Georgina opens her mouth to answer, but Paul raises his hand and she promptly snaps it shut. He understands that continuing to spar with me will only make things worse. Everyone is watching us, waiting for the next round. Ethan gives me a discreet thumbs up while Georgina ignores me for the rest of the meeting. Well, when she isn't glaring at me. An hour later, the meeting ends. I kept my focus and came up with a few ideas that sparked some enthusiasm. At least it was a productive session. Everyone has a nice word to say to me in the end, and I'm glad I've proved my worth. As I'm leaving the room with Ethan, he warns,
Don't think you're out of the woods yet. I'm sensing a confrontation in 3, 2, 1.
Arianna, can I speak to you?
Paul's steely voice resounds behind me and my stupid heart flutters. Deaf to my protest. Ethan pats my shoulder before moving away. Coward. Of course. I never say no to a tete-a-tete with a man. Studies show it's easier to obtain what you want during a tete-a-tete. I may not be here to only mess with him, but every time I can do both is a win. I continue to fill the silence with nonsense, blurting out whatever comes to mind until we arrive at his office. Decorated in a simple light grey color scheme, it has a contemporary but warm feel. I recognize Amy's work. He closes the door behind us before raising a hand to stop my blabbing.
We need to talk.
I'm sorry, I say before he has time to reprimand me. I realize answering the phone during the meeting wasn't professional on my part. We're standing so close I can see the muscles in his temples tense. I bet he counts to 10 to be sure to avoid raking me over the coals.
That's the only thing you find unprofessional.
I look at him, my mouth forming an O shape. Is there something else? If so, please don't spare me. I need to hear the truth. One might believe I'm trying with all my strength to redeem myself. Let's hope he falls for my performance.
I don't think it was appropriate to communicate the topic of your conversation to everyone. You don't want to give the impression that you are.
He pauses, and I wonder if he wants to say superficial.
Unprofessional.
He says in the end. Nice save. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't want to start off on the wrong foot. I'll be more careful in the future. I put my hand over my heart. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't reflect on the image I'd project to those who don't know me. See, Paul, this is how you apologize to someone. He frowns, incapable of deciding how to answer, so I wave goodbye and leave the office before he has the chance to snap out of his stupor. If he planned to shout at me, I clipped his wings by taking his scolding so well. My smile doesn't fade all day. Paul will have to wait for the next surprise, but at least I won the first battle. Now I'm not naive. After that meeting, a great deal of work awaits me on both fronts before he apologizes and regarding the campaign. I start by setting up a file with media contacts and pulling together some important numbers to convince Ethan and Paul of the relevance of my marketing approach. We need to break away from their usual advertising channels and focus on posters and small web videos. Fortunately, I've worked on other campaigns based on these two media and have at my disposal not only my data, but also data obtained by colleagues who chose the same strategy to prove my methods can work. I'm in favor of abandoning advertising in women's magazines. It's expensive and ineffective, and to give the company a new breath of life, we have to position ourselves differently. I don't know if what I have in mind will please Ethan, let alone Paul, but I'm confident about its success, even if it's a vague concept for now. At 6 p.m. I'm still at work. I'm mid-yawn when Ethan knocks on my door. I wave at him to enter.
So,
He asks, sitting on the edge of my desk.
how was your meeting with Paul?
Relieved to look away from my screen, I smile. I think I managed to confuse him. He high-fives me.
Well played.
We discuss the campaign a bit, and he asks,
What are your plans for tonight?
I'll make something to eat and honor my date with a book I've been reading for weeks. I don't feel up to anything more. He stands.
You're exhausted, you mean? Arianna, please don't wear yourself out because of my brother. You have nothing to prove to him.
It's not because of him. I work hard because I'm excited about this campaign. He leans in to kiss my cheek before leaving. Paul's door has remained closed all afternoon. I play with the idea of going to see him, but in the end I give it up. I don't have the energy to face him tonight. Playing a role can be fun, but it's no picnic either. I go home and after eating a salad, I curl up on the couch with my book when Amy video calls me.
I want you to pay Paul back,
She says, her voice heated.
but when he comes to my house complaining that you and Ethan have plotted behind his back, what am I supposed to do?
She sets a water jug on the table with more force than needed. Sorry, I say, my voice reaching an unnaturally high octave. Who knew I could do that when guilt overwhelms me?
Oh please. I'm not as naive as Paul. Admit you enjoy the situation.
May I remind you that my day was your idea in the first place?
Yes, but if he feels attacked, it means you're going too far.
I scoff. It wasn't you who was furious when he called me frivolous and so on.
You're right. I was, and he deserves to be uncomfortable, but be careful not to push him too far. Paul is a good guy at heart.
I thought that too, especially when I saw how he acted with you in Santorini. Maybe that's why it stung so much when he didn't even take a second to reject me. Don't worry about him though. Georgina will be there to console him. Amy stops cutting bread to stare at me.
You should watch out for her. She has her heart set on winning Paul's, even if Ethan refuses to believe me.
I put a pillow behind my head and chuckle. That explains his hesitation when I asked him about her and Paul. Amy nods.
He must have realized I was right about her once you asked him about them. However, my reading is that Paul isn't paying her any attention. I've seen her in action, and she's far from the kind of person he appreciates in a relationship.
Don't be so sure. Just today he stopped at her desk 3 times.
They do work together.
Amy's tone is reproving. That doesn't mean he has to laugh with her.
I see.
I sit up straighter. What exactly do you see?
Nothing, except you're still infatuated with Paul.
I have. I don't even know if that's true anymore. I glance at the bag I left by the door filled with the files I brought home. As much as I want Paul to fall into my trap, I'm still hoping to prove him wrong about me with my work.
Oh yes it is. I recognize the symptoms.
I turn my attention back to Amy. You may have a point. How else to explain the way my heart races every time I'm near him?
That's not a bad thing. My hope is that you'll get over this incident and fall in love with each other.
You should lower your expectations.
We'll see about that. For now, promise you'll take the time to have dinner with me and Ethan next week, and you won't annoy Paul too much.
Promise, I say, sending her a kiss. A little voice tells me, though, it won't be an easy task to keep that last promise. Chapter 3. The rest of the week runs smoothly, and so much the better. I'm not afraid to confront Paul, but I don't like to be in constant conflict with him either. I intend to create problems for him sporadically to keep the suspense alive. I don't want to push him to fire me. Friday afternoon, Georgina walks into my office for our appointment, her gaze taking in the personal details of the space. There must be a reason I'm on alert every time I see this woman, but she's here expecting me to outline my marketing strategy and I focus on that. I've drawn up the first phase of the campaign and am quite confident about my main idea. So far, the company's campaigns have featured pictures of women's feet in different poses, and one could guess if that woman was kissing, drinking coffee, or walking her dog. I've always found the posters pretty, but it's time to go further and give a true identity to the woman who buys the brand. For this, I need someone who can embody the modern woman, someone who's full of life, accomplished, and the perfect candidate for this new collection. What will surprise them is that I've decided not to use professional models. Although at first the models' contributions would increase the popularity of the brand, I still prefer to collaborate with young women who have succeeded in a different field.
Because models are not examples of success.
Georgina says after I explain my idea, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I try to keep my voice courteous as I answer. I said nothing of the sort, but they put forward their looks and not their talent or their achievements. This is the basis of their notoriety, and it's not what this campaign should project.
I think you're wrong.
She says with a smug smile.
Paul will never agree. He's been clear from the beginning, this line needs to be advertised as more glamorous than our other lines. We must make people dream.
I play with my pen as I sigh inwardly. I have the same goal. By spotlighting women with whom our consumers can identify, we can achieve both goals. They can make them dream of the same success, and we can make them appear glamorous even if they aren't models. Glamour can be achieved in many ways outside of using popular models. I believe my idea is the best solution for the company. You're free to challenge it, but I mean to fight for my vision. If she didn't like me before, she must now crave to watch me fail. Her tight lips don't lie. Does she dislike all the women at the office or just me? Maybe she's specifically antagonistic toward me because she mirrors Paul's sentiments. She's standing with him. By the end of the afternoon, I still have lots to do to prepare for my pitch to Paul. I want it to be perfect. I'm excited about the project. So much so I plan to take work home for the weekend.
You promised we'd go to the new Nathan Woods movie.
Lexi complains over the phone while I'm talking with her and Christine.
You know he's my favorite actor. I'm not rooting for him to play Alex in the adaptation of Katie's novel for no reason.
I do know, and I support your campaign. He would be a perfect Alex, but can we see the movie another day? I'm running out of time and I'd like to present my proposal in its entirety on Monday. She scoffs as she waves to her assistant, heading for the exit.
Oh, stop it, Arianna. You do everything in record time, so don't use this as an excuse. There's no way I'm missing the premiere of the movie. Nathan Woods isn't in our town every day. And it's only because Kylie and Adam asked him. We're actually going to meet him. Do you understand what kind of an opportunity this is?
Kylie and her husband Adam are friends of Christine. She met them through Alex, her brother, and Katie, his girlfriend, who's an author. Kylie wrote the script and Adam directed Romantic Differences, the penultimate film in which Nathan Woods played the lead role, and they hope to work with him again soon. Kylie is working on the screenplay of one of Katie's books, and they want Nathan for the role of Alex, the male protagonist.
Arianna, you can't say no. Your quarrel with Paul can wait.
Christine argues, sitting on her comfortable couch, a glass of lemonade in her hand. My quarrel with Paul has nothing. I start to say, then give up. I won't win. I'd prefer they don't blame me for ruining their evening. I yield, leaving my files behind as I head home. I regret my decision as soon as we arrive at the cinema, a few hours later. We come across Paul and Georgina, who are chatting with a couple of other guests. I should have seen this coming. Paul knows Adam. He mentioned it during his stay in Santorini, when my friends Zoe and Allison were daydreaming about Nathan after watching Romantic Differences. I introduce Paul to Christine and he exchanges a few words with Lexi. Dressed in khaki trousers and an olive green shirt, he's looking relaxed and gorgeous. He glances at me, his expression for once undecipherable.
I thought you were too busy to go out.
Georgina's lips form a disdainful pout.
You said you planned to work all weekend.
I assure you my work will be up to the company's standards come Monday, I retort. If only I could erase her smug expression with a wave of my imaginary wand.
I had a word with Paul about your idea. He wasn't thrilled.
Her statement is meant to be heard by everyone. Paul doesn't comment, but his closed expression tells me that either Georgina speaks the truth or he doesn't appreciate me being here. I imagine rubbing shoulders with me at work is enough for him. He doesn't need me to invade his free time as well. So kind of you to let me know. If Paul doesn't like my suggestions though, he can always talk to me. Georgina loses her composure and turns to Paul.
Don't you have anything to say?
Let's leave this discussion for Monday at work.
His eyes wander over my body as he speaks. He raises his left eyebrow when he gets to the length of my hem. I tug at it, wishing I hadn't let the girls talk me into this short of a dress. I didn't imagine I'd run into Paul and give him one more reason to criticize me. On the other hand, what do I care what he thinks of my outfit? I sigh, frustrated with myself. Now that the damage is done, I might as well go all the way. I wanted to have a night off from acting as the frivolous, shallow person Paul sees me as, but I'm not that lucky. Time to turn on this personality again. I take on a teenager in love with her idle tone and exclaim. I agree. Let's enjoy the night. I've always dreamed of meeting Nathan Woods. I didn't wear this dress by accident. I refrain from clapping my hands, but I do execute a girlish turn showing off my dress. I hope to catch his eye. What do you think, Paul? You're a man, you can tell me if I have a chance with him. Lexi and Christine can hardly contain their laughter. Paul doesn't even flinch at my question, so I insist. Don't you think meeting one of your idols is like a dream come true?
I wouldn't know. I don't have idols.
He's talking through his teeth and yet something twinkles in his eyes. Is he amused by the whole exchange? Nah. I wish.
Because he's not 15 anymore.
Georgina chimes in. Her wicked smile could rival that of the evil queen in the Snow White fairy tale. This amuses me weirdly and makes me dive further into my role. I pout. If you ask me, it's a shame to be so uptight. We can be everything we want in life. A carefree woman in the morning, an accomplished businesswoman at noon, a passionate lover in the evening. Don't you agree, Paul? I give him my most demure smile. He's not fooled, of course, and once again his stormy gaze, the same I saw in Santorini the day I talked to him about my feelings, tells me he's restraining himself from answering me in an unpleasant way. I've been accused of being many things. I give Paul a meaningful look. So what? What matters is to be yourself. I'd be happy to seduce Nathan Woods. And who knows? I may have my chance. I can't imagine what could be more exciting than being on the front cover of a celebrity magazine with Nathan Woods, the man all women dream of. Just when I cheer he's going to break, Erin, the fiancé of Matt, Lexi's brother, approaches.
Here you are. I've been looking for you everywhere.
She gives everyone a hug and leads us to the screening room.
Come with me. The movie's starting soon.
The movie is an adventure comedy based on the Hudson series, which Nathan starred in for several years, and it's the sort of movie I love. When he decided not to renew his contract, a film was shot in the wake of its cancellation, and I enjoy every minute of it. Nathan is perfect for the role. I understand why women are in love with him. Paul is sitting beside Georgina a few seats to my left, and I try hard not to look his way. Mission impossible though, and I notice Georgina's hand graze his arm several times. Even Nathan isn't a good enough distraction. Not happy about this. When the screening ends, Nathan answers questions from the public and from journalists, and afterward we're invited to have a drink in one of the neighboring rooms. The room is bathed in soft warm light emanating from strategically placed chandeliers and dimmed wall sconces. The fixtures cast a gentle flattering glow, creating an intimate ambience that accentuates the room's refined decor. The walls are adorned with large captures of the movie's key moments, along with posters from old and new adventure movies. The centerpiece of the room is a grand, elegant bar, serving a variety of cocktails. Two bartenders skillfully mix and pour drinks, their movements accompanied by the subtle clinking of ice and the tinkling of glasses. About 100 people are moving through the room, chatting with excitement. Kylie joins our group and asks what we thought. The comments are altogether positive, and I hear a voice a little farther away say,
Is there a chance he saves me if I fake him LAs?
That's my kind of woman, I muse as I meet the gaze of Alina, Lexi's sister. We exchange a knowing smile and we both break into a peal of laughter. No wonder Lexi says she's trouble. Kylie introduces us to the man of the hour. Seeing Nathan's mischievous chocolate eyes and gorgeous smile up close, I can't help thinking the word charismatic is perfect to describe him. He chats with us for a long time, and Lexi doesn't miss the opportunity to tell him she's campaigning for him to play the role of Alex.
So it's you I have to flirt with.
He winks at her and she blushes. I have to tease her about that later.
It wouldn't help. I'll have the last word,
Kylie says. Mandy, a beautiful redhead and Kylie's best friend, chimes in.
What do you say, those of you who are in a relationship, let a girl without ties flirt with Nathan?
I'm single.
Lexi protests, triggering everyone's laughter.
Then you have my permission to continue,
Mandy says. Nathan kisses her affectionately on the cheek, and Adam, who's put an arm around Kylie's shoulders, says,
Thanks, Mandy, for reminding my wife that when she chose to be with me, she gave up on Nathan forever.
Kylie rolls her eyes and I burst out laughing. When I meet Paul's gaze, my laughter fades, but I quickly pull myself together. Why do I always feel like I have to be on my guard with him? To pretend so he won't judge me. I decided to prove him right, didn't I? It's ridiculous to let him have so much power over me. Sensing a headache coming on, I excuse myself to head outside for some fresh air. I don't have time to take a breath when someone touches my arm. I know it's Paul. He's wearing the same perfume he wore when I first met him, and I hope he never changes it. Its fresh scent reminds me of summers in the woods. That doesn't mean I forget how much he maddens me at times. I turn to him with a scowl, but he's so close to me that my voice falters. What are you doing? We're in front of the His Girl Friday movie poster in a corner. It's illuminated by a single lamppost which sits above us. He stares at me without blinking.
What are you playing at?
The harsh tone of his voice leaves no doubt about how upset he is with me. I don't see what you mean. I'm here because I was invited. What's your problem? He takes a deep breath.
Don't play coy with me. I'm talking about your behavior toward Georgina.
Wait a minute. You're asking me to justify myself because you don't approve of how I reacted to her comments. Even coming from you, that's pathetic.
Explain to me, in what way is that pathetic?
I rub my temples with my fingertips. She's an adult. You don't need to fight her battles. You don't need to take her side just because you don't respect me. That is what is pathetic. A flicker of annoyance crosses his gaze, and his voice is strained when he speaks.
No. What's pathetic is that you're still in love with me.
My stomach clenches at his words like I've been punched. No time to come up with a retort though, he's on a roll.
You're going after Georgina because you're jealous of my relationship with her.
Am I dreaming? What a cheek. He's in for a real dressing down. Oh, I'm still in love with you, am I? For that to happen, I would have had to be in love with you in the first place, don't you think? I never told him I was in love with him, only that I wanted to get to know him better. But of course, because he's an arrogant idiot, that's what he chose to believe. Apparently I spoke out loud because his expression becomes challenging. He comes closer and his voice softens.
So you're no longer in love with me?
Our faces are mere inches apart, our lips almost brushing against each other's. I never have been, I manage to utter in an even tone I hope is convincing. Time seems to stand still as his fingers graze softly against the side of my face. He gives me a heated look, and before I have time to react, he pulls me toward him and our lips meet with an intensity I could never have imagined. An electric energy surges through my body as our mouths meld together. There's a sense of urgency in our touch, a palpable passion. I've been dreaming of this kiss for ages, but the way it happens in the middle of a fight makes me want to kick him. I'm about to do so when his caress becomes tender, inviting me to surrender. Even though I'm mad at myself, that's what I do. I lose all notion of time and space and let myself be intoxicated by his kiss. But little by little, when he strokes my neck with a delicate touch, I come back to reality. I let someone who has accused me of being superficial, someone who's trying to prove I'm infatuated with him, kiss me. I jerk back. I'm not sure what you think you've proven, but in my book, kissing a man doesn't mean I'm in love with him. It might show some physical attraction, but nothing more. My outburst takes him by surprise because he remains silent for a few seconds. Then he steps back and says,
"Thank you for confirming what I suspected anyway."
His condescending tone infuriates me. If I claim his words had no impact on me, I'd be lying, but I've learned to hide my true feelings. I stare at him with a determined air. You don't expect me to apologize for enjoying life, do you? I see nothing wrong with kissing a man without building castles in the air. Sorry if I don't fit the image of the perfect woman from the 50s. I can't fathom what you want from me. He runs his hand through his hair already mussed from my fingers, and I have to fight to stay focused and not dream about this stupid, unexpected, delicious kiss.
I'm asking you to take your work seriously and avoid conflicts with Georgina.
I raise my hand to my forehead in a playful, exaggerated salute. Yes, sir. After all, I'm a scatterbrain, I need someone to remind me of my limits.
Arianna, I swear you'll bear the consequences of your behavior one day. Do you want to keep your job? Try to behave professionally without seeking revenge on me, because I don't like your personality and I'm not attracted to you.
I have. I can't believe you're accusing me of not behaving again. How arrogant of you to assume I'm upset with you for not being interested in me. Leaving him high and dry, I head back inside. When the girls see me, they understand immediately something's wrong. That you've all left Nathan's side to gather around me says a lot about the kind of friends you are, I say, forcing a smile.
What happened?
Lexi asks, her voice laced with worry. She can see right through me. My mechanism to use humor to avoid something doesn't work with her. I prefer not to talk about it. I'll tell you everything tomorrow, I say in a definitive tone. Lexi squeezes my arm while Christine says,
Let's have some fun. Nathan isn't the only handsome man here. Have you seen our mayor?
Her comment makes me smile. I grab a glass of champagne and down it in one gulp. And this time I don't care about Paul's eyes on me. I redouble my efforts to talk and laugh with my friends as if everything is fine. My heart isn't in it, but I won't let him notice. Let me introduce you to Jonathan, I say to Christine as I wave to him. I worked on his last campaign and unlike others he's worthy of my time. Back home though, away from the distraction of the evening, I can't stop reliving our kiss. The memory disturbs me beyond reason. I hide my face under my pillow, frustrated. I can't stop imagining what could have happened if it had occurred under different circumstances, in another place and at another time. I hope he feels the same and won't be able to forget it anytime soon. But remembering the evening and the way Georgina hung on his arm, I have my doubts. I wonder what type of man kisses one woman while he dates another. I pity her. Chapter 4. Monday morning, when I pick out what I'm going to wear, I let my rebellious side take over. I put on denim shorts and a shirt I tie at my waist, leaving part of my skin bare and my indigo bra visible through my shirt. I complete the look with a pair of high-heeled sandals. It skirts close to being unprofessional, but after his disdain for my party dress, I so don't care. Over my clothes I put on a light trench coat that I'll remove during my presentation. I'm not going to walk the corridors in this outfit, but it's perfect for our one-on-one meeting scheduled for this morning. If he wants a war, he'll get one. I do seek Lexi's opinion though before leaving my apartment. I want to make a statement, not get fired, and lose the opportunity to see my plan to the end. She reassures me that a lot of young women dress casually at the office. Still, Matt isn't Paul, and his fiancée Erin influences the company policies, so I'm not sure that should reassure me, but I'm ready to take the risk. As soon as I arrive at the office, I review my notes one last time before heading to the meeting room. Knowing it will be the two of us, I take off my trench coat and stand in front of the board. Take a deep breath before you continue reading. Because the universe decided to have some fun of its own. When the door opens, my heart leaps to hell and back. Paul isn't alone. He's accompanied by Georgina, Ethan, and an older man I recognize as Mr. Anderson, the founder of the company. Ethan keeps his composure while Georgina exclaims,
Oh my God.
Mr. Anderson seems lost at first. His eyes dart around, likely wondering whether he has entered the wrong room. Ethan approaches.
Good morning, Arianna. You haven't met my grandfather. Grandfather, this is Arianna, our secret weapon to make the upcoming collection a worldwide success.
Not right, universe. I didn't deserve that. I put a rein to my sinking heart and greet him with warmth. Nice to meet you, Mr. Anderson. I have a great respect for what you've achieved and I hope to help you with the new campaign. He stretches his hand.
Hello, miss. My grandson raves about your work. I look forward to hearing your proposals.
No need to clarify, the grandson in question is Ethan. Paul's stormy expression tells me he's furious, and that's putting it mildly. Okay, I can understand it isn't ideal to find that the person you count on for your next ad campaign has come to a business meeting dressed like a cowgirl, but reacting like he's witnessed the worst spectacle of his life is disproportionate to the crime. I'm dressed sexy, but it's in good taste. I'm terrified he'll say something to put me on the spot, but he remains silent. Kudos to him. I would expect him to burst into a rant. Although I itch to put on my trench coat, I continue as if I'm not disturbed by the unexpected company. I start my presentation by explaining my reasoning behind my decision to feature women who work in all kinds of fields, doctors, architects, marine biologists, instead of models, providing examples of other campaigns that dared to venture off the usual path and achieved their goal. I put myself into the shoes of a customer, and I know I strive to be that modern, sexy, funny woman who accomplishes her professional dreams while still having fun and enjoying the small things in life. This collection is exactly that. The treat all women deserve, the treat that will make them shine even more. I finish after half an hour, and am ready for the inevitable questioning. During the presentation, their grandfather asked a few pointed questions, showing he's used to working on campaigns and leaves nothing to chance. I'm prepared and answer all of his questions with ease.
I'm sold,
Ethan says in the end.
Your idea is perfect. We don't want to become the brand of stars without substance. As you mentioned, the tenacity and effort normal people employ to accomplish something exceptional reflects the spirit of the company. Arianna, for my part, you have free rein to start casting.
Paul and I are of a different opinion.
Georgina intervenes.
Aren't we?
She turns to him, her lips forming a pout.
I need time to think about it.
He answers, and while I should be glad he didn't reject my idea right away, I'm annoyed. Why? I challenge him.
Excuse me?
I won't be intimidated by his frosty demeanor. What do you need to consider? What is it you don't like? That we'll hire intelligent and successful women to promote the line. What is your alternative? Lanky models who'll give the impression we're cut off from the real world? Even as Ethan smiles at me, I realize I may have gone a bit far, not with Paul, who deserves my remonstrance, but regarding his grandfather. I don't want him to think I'm a liability rather than an asset. Paul's brow furrows and he prepares to respond when Mr. Anderson cuts in.
Arianna, let me congratulate you. You did a remarkable job. After 40 years in the business, I can recognize a good idea. But the rule here is that even though we all have an opinion, we get behind the person who's responsible for the operation in question. I don't know what's keeping Paul from giving his approval, but I trust you to find the arguments to persuade him.
There's a gleam in his eyes as he shifts his focus from me to Paul. I tip my head to him. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm aware this company is the result of a life of hard work, and I assure you I have its best interests in mind. But if Paul doesn't agree with me, maybe you should change the rules and dismiss his opinion. Why should he have the last word if he's unable to overcome his personal bias toward me and accept that my concept is perfect for this collection? Ethan can no longer restrain himself and laughs, which earns him a dark look from Paul.
After this failed attempt to undermine me, can we perhaps get a little more serious? There are several things I'd like to go over with you before making a decision, but I'd prefer to do so with someone who doesn't look like they chose their clothes in the majorettes department.
Thanks for the compliment, I say without losing my cool. I'd die to give him a dressing down, but it'll have to wait. I have to play my role a little longer. Killing him with sweetness. I've always dreamed of becoming one, and I'm on cloud 9 to hear I have the aptitude. It's worrying my outfit is causing you so much trouble. Is this why you can't see the potential of my idea? This time his grandfather chuckles. Georgina nevertheless doesn't seem at all amused and tries to intervene, but Paul precedes her.
Don't worry. No one doubts your aptitude to be a cheerleader. What I doubt is your ability to understand the subtleties of a sector you know nothing about.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm a marketing expert and a woman, which makes me a pretty good judge of what kind of advertising campaign for shoes appeals to women. But if you think you know better, I'm listening. What is your concern with my proposal? That's all I ask.
As I said, I prefer to discuss what's wrong later, after I've had the time to make a detailed list. Believe me, there isn't only one thing I have a problem with.
Fine. I hope he got that this is a fine in the place of, you're being a stubborn idiot. I reach for my laptop and gather my notes when I add, I'd appreciate the chance to address your concerns before making a final decision.
I'll get back to you around 7 p.m.
Then you'll have to wait until tomorrow to tell me. I don't work after 5.
What a shocker.
He grumbles. Ethan raises his eyebrows. He knows I left much later almost every day last week, but I won't let Paul think I'm at his disposal whenever he likes. I'll be at my desk tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I add, turning on my phone with deliberately slow gestures. Instead of leaving the room, I approach his grandfather, who exchanged a few words I didn't hear with Paul before the latter stormed out. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable in any way, I say. Please don't hold today's mess against me. I mean to give my best to this campaign. He pats my hand.
I have no doubt you'll do so, Arianna. Ethan told me all about what happened with Paul. You've destabilized him, and he needs it. He's a good man, but he's afraid of making mistakes, and because of this he takes few risks in life. It was time someone shook him up a little.
I beam at him. I couldn't be happier to know I don't have to feel guilty about provoking Paul. Still, when the room is clear, I sit back down and drop my head in my hands. Even though I don't usually shy away from a confrontation, but Paul's reaction to my presentation has shaken me up. I hoped he'd love my idea.
What will be your next performance?
Paul's voice startles me. I turn around to find him propped up against the wall, arms crossed. I don't understand. Darn. I thought he was long gone. The last thing I need is for him to see me in a vulnerable moment.
It's obvious you're playing a role, but I assure you, it's not working on me.
For a second I'm afraid he knows what I'm planning. But the disapproving way his eyes roam my body reassures me. He's talking about my appearance and behavior today. It's not my fault if you can't see what's beneficial for the company, I answer in a flippant tone.
At the risk of disappointing you, I do know what is good for the company.
He takes a step forward.
I won't let incompetent people ruin the work of my family. If you keep that in mind, we may be able to collaborate. Otherwise, I don't see things going well between us. I'm not some handsome movie star you can manipulate with the choice of your outfit. Dressing sexy won't make me fall under your spell and give you carte blanche.
His words leave me speechless. I didn't expect such harshness, and he's already far away when I snap out of it. He continues to assume I'm here to seduce him. My denial was in vain, and my hard work on the proposition didn't change his mind. What an oaf. By the time I return home, I'm relieved to slip out of my outfit and into something more comfortable. My old college t-shirt and my yoga pants have never felt better. 2 hours later, after I tell Christine and Lexi about my day via video call, Christine exclaims,
You didn't dare.
I did. He thinks he knows who I am, it's my duty to prove him right. He should be happy, no. Between us, I can't fathom why I'm attracted to him. I can't figure out what's gotten into me. Lexi heaves a sigh.
Wouldn't it be great if we could find the right person without having to go through toads?
Christine picks a rose from the bouquet on her desk and brings it close to her nose.
Let's not exaggerate either. Paul may have faults, but many princesses would be ready to kiss toads like him.
The bell interrupts us. I ask the girls to wait and hasten to answer the door. Finding Paul on the doorstep, I stare at him, words failing me. I run my hand down my ponytail. I'm barefoot, and based on what I've seen in my mirror, I look like a 16-year-old. A twitch of surprise crosses his face. Did he think I wore sexy outfits and excessive makeup at home in the event a man came ringing my doorbell? What are you doing here? I ask when I find my voice. You couldn't resist the urge to see me. A glimmer of amusement flickers in his eyes, but it disappears so fast I could well have imagined it.
I wanted to give you my comments on your work. You asked for a chance to address them, here's your chance. I'd like your copy back tomorrow morning.
I peek at the stack of sheets he holds out to me. Have you ever heard of a computer and how some of us try to protect our planet?
I also try to protect our planet, and I generally avoid printing documents, but for this job, I'd prefer you work on paper. It helps me focus when I study it, and my time is limited. I didn't know if you had a printer, so here I am. I sent you a file if you prefer to work on the computer. It was a suggestion, not an order.
I grab the document. Fine. If that's all, good night. I'm being rude, but I thought I saw a shadow of vulnerability on his face when I questioned his reason for being here. I felt for a moment the need to hug him. Maybe it's because he's reminding me of the Paul I first fell in love with. The one who always greeted me with a smile and a kind word. The Paul who seemed to enjoy my company before my declaration brought out another side of him. I blame myself for confiding in him. Before my feelings became part of the equation, we always got along. Only after he knew I was interested in him did things deteriorate. Then again, what would be the point of continuing to see each other as friends when I saw him as something more? I would have always hoped he'd reciprocate, and I would have caused needless pain to myself.
Good night.
He raises his hand in a wave.
I'll see you tomorrow.
The girls, who overheard everything, rush to offer me their support when I return to the sofa.
Are you okay?
Christine asks gently. I pace back and forth for a few seconds. Yes. It's not as if I'm still in love with him. My attraction is a normal reaction to a handsome man.
You're no longer in love. Or you don't want to be.
Christine prods. I set down the pages Paul gave me and focus on my friends. That I don't want to be is a given. What woman would want to be in love with a man who finds her superficial? Be that as it may, I also hope I'm not, I answer honestly.
Things have been more difficult since you started working with him, right?
Lexi asks. I sink into the cushions. Right. I thought things would be simpler. But don't worry. I'll show him he's wrong about me and he'll apologize. Christine holds her hand up to the camera, giving me a thumbs up.
You'll get there and we'll support you all the way.
I send them a kiss and get to work. Of course I'll achieve my goal. The only way to fail is to give up, and I never give up. I work through his remarks, which are mostly relevant. It's 3 o'clock when I fall asleep, and the next morning I look a fright. I do my best to conceal the dark circles and gather my unruly curls into a French braid. I wear a comfortable pair of jeans and a bright blue shirt to brighten my mood and arrive at the office 10 minutes late. Ramona, Paul's secretary, informs me he asked after me, so I hurry to meet him.
Nice of you to grace us with your presence,
He says without taking his eyes off the screen as I walk in. I could tell him it's because of him I stayed up most of the night, but I lack the strength for a confrontation so early in the day. I opt for a more civilized than impertinent answer. I'm sorry. I sit in the plush chair opposite him. He stops typing. Who would have thought I could apologize?
Did you work on my feedback?
I did. I pass him the pages filled with red ink and roam around the room while he browses them. I love the paintings Amy chose.
I agree.
His voice startles me and I almost jump. Excuse me?
I said I agree with the changes and the solutions you suggest.
You just skimmed through the document. He reclines in his chair.
Rest assured I've taken note of all your suggestions.
How fast do you work? I check my watch to be sure. He spent less than 5 minutes reading.
Don't worry, I'm not doing everything so fast.
His mischievous glint compels me to respond in kind, but again I abstain. I won't win this game. I don't care to hear the reason he's in such a good mood is because he spent the evening with Georgina, which wouldn't surprise me in the least. I stand up. Great then. If you don't need me anymore. At that moment, as if I summoned her, Georgina enters. Seeing me, she pinches her lips and doesn't even bother to say hello. She addresses Paul with a gentle voice.
Paul, I have several ideas to improve Arianna's work. You wanted to keep the spirit of the previous campaigns, so I contacted several models, and Loretta Gibson is interested in working with us.
Her excitement is touching in a way. At least it would be if she were sincere. It's easy for me to spot a talented actress. I play a role every day I come here. Her steely eyes bore into me as if I were an enemy to shoot, so I know she only pretends to be a good-natured person for the benefit of Paul.
I've already made my call, and Arianna has worked on some changes that will allow us to move forward quickly and in the right direction.
His tone is placid. She moves beside him, her lips close to his ear, and whispers loud enough that I can hear her.
You're going to approve her idea? But we agreed to.
I never agreed to anything, and after careful consideration, I believe Arianna's proposal reflects the identity of the company.
Georgina pushes out her chest, straightening up.
If you're sure? I believe our initial project is better.
Our project was good, but Arianna's is superior. I'll explain the details later.
Georgina seems to understand Paul won't change his mind and marches out. Be still, my heart. I've impressed you, I say, regaining my fighting mood as I hold my hand to my chest in a theatrical gesture. He taps his fingers on the desk.
Make no mistake. It takes a lot more than that to impress me, but nothing is more important to me than seeing my grandfather's legacy prosper. Like him, I can identify a good concept, even when it comes from someone like you.
He finishes with a grin. I'm not in the mood to find what he said amusing. He's putting me down again, ruining a pleasant moment. Someone like me. That's to say, someone superficial. He taps his fingers on his desk.
Interesting. When you said you had forgotten my words, I suspected you weren't telling the truth. But you told me no, everything was fine. Am I to conclude you lied and deliberately misled me?
Caught in my own trap, I rack my brain for a response. One would wonder who the superficial one is. Because judging someone according to their looks seems the height of superficiality to me. I told you the truth, but when you bring your prejudices up at every turn, I have to defend myself. I stride to the door, refusing to listen to him anymore.
If you're trying to disprove my point, you should reconsider your approach because it doesn't work.
I turn around with the sweetest smile. Well, if you're trying to persuade me you aren't a condescending jerk, you should do the same thing. This time I slam the door on my way out, and I rail against him for a long time behind the screen of my computer while typing up the final campaign plan.
What did he do?
The door to my office flies open and Ethan breezes in. I motion with my hand nonchalantly. Nothing important. He merely advised me to change my way of being. I returned the compliment.
Well done.
Ethan bursts out laughing and I can't help but join in. Paul arrives at that moment and a scowl twists his face. Happy people must ruin his day.
I'll leave you two alone.
Ethan says. Before he exits, he turns to his brother.
Amy is waiting for your call to tell her what day you're coming to dinner.
The tension ebbs away from his face.
I'll call her today. I won't miss a dinner with Amy.
I'm amazed as I am every time Paul talks about Amy. I even thought for a time he was interested in her. He was so protective of her. But no, they're just great friends. You wanted to talk to me? I ask in a cold voice.
Yes, to tell you that slamming my office door won't improve your chances of changing my mind about you.
Seriously, did he come here to chew me out again? It wasn't mature on my part. It won't happen again. My mouth feels dry as I force out the words. Anything else?
Yes. I'll be away on Thursday and Friday, visiting some of our franchisees with Georgina, and if you could have some sketches of the posters ready by then, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to show them what we're planning.
Thursday. I mumble. That will be impossible. I need more time to do my job well.
Aren't you supposed to be a marketing magician? Have the right contacts, do everything you need to respond to the customer's needs.
What on earth? Does he do it on purpose? Is he playing to destabilize me for fun? Sure, I'm ready to do anything to satisfy the customer. I can't even rejoice in having said that without blushing because I'm shocked my statement doesn't make him blink, as if he expected it from me. It doesn't take more for my antagonistic nature to wake up. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm open to any proposal.
Have dinner with me.
I remain speechless for a few seconds. A moment ago he was questioning my professionalism, and now he's asking me to have dinner with him. If you plan to lecture me, you can do it here. You don't need to sweeten the pill with dinner.
I don't plan to lecture you. I want to discuss the campaign, and I can't do it until tonight since I'll be away all day. However, I have to eat and you do too, so we can meet around 8 p.m. chez Antoine's.
I should refuse, there's no reason for me to dine with him. Nothing good can result from this meeting, but I can't resist the idea of seeing him en tête-à-tête. I spend the day thinking about my outfit. Chez Antoine is one of the top restaurants in the city, and I have a few outfits that could make an impression on Paul. I pick a bright red dress that's sexy but not too daring. When I arrive, he's already there and his eyes shine with approval. He must have thought I was going to come dressed in a swimsuit after what he witnessed during my presentation the other day. He stands as I approach and I can admire his fitted shirt and his well-tailored pants. Effortlessly elegant is what comes to mind. I sit across him with a beam. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for coming.
It's been a while since I ate here. I love their food, I say.
Ready to order then.
I nod and order the tagliatelle with salmon, their specialty. Then I wait to see how he'll engage the conversation before provoking him. I didn't forget what he said earlier, and although I could brush it off, I don't wish to. That's my chance to play with my rules. As the server arrives with our drinks, water for him and a glass of white wine for me, he says,
I was hoping we could talk about the progress of the project. Do you have an idea of the people you want to work with, the photographer for example? It's important to make the right choice.
The lighting is soft, and the thought that we could pass for a couple out for a romantic dinner races through my mind. My heart tightens. Let's get back to reality and forget my inane fantasies. I'm not interested in this Paul anyway, and the other one exists only in my imagination. Oh, I say with a feigned apologetic smile. You did invite me to talk about work. I thought that.
That?
His forehead creases. You know, we were talking about the fact I was ready to do whatever it takes for someone to give in to my demands, and I thought it was an invitation, you see. This is a role I can play with delight. Seeing him squirming will be the highlight of my evening. I dance inwardly and continue. It turns out I was wrong. Silly me. I dressed like this for.
You came here tonight to seduce me.
His question sounds genuine, but I know better. Well, saying it that way sounds a little vulgar, but it's true. I'm so used to getting everything I desire, the idea I could do the same with you crossed my mind. I misjudged the situation. He doesn't seem moved by my attempts to justify myself.
So to be clear, you dress like this to seduce me and to gain the power to do what you want with the campaign. And it's a tactic that has proven itself?
His voice is laced with slight amusement, and I keep asking myself whether he believes me or if he knows I'm playing with him. I lift my shoulders in a half shrug. So far, yes. But I guess I have to change my method. It doesn't work with you. I'm overjoyed to unsettle him until he answers.
Well, I wouldn't say it doesn't work.
So much for my carefully laid plans. You said you invited me to talk work. I pause, curious about where this conversation is going.
Only fools never change their minds.
And you're not a fool. Got it. That said, it's obvious you aren't susceptible to my charms. You don't have a very high opinion of me, and you don't hide it. He spreads his hand out with his fingers open.
We won't get engaged. You said you're used to playing with men, so let's play.
He can't imagine how much I loathe him at this moment, or maybe he does because his expression turns smug. If he thinks I'm going to stand back and let him take over this game, he's in for a surprise. I flip my hair over my nude shoulder, the movement drawing his attention. Well, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. After you rejected my proposal last summer, I thought you were impervious to my charm. I assumed nothing could ever happen between us. Happy to see I was mistaken, I say in a low, seductive voice.
I'm not blind. I can see how attractive you are. We're both adults.
He inches closer, his perfume tickling my nose and pulling me in.
Maybe we can consider a relationship between adults.
I take a sip of my wine to delay my response. Let me remind you that you said you'd never entertain the idea of a relationship with a woman like me. I shouldn't give in too easily. Otherwise he'll suspect something.
I did. But this time, it's not about a romantic relationship, it's about enjoying some time together.
Is he testing me? Or does he genuinely believe I'll accept his proposal? Neither scenario makes me rejoice, but I won't let him see that he's upset me. I won't let him win. I make eyes at him. I'm so relieved to hear you say that. I was worried I was losing my touch after Santorini. His lips tug upward into a slight smile.
So we can go home after dinner?
I pull a long face. If only I had imagined our evening could end this way. I was almost certain I would fail again, so I didn't cancel my date with Steve. Can we do this when you get back? Our food arrives and gives me a much-needed moment to gather my wits as I wait for his response. Once our server goes away, he leans closer.
So help me understand. You're interested in a relationship with me while you're involved with another man?
I shake some pepper on my salmon as he takes a bite of his grilled sea bream. Not quite. To be specific, I'm seeing several people. I have to turn my face away as his dropping jaw would make me crack up. I'm seeing Steve, a doctor, Philip, a college friend I've been seeing sporadically for years, and Costas every time I visit Santorini. You met him, remember? He sets his fork down.
Then why did you want to get to know me better? It's not the male attention you miss.
I flick my wrist. Why not? I see nothing wrong with it. How can I decide which man suits me if I don't get acquainted with them before I commit? If I opened my heart to you, it's because I thought we were both in the same frame of mind. That we could have fun. Wasn't that clear? Did you actually think I was in love with you?
I did. I misread your intentions. But you said you dressed this way to seduce me tonight.
I lean forward and lower my voice. Getting to know someone better involves seducing him. But flirting with a man or sleeping with him doesn't mean you're in a relationship. Right? Don't forget you kissed me a few nights ago. Have I changed my behavior toward you? Did I build castles in the sky thinking you were crazy about me? I click my tongue. No. I interpreted things as I should. It was an intense moment, but one provoked by our argument and not the prelude of an everlasting love. My candid air must have convinced him because he suddenly seems at a loss for words. He looks defeated.
I guess you're right. Being in a relationship means much more than sleeping with someone. As for our kiss, I have a different opinion. I'm not in the habit of responding to an argument with a kiss. When I kiss someone, it's because I find them irresistible, and that's what happened with you. I found you irresistible, for a brief moment.
His eyes sparkle with mirth. He's teasing me, so I play along. I also found you irresistible in that moment. And I understand now why you rejected me. You thought I had deep feelings for you and were frightened. He tenses up at the word frightened, but I don't leave him the time to comment. I dive in. However, I'd like you to explain something to me. If I'm as superficial and frivolous as you say, why would I seek a serious relationship with someone? Wouldn't being in love with you be contradictory to my personality? He takes his time savoring his fish before answering.
I don't think so. To be superficial simply means you can fall in love every month.
I narrow my eyes. So what you're saying is that you didn't want to be just a number on my list.
I wasn't wrong.
And here I thought you'd treat me with kid gloves, I muse. True, but if I had realized the reason behind your reaction, I would have reassured you right away. And maybe this kiss would have happened months ago. You have to admit it was an exceptional kiss. I pick up my glass of wine and tilt it toward him. I don't know about you, but that kiss bewitched me. I haven't stopped reliving it since. My dreamy air has to confuse him this time, which serves my purpose. My goal is for him to feel disconcerted about what I want.
Well, if we're being honest, I was bewitched by our kiss as well. So what do you say we leave the past behind us?
His eyes remain on my lips, and my body awakens as I relive the moment he kissed me. Let's hope he can't read my thoughts. Because if he can, he will read how confused I am, how much I crave to kiss him again. And how this game risks costing me my heart. I'm supposed to provoke him, not fall for him. I agree, I say with an insincere smile. I was a little annoyed when you rejected me, likely because you hurt my pride. My friends often tell me I'm a chameleon. I change colors depending on the circumstances. I can be an accomplished businesswoman and at the same time dance on a table, swim naked at midnight, or fall in love with someone at first sight and say goodbye to him a few days later. People can't get a read on me. Yet you weren't fooled, which is a feat considering you've had only seen my serious side until then. Admirable. He makes a "what can I tell you" gesture.
If your friends can't read you, it's because they don't pay attention. Trust me, it's not a very complicated task.
Really? If you can read me so well, why don't you know how badly I want to throw my drink in your face to erase that condescending expression you're wearing? My hand approaches my glass when he holds out his hand and captures it. An electric current flows through me. He doesn't withdraw his hand, and the twinkle in his eyes tells me he does know exactly what I was thinking. Now that our personal relationship is back on track, can we talk about why you invited me here? I ask to break the silence between us. His touch unsettled me, and talking about work is always a safe terrain. He moves his hand and abstains from making any cutting comment. We spend the next 2 hours discussing my ideas about the campaign. I can let my guard down and don't have to pretend. It reminds me of some talks we had before the Santorini meeting. At the end of the evening, we're both satisfied and on the same page.
We'll make a final report on Friday if you agree.
He says as we head for my car.
It will also be a great time to explore our new personal relationship, unless you've changed your mind.
I fumble through my purse searching for my keys. I pull them out, feigning coolness. Not at all. I can't wait. My pulse quickens. I fiddle with my keys, the air between us thick. He takes them from my hands, and as our fingertips brush, a jolt of electric energy passes between us. He opens the door, but he's so close to me that his breath caresses my skin. He doesn't move. He strokes my cheek with his thumb, and I move backward, overwhelmed by my longing to touch him. He notices my reaction and, misinterpreting it, backs away while muttering a swift goodnight. Back at my apartment, I can't stop replaying what happened in my head. What am I doing? When he comes back on Friday, he'll expect us to sleep together. And there's no way I can go that far. Not only do I not sleep with someone unless I'm sure we can have a lasting relationship, but it won't help me achieve my goal. He explained he wasn't looking for a real relationship, at least not with someone like me. Regardless, he's a despicable being. He doesn't want a superficial woman as a girlfriend, but why not for a night or two? It's my fault, I know, but it doesn't prevent me from being mad at him. Talk about a hypocrite. Chapter 5. The rest of the week I focus on the first posters and note some ideas for the videos, even though it will be up to the true professionals to give them life. I also review 100 potential candidates to embody the new faces of the brand, a grueling task. I have to make sure nothing in their public statements and lives could harm the image of the company. Some values aren't negotiable and I won't leave this work to someone else. This campaign is mine from A to Z and I aspire to make it a success. On Friday afternoon I'm securing all the files together and snapping paper clips onto them when an alert comes up on my phone. As I've been working non-stop for the past 3 hours, I could use the break, so I open the notification to see what the alert is about. My favorite swimmer is being interviewed, and the link was shared on social media. I click on it, and I'm enjoying the interview until her answer to a question about her rival's performance makes me wince.
She owes today's victory to sheer luck.
I press the side button on my phone and the screen goes dark. What are people thinking when they post compromising tweets or give daft answers to a journalist's trick questions? Those who say one should never approach their idols are right. Break over, I get back to the paperwork until I have to leave for Amy's, where I've been invited for dinner. Amy throws her arms around me when I walk over.
How many times do we have to invite you to get more than a vague promise from you?
She complains. Good evening, Amy. I return her hug. You look beautiful. And you know it's a hectic time at work. I accepted her invitation because the idea of an actual meal surrounded by smiling faces was too tempting to refuse. The solitude of these last days is weighing me down. I haven't seen the girls at all this week since I got home late every night and I had all my lunches at the office. The cozy warm space around me doesn't do much to put Paul's return out of my mind. It haunts me and I have no idea how to get out of this situation with him. Amy serves me a glass of wine and sits opposite me at the kitchen island painted in a soft blue shade that reminds me of Santorini. I take a deep breath of the delicious odors that waft from the oven.
That's what Ethan's been saying, but you won't win Paul's heart by working yourself to death.
I flinch at her suggestion. Amy, I'm not trying to win his heart. The time I spend at work has nothing to do with him. She studies me over her glass.
Are you sure? Because it seems to me you play an equilibrist's game. On one hand, you want to prove him right about his assumptions of you as a frivolous person, and on the other, that you aren't the dilettante he thinks you are. So you work hard since you can't let Ethan down and it's not like you to botch a job. Difficult to balance these two things.
Difficult but not impossible. I want him to understand that just because I embrace life, I'm not someone without work ethic who only cares about having a good time. And it goes without saying I don't want Ethan to regret hiring me.
That will never happen.
Ethan approaches and gives me a kiss on the cheek before stealing a kiss from Amy, who swats his hand away as he goes for the dessert, some stunning chocolate cupcakes.
Amy is right. You can't let Paul get the upper hand.
I wonder what they would say if they knew the trouble I've gotten myself into. I take the plates from Amy while Ethan carries the food to the table. I enjoy dining with them because everything is simple and I feel at home. That won't be the case. Tonight, for example, I was supposed to meet him to talk about the campaign. He didn't call me to confirm or to cancel our meeting, and I didn't bother to call either. What better proof do you need of my ability to forget about work from time to time?
Except the reason he didn't call you is that for once I won. I urged him to come here from the airport. He won't be long.
What? My heart misses a beat and the glass nearly slips out of my hands. I plaster a smile on my face, gripping the stem tighter. So it will be your fault if I spend the evening discussing marketing strategies, I say, swallowing my wine in one gulp.
You won't, because I forbade him to mention anything related to work.
I can't see him without being prepared. Great. The soiree couldn't have started better. Amy pauses, her forehead wrinkled as she surveys the table, but she doesn't have time to question me because the doorbell rings. Let the show begin. I'm not ready to see him. Maybe he won't have the audacity to mention our deal in the presence of Amy and Ethan. That will give me time to find a solution. Then again, who knows? Maybe he'll jump at the chance to humiliate me. No. No one can be so ill-mannered. Though. My mind races until I hear Amy's voice.
Arianna.
I look up to find Paul and Amy watching me. Oh, good evening, Paul, I say with a little wave of my hand. I'm sorry, I was lost in my thoughts.
Were you thinking about someone in particular?
Paul asks, and I lower my expectations regarding his behavior.
Your face is pale. I thought you might have forgotten an important date.
What date?
Amy hands him a glass of wine.
As far as I know, she's married to her job.
Paul sits on the armchair and takes a sip before answering.
Oh, word is she can do anything she puts her mind to. She's an achiever and proud of it.
Office gossip.
Amy taunts.
Let's say it's from a much more reliable source.
Incredible. He's determined to put me in a difficult position at any cost. Ethan, who hasn't said anything so far, notices my discomfort and shoots his brother an admonishing look.
If I were you, no matter the source, I'd be suspicious. Believe me, you don't want to know what's being said about you.
On the contrary, I do want to know.
He says, his voice laced with amusement rather than concern.
Do tell.
I think he's referring to Georgina.
Amy's eyes light up with a mischievous glimmer. I hope you don't think it's me who said anything, I say before Paul utters a word.
Thank you for that unsolicited information. The thought hadn't even occurred to me, but since you feel guilty to the point of wanting to justify yourself.
I shouldn't have lost my temper and given him the upper hand. That doesn't mean I'll let him accuse me of spreading rumors without fighting back. It wasn't my intention to justify myself. You glared at me as if I were the culprit. Taking into account that you always attempt to catch me red-handed, you'll agree my reaction isn't surprising. You forbade me from saying anything that could upset her. You accused me of misbehaving toward her. It's normal that I'd think you'd hold me responsible for the rumors. Amy gasps.
Paul. You didn't dare.
His features remain even.
I don't like conflict at work.
You can't think Arianna harbors a grudge against Georgina.
Amy plays innocent well, but that doesn't prevent Paul from continuing to jump on me.
I don't know. Why not let Arianna explain herself?
He turns the attention to me, and now I have two choices, to lie and pretend I have no problem with Georgina, or to admit I don't hold her in high esteem. If I admit such a thing, it would give him a reason to assume I'm the source of the rumors. I hold my head high, refusing to show him the degree to which I dislike the position I'm in. Actually, I think you two are a perfect couple. You both like to project an image of responsibility, you're both uptight, and so unless you know otherwise, I don't see why I would have a problem. I can't compete with her. I'm not professional or uptight enough. With that in mind, you can also surmise I wouldn't want to be like her. So tell me, what would be my problem? My blunt question challenges him to confess he's a hypocrite who plans to sleep with me while he's aware I'm dating another man. Men. Amy and Ethan share a surprised look as the air fills with tension. They know our relationship is thorny, but they didn't expect that level of hostility. Paul and I are locked in a contest of wills.
You're right about one thing. She's a perfect collaborator. It doesn't shock me that for you, being professional equates to being uptight. Is this a word dear to your vocabulary? I noticed you've used it several times lately.
My lips curve into a broad smile. I match his tone, enjoying the back and forth. He can't beat me when it comes to witty retorts. Oh, I'm moved you pay so much attention to my words. According to you, I'm superficial and I manipulate people by using their weaknesses to obtain what I want, so isn't it normal for me to consider people who despise my behavior as uptight? It works both ways, you see. Amy whistles and we both turn to her.
Shut up, both of you. What's gotten into you? You're not going to behave like teenagers who settle their accounts using scathing words. Paul, I understand you're irked Ethan hired Arianna without your approval, but she's one of the best in her field and an asset to the company. If you want to pick on someone about this, take it out on Ethan.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Ethan says, kissing the top of her head. Amy focuses on me, her expression fiery.
And as for you, make an effort to be less combative. Take things a little less to heart. I'm sure Paul didn't want to insinuate you're responsible for the rumors about him and Georgina.
This is precisely what he wanted to insinuate, but I don't say this aloud because I'm a guest and it would be wrong to cause a scene. My confrontation with Paul can wait.
Last thing,
she continues, pinning both of us with a fierce stare, allowing the silence to linger for an extra beat before she speaks.
You won't solve your personal issues with insults. Test other methods. I promise you, it works much better.
This time Paul and I exchange a complicit look. It suits her to lecture us when a few months ago it was up to us to hold her back from attacking Ethan at every opportunity. She sees that and purses her lips.
I know why you're grinning like fools. Just remember, I thought Ethan had cheated on me. I was heartbroken. Do you have that kind of problem?
None of us emits a sound.
That's what I thought. So stop your childishness and try to have a good evening.
Ethan whispers something in her ear and her cheeks flush. My heart is longing for someone to share my joys and sorrows who'd make my heart beat the same way.
I'm sorry, Amy. You're right about everything. I promise to be a perfect guest.
Paul says. He sounds truthful and I bet he is sorry. For upsetting Amy, that is. I'm sorry too, I say. I have to learn to control my temper. Even if neither of us is fooled into thinking that we resolved anything, we make an effort not to spoil Amy's dinner. As if our conflict never existed, we even manage to have a pleasant conversation. We share holiday memories, discuss the latest movies, and Amy's plans to work with her best friend Allison to cater weddings. We avoid any personal comments.
Paul, can you drive Arianna home? There's no reason for her to take a taxi.
Amy says a few hours later as we're about to leave. No need, I'm quick to say. I'll do anything to avoid alone time with him. I'm not ready to honor our little agreement. Paul doesn't help me, of course. Now it's his time to shine.
With pleasure.
I hear him answer. As there's no chance I'll get out of our date in the presence of Amy, I refrain from protesting further. I thank her for the evening and follow Paul, who holds the elevator door open. You don't have to give me a ride, I say as soon as the elevator moves. He folds his arms over his chest, a smile playing on his kissable lips.
I thought we had a date. Don't tell me you intended to let me down.
You didn't call me, so I thought it was cancelled. Where's an earthquake when you need one? I open the elevator door with more force than necessary.
Well, you were wrong. I didn't call because I knew I was going to see you at Amy and Ethan's. I was even excited for our date. I don't have the impression you feel the same, which saddens me a little.
He's playing with me. He hasn't fallen for my act, and he challenges me to ensure I won't bail on him. I'm glad you haven't changed your mind. Neither have I. If our rendezvous holds, lead the way. I'm all yours. There will be time to get out of it later. I just need some time to make a plan. Maybe he's testing me and I won't be the first to surrender. He opens the car door for me and I take in the leather interior. It smells like him. Shoot.
Pleased to hear that. I like having the choice.
He says nothing more as he maneuvers the car through the crowded streets. What he will choose to do in the end. Will he drive me home? My heart is pounding, but I won't give him the satisfaction of asking the question. He soon parks in front of an elegant building and I have my answer. He won't back down. Let's play then. I follow him and discover, much to my surprise, that his apartment is cozy. This isn't the apartment of a man who passes by in a gust of wind, but of someone who enjoys spending time in it. He shows me around and offers me a drink, which I accept eagerly. I need something to stop my mind from spiraling. Why am I putting myself in impossible situations? There's no doubt I made a mistake in taking up his challenge. I have nothing to gain by continuing. I'm falling into his trap and doing what he wants.
Let's talk about the campaign.
He says, taking a seat beside me. He doesn't touch me, but his presence makes my body come alive.
Tell me about your progress.
Focus, Arianna. He's still an arrogant idiot. Albeit one who's mastered the art of kissing. Still, thinking about that kiss right now isn't the best way to keep my wits. It's hard to find good ambassadors, but I'm getting there. We have so many criteria that sometimes it feels like it's mission impossible. He swells his drink.
Would you like some suggestions?
Are you kidding? Fire away. I may despise the way he behaves with me, but he's one of the smartest people I know and he launched several successful campaigns over the years. I'd be a fool to turn down his help. He gives me a few suggestions and I laugh along with him when he tells me about his meeting with his idol of youth, a high-level tennis player.
He gave his number to my girlfriend.
He says, laughter in his voice.
Believe me, I didn't see the humor at the time.
Our conversation topics become sillier with each passing minute, and I let my guard down. Who's on your list of famous people you'd like to sleep with? I ask. He feigns being offended.
I don't have such a list.
I give him a pointed look and he surrenders.
Fine, I've always had a soft spot for Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock is a respectable choice.
Nice to know you approve. What about you?
Hang on, because I have several. I start counting with my fingers. When I was younger, it was Scott Foley and Henry Cavill. During my student years, Pierce Brosnan and Colin Firth, and these days, Colin Firth continues to haunt my dreams.
Then I've nothing to fear. I think I can compete with men over 50. Is it because of the accent?
Could be. I'm so at ease I almost forget why we're here until he says,
Since we can have a civilized conversation, I'd like to apologize. Your ease of flitting from one man to another intrigued me, but you were right. It's your life, and I have no right to accuse you of superficiality.
Am I dreaming or have I accomplished my goal? He apologized for his behavior. He admitted he was wrong. Then why does a sentiment of emptiness wash over me instead of joy? Because you know what he truly said taunts my voice of reason. He didn't say he changed his mind about you, only that he shouldn't have judged you. It turns out it's not what you wanted. You wanted him to see under the surface, to respect you. I set my glass on the table and clasped my hands together. But you don't respect superficial women, so why are you apologizing to me? For having said how you felt. I don't need you to give me the green light to be who I am. I'm rather proud of myself. I don't crave your approval. He holds out his hands, his palms facing up.
What's wrong with you?
You insulted me and you know it.
How would it be an insult if you're proud of who you are?
Because it's an insult coming from you. Whether I'm frivolous or not isn't relevant. When you throw it in my face, you don't merely state a fact, you disapprove of me. I may not be the kind of woman you like, but it doesn't give you the right to act high and mighty. He rises to his feet and places his palms atop the chair, enunciating his words in a brisk manner.
You're right. I have no respect for women who waste their lives shopping or flitting from man to man. Nevertheless, it's not my place to criticize, and my apology was sincere.
Sincere? I jump up and grab my purse. Yet you have no respect for women like me. I bet you apologized solely to have a chance to sleep with me. Guess what? I never sleep with condescending men who think they can manipulate others. Our little agreement is no longer on the table. His gaze is scorching as he says,
Don't flatter yourself. I didn't do it to sleep with you. That was never my goal. It's always a mistake to mix work and pleasure. I apologize to start over on a good foundation. I recognize your talent, and I'd like to collaborate with you in peace. You can deny it all you want, but you're still mad at me, and this negative atmosphere between us doesn't help us to work well together.
I have. Well, you failed. Unfortunately for you, you have to keep working with me. You have to work with a woman who can dance on the meeting room table, come to work dressed in a swimsuit, and spend her evening partying in a bar, flirting with all the men present. I don't intend to change for you, and if you have an issue with that, you'll have to take it up with your brother, because as far as I'm concerned, I'll stay until the end of my contract. Oh, and I think you would have slept with me if I let you. Don't alter the story to prove you're better than me. I stumble toward the door, my shoes scuffing against the wooden floor. He stands still, rooted to his spot. He makes no move to hold me back, which isn't surprising. What is surprising is the trouble I have with the idea of him playing a game with me to test my limits. Instead of accusing him of hypocrisy, maybe I should admire his behavior. True to himself, when he doesn't respect a person, he doesn't want anything to do with them. The following week I focus on my work. I don't speak to him unless I can't do otherwise. I didn't know I would be so hurt by his opinion of me. I thought I was beyond this stage. I didn't handle the situation well. I let him see my vulnerabilities.
Please stop torturing yourself.
Lexi reproaches me one night while we hang out at my place.
Okay, you overestimated your ability to resist him, but it's not the end of the world. You can always reach your goal, making him see how wrong he is and apologize. You need to regain your energy and good mood. You prepared a whole list with scenarios that could bother him, so put them in orbit.
If you want more ideas about how to annoy him, I can help.
Christine says with an evil laugh. The problem is, I realized his apology isn't what I wanted most. I wanted him to change his mind about me. It's pathetic. I drop my face into my hands. Lexi pulls my hands away.
Why is that pathetic? You're not a robot. We all want people to appreciate us.
My mouth feels like it's filled with cotton and my voice is barely a whisper when I speak. No, Lexi, what I mean is that if I'm so hurt, it's in all likelihood because I've never stopped being in love. I just persuaded myself it wasn't the case anymore. My reaction shows I was wrong though. I can't hide the truth and pretend I wanted only an apology from him. Neither of them contradicts me. It was obvious from the first day when my heart raced at his nearness.
You have a few weeks left and then you can choose not to see him anymore.
Christine says.
Or you can choose to fight and show him you're worth far more than Georgina and every other Georgina of this world. After that, I bet you'll feel so good you will fall in love with a perfect man who will cherish you. When Paul falls for you, too late. You will parade your perfect man before him and have your revenge.
I chuckle, bumping my fist with hers. I like this scenario. He'll think I'm hiding another man in my closet, but it doesn't matter. More power to me. The girls cheer me up, but back in the office the next day, I realize I don't have a real strategy anymore. No matter what I do, he'll never change his mind. As I get ready to leave in the evening, Paul walks into my office.
Can I talk to you?
He asks, closing the door behind him. I turn away from the bright blue glow of my monitor to face him. You don't need my permission. We work together. He strides up and down the room.
It's not strictly work-related.
I turn back to my screen. In that case, I'd prefer to avoid this conversation. He stops, his hands hovering at the edge of my desk as he waits for me to make eye contact.
I get that you're furious with me. It couldn't be clearer. Let me point out though, we both share responsibility for our misunderstanding. If I'm not mistaken, you lied to me when you said you were no longer mad about Santorini. When I realized this, I tried to make amends, but you got mad because you thought I wasn't sincere. You have to decide what you want.
He's listing the things I've been ruminating about all day, but that's why I blame him even more. I don't like that he can read me.
I need your help.
He continues, unfazed by my silence.
I have to meet with one of our franchisees, and I think your presence could be an asset.
An asset, huh? I assume you need someone who knows how to have fun to make up for your uptight side.
I need someone who understands women. I'd never ask you to come with me to see a man, but Helena owns 3 of our most lucrative shops and she's a bit, let's say, eccentric.
He runs his hand through his hair.
We'll have dinner and a drink while discussing the new campaign. That the franchise agreement gives them the right to refuse to accept a campaign and participate in the budget makes my job arduous sometimes.
I smile so sweetly it might just give me cavities. Why isn't Georgina accompanying you? I thought nobody could hold a candle to her. He frowns in a way that makes him look adorable. He reminds me of a frustrated teenager.
I don't think Helena likes her.
His unexpected confession catches me off guard, but I choose not to dig further. I owe it to Ethan to help you, so tell me when and where. The tension in his face melts away.
It's tomorrow night. I'll pick you up around 7 p.m.
Perfect. Good night. My fingers move swiftly across my keyboard.
Arianna.
I turn my head toward him.
Thank you.
No need. I never say no to a free dinner. I'm not sure he made the right decision by inviting me. I may not be the asset he hopes. Helena is about 15 years older than me, but dressed in a fitted dress that highlights her curves and wearing makeup that makes her face look flawless, appears much younger. She can't hide her extroverted nature upon our arrival at the restaurant.
I see he brought protection.
She holds her hand out to me.
Hi, I'm Helena. If you don't already know, I flirt with him all the time. He probably asked you to come to save him from my claws.
I burst out laughing. I like her. When I see Paul blush though, a need to protect him awakens in me, which is ridiculous. I take the seat opposite her. As I told him, I never say no to a free dinner. If in addition I meet someone who can perturb Paul, I'm thrilled. She gets the message and plays along.
Then darling, you came to the right place.
Our server takes our order while Paul asks how things are going for Helena.
Everything is fine. Stop worrying that everything will fall apart from one day to the next. If my clients want quality, they have no choice but to come to my place. I can't wait to hear what the new campaign will do for my bank account.
I laugh as she mimics counting money.
You finally introduced me to someone who gets my humor. It was time you found a woman who puts a little sun into your life.
His posture stiffens.
Arianna works for the company. We're not involved personally.
She ignores his obvious displeasure to discuss the subject.
Why? You're not dating Justina or whatever her name is, are you?
Helena, you know what her name is, and you also know I never dated her.
She turns to me with a roll of her eyes.
It's not for lack of trying on her side, believe me.
Paul shifts in his seat, his focus somewhere past the wall on the far side of the room as he slowly exhales. My joy in his discomfort inspires my reply. I'm open to any help. None of what I do works. He claims that work and pleasure don't go well together.
Honey, you are beautiful and smart. Use that.
Paul is fidgeting with his napkin, and for a moment I feel bad for him, but I can't waste this golden opportunity to shake him up. I shrug. This is my usual modus operandi, but so far it's a total failure with Paul. Helena sips her cocktail with delight.
Tell me what you've tried and I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. I have experience in the field.
Speaking of experience in the field, Arianna is one of the most brilliant marketing specialists out there.
Helena isn't distracted by Paul's attempt to change the subject.
Paul, for once, will you allow me to spend a nice evening where you don't waste my time talking work and asking me boring questions?
I wonder if he will crack. I'll apply myself to achieve that for sure. When Helena asks me if I'm dating anyone, I seize the chance to annoy Paul. 3 men. And soon 4 if I say yes to someone at work who asked me out.
Well done, darling. One must enjoy life. And if our handsome boy here isn't susceptible to your charms, show him what he's missing.
I peek at Paul to see if he breaks, and a miracle is happening before me. He sketches his first smile of the evening.
I get it. No way I can steer this conversation where I want.
Helena pats his shoulder.
You learn fast. But enough dancing around the issue. Tell me what's going on between you two. Why are you at loggerheads?
We're not.
He says, but he doesn't get a pass. I'm upset with him. He called me superficial and then claimed it wasn't an insult.
Paul.
Helena opens her eyes wide.
You didn't dare say that. How could you talk about a woman like that? Arianna seems like an intelligent and exquisite young woman. What gives you the right to judge her? I hope you don't expect me to contribute to this campaign. You know what I think about men who treat women in a condescending way.
Her words cast a chill over the table and Paul goes pale. His voice is icy when he speaks.
Helena, I'm sorry, but my personal relationship with Arianna is irrelevant to our negotiation.
Helena huffs.
That's where you're wrong, honey. Insulting a woman is never acceptable. And since my contract allows me to decide what I accept regarding the marketing, I can tell you right now, I won't contribute a cent to this new campaign.
I raise my glass to her. Thank you, Helena. It feels good to be supported. She's not being serious. She's just pretending to pull her finances out to annoy Paul, right? Considering how lost he looks though, I begin to doubt my judgment. Okay, I wanted to pay him back in his own coin, but seeing him in distress is troubling me. My hands shake as I put my glass down. Maybe I exaggerated a tad, I say. Our relationship isn't as rocky as I made you believe. We work well together. He respects me professionally, and this campaign will be an asset to all the franchisees. You can trust me on this. I hope she'll understand I've finished playing, but to my dismay, she continues.
I don't tolerate unkindness toward women. I've had my fill of disrespectful men. My decision is made and I won't go back on it.
My heart sinks. When Helena gets up to answer her phone, I turn to Paul. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect her to take a light conversation to heart.
Why wouldn't she? After all, you're very convincing. Congratulations. You managed to hurt me. But of course, it's me who should apologize for treating you badly. After all, you work hard and you never cause problems. Isn't what you said the first day at the office?
My face falls. I've never caused problems for anyone before, but there's no point in defending myself. He's right this time to blame me. It's my fault for not having read Helena well, and now we're at an impasse. I nibble my bottom lip. Let me talk to her. I'm sure I can change her mind.
I'd like to see that, but I fear you're only going to make things worse. I'd rather you refrain from saying anything.
I close my eyes, disheartened. I have to stop being so impulsive. When Helena returns, I try anyway. Helena, I'm sorry for giving you the impression Paul and I are enemies. I was teasing him for an offhand comment he made. Is he a bit rigid? Sure. Far too uptight? No doubt. But he isn't disrespectful. We have some differences, but nothing important. I assure you that no matter our personal relationship, both of us will do our best to ensure the success of this campaign. Helena's skeptical gaze flits between us, but in the end she relents and agrees to give us a chance.
I won't promise anything more than to rethink my position.
I'm about to thank her when I see her give Paul a subtle wink. They were in on it together. He got me. I stare at them, shaking my head. So not only can I not count on solidarity between women, but I have to go on knowing Paul has a sense of humor. Helena roars in laughter.
Oh, you can count on me, darling. I just felt sorry for him. I'll never refuse to do my part in our collaboration, and I trust him and now you. You seem like a young woman determined to succeed, and you remind me of myself years ago. As for that one, I can confirm he has a lot of humor, but he sometimes forgets to relax and live a little. It's a good thing you're in his life.
Paul's face is glowing, but I don't provoke him. He played well. The rest of the evening is filled with laughter and amicable conversation. Helena has so many stories to tell I don't notice the time passing. Paul joins in the conversation without trying to catch me in default. It's already a victory. When he parks in front of my building, he turns to me.
After seeing another side of me tonight, have you revised your opinion of me?
I crinkle my nose. What other side?
Admit that I played well, that you were afraid. I confess, it took me a while to realize you were making fun of me with Helena, given what I know about you. But I think we're even now. What do you say?
Unbelievable. It's as if he's incapable of not insulting me. What do you know about me? You know nothing about me, and it's your loss. I get out and rush inside. I don't wish to fight with him or let him see how much his words stung. Chapter 6. The next few days I work on several ideas, some I'm not yet ready to unveil, and Paul is rarely in the office. Friday evening, after returning from my appointment with Marcus, a photographer, I'm surprised the door to his office is open. A few minutes later, he enters my office.
I heard you went to see a photographer. How did it go?
I plug the power cord into my laptop and set it on top of my desk, keeping my head down. I haven't forgotten how things ended the other night. Good. I think he'll be perfect for our campaign. I answer in a voice void of emotion. Ignoring my short response, he asked,
What are his credits?
The killer question. I clear my throat. I'd prefer to talk about the details once I've ironed out some issues I have. A crease appears in his forehead.
Too bad for you, because I'd like to know the details before I leave. I suspect if you insist on not telling me about him, it's because he's not qualified.
I ignore his comment. It's certain he won't appreciate my answer. Where are you going? I ask instead. He hesitates, as if he isn't sure he wants to answer me.
I'm going to Australia to meet one of our biggest franchisees. Georgina will accompany me because she knows the market well.
Naturally. His jaw twitches.
Are you insinuating I'm taking Georgina for other reasons?
I hold up my hands in a stop gesture. I wouldn't dream of it. I don't doubt your integrity. Unlike you, I don't rush to think the worst about people. My words say one thing and my tone implies another, but I don't give it a second thought. He doesn't have to stop at her desk 3 times a day whenever he's in the premises and ask me to treat her with deference, as if she were the innocent princess and me the wicked witch.
If you have any doubts about my reasons for taking Georgina with me, join us. You can see for yourself that this is a business trip.
My hands freeze on the keyboard. Excuse me?
You're responsible for this campaign, and it's clear no one else can explain it better than you.
I don't think that's smart.
Why is that? You're here for purely professional reasons, aren't you? What's stopping you from doing your job?
He rests against the wall, comforted in knowing he's trapped me this time.
I gather not our personal relationship.
He waits for my answer and his lips curl ever so slightly as I move behind my desk. Anger overwhelms me at being so vulnerable in his presence, and I feel the need to say something. Of course, the words I utter aren't those I intended. Okay. When?
Perfect. We leave next Monday at 7 a.m.
He slips out without another word. I'd expect him to gloat. I would. Probably. Ethan pays me a visit later and, picking up on my glum expression, places a hand on my arm.
Sydney is beautiful, especially this time of year.
I don't doubt it, I say under my breath.
Arianna, you'll be fine. I know my brother. If he starts to lose his temper, it's because you're getting under his skin. That's what you want, right?
My chest tightens. Not if I'm more disturbed by it than him. By the way, I've got an idea about a backup plan for the campaign I'd like to run by you. Better not mention it to Paul, though. I don't need his negativity.
A backup plan? What for? Aren't you being too cautious?
On the contrary. I think I'm not being cautious enough. He's not happy with the photographer I chose, and in case he decides to fight me on every step, it's better to be prepared. I give him the key elements of my idea and his face brightens.
How could I say no? It's a wonderful, original idea, and I'll get 2 campaigns out of you for the price of one. Maybe we can use this one for the next collection.
Why not? Although I doubt Paul will allow me to create the campaign for the next collection. This time we can't ambush him. He squeezes my shoulder.
We didn't ambush him. You are the best and we need you. Go to Sydney and show him he's wrong about you.
My eyes sting. Stop it, Ethan. He doesn't care who I really am. I get it now. He enjoys throwing his contempt of me in my face on every occasion. Is that the behavior of someone who wants to give me a chance? He comes around the desk and pulls me into his arms.
You're still in love, aren't you?
My voice breaks. I'm afraid I am. Sometimes it takes a while to forget someone you've been in love with, even if he's an idiot. Ethan's laugh fills the room as he lays a kiss on the top of my head. And as one would expect, that's when Paul enters. I wonder if there's a spell cast on me. Does he have to show up whenever Ethan and I are together?
Maybe you should be a little more discreet.
He places a folder on my desk.
Grow up.
He ignores Ethan's words and focuses on me.
Here's our itinerary for Australia. Do you have the names I asked you for the other day?
I pick up the folder and browse the schedule. Not yet.
Last I noticed, I'm still the marketing director, and if I need something, I'm supposed to have it on time.
I square my shoulders. Last I noticed, I'm employed as an independent consultant and I organize my time as I see fit. The sole thing I owe you is results. Truth is, the list he's asking for is ready, but I have no desire to tell him. If he wants to behave like a caveman, I won't stop him. Maybe it's for the best. Maybe my heart will stop beating so fast if he continues down this path. He spins around and storms out. Ethan smiles kindly at me. During the weekend, I meet with the girls and read a little. When later in the week I give Paul my final list of collaborators, he thanks me with a curt nod. Yes, this trip will be a pleasure. Let's hope it doesn't give him the idea to abandon me in the Australian bush. A few minutes after I hand him the list, he comes into my office, an air of annoyance following him. He plants his hands firmly on either side of my desk as he peers at me.
You want to hire a photographer who has no experience. I knew you were hiding something.
Everyone has to start somewhere.
And you think it's a smart idea to start with a campaign that will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and can get us in trouble if the results are not up to expectations.
He leans over my desk and the height difference between us annoys me.
One has to marvel as to why we didn't hire you sooner.
His words don't affect me. I know why I made this choice. So you'd prefer someone who won't innovate, who'll shoot a campaign with no imagination modeled on your old campaigns, and who'll appeal to your existing customers. You shouldn't underestimate someone who has something to prove. He huffs, not impressed by my diatribe.
We did a market study. Our clientele likes to be able to recognize their brand in our advertising campaigns.
I don't doubt that for a second. Except now you're aiming to capture new clientele. I stand up so he can no longer tower over me. So either you've asked the wrong questions or you've interviewed a clientele that doesn't interest us. If I were you, I would avoid eliminating Marcus before talking to him. He may not have worked with prestigious clients before, he's only worked on a few confidential projects, but we talked about the campaign and he understood the spirit. He knows how to put his touch on his work while respecting the customer's vision. Paul's lips are pressed in a thin line. His words clipped.
Now you've become an expert in market studies. You know how to conduct them better than the professionals.
I've worked with several market research institutes and indeed I can have a study say whatever I want. All I need to do is change the way I formulate the question. He scoffs.
Oh, so you can manipulate the questions to get the results you want? Is that the lesson here?
The room is charged with electricity as my sharp words cut through the air between us. That's not what I meant, but if you need to hear it, yes I can. At this moment, Georgina arrives and adds her grain of salt.
Here are the market results you asked for. Our customers rate our campaigns highly. I doubt they're ready to follow us if we move too far from the initial concept.
Thank you.
I observe the way she looks at him, and the urge to empty my tea on her head rises within me. But I'm professional, so I put aside my childish thoughts and turn to him with a determined air. If you don't agree to hire Marcus, I'll override you and get Ethan and your grandfather to agree. You approved my initial idea, I see no reason to dispute the execution. I know what I'm doing. But since we fly to Sydney on Monday, it can wait. Georgina's mouth hangs open as she studies me without blinking. It's clear she wasn't aware of my coming on the trip. As you can guess, there are two things I intend to do there. Swim in the ocean and flirt with some handsome Australians. Georgina grunts as if I said I was planning to commit murder. I turn to her with an innocent air. I hope you don't plan to spend your time working. If you want my advice, you should go shopping, flirt and relax a bit. She storms out of the office and Paul shakes his head. Except this time a smile fights to appear on his stern face. Chapter 7. Monday morning, Paul comes to fetch me at 7 a.m. and I search for Georgina as I get into the passenger seat.
She'll join us Wednesday,
he says. I turn back to him. What a pity. His laugh surprises me.
You're so.
I hold my breath waiting for him to continue, but he doesn't finish his sentence. I don't want to think about what this trip may have in store for me, but the thought of finding myself alone with him for 2 days without Georgina makes me hope he goes beyond his prejudices and sees me in a different light. His mind is otherwise preoccupied though. As we board and take our seats, he reminds me for the 5th time that our trip is professional and my behavior ought to be as well. What is he afraid of? That I'll make a spectacle of myself and tank his efforts to ally his franchisees? I mean, I could, and for a fleeting second I enjoy his anxiousness. Yes, I understand. I shouldn't blurt out whatever crosses my mind. I shouldn't talk unless I have something useful to add to the conversation. You've insisted I dress properly, whatever that means, so I brought my most modest one-piece. I'm at a loss for what else I can do, but if you have any suggestions, I'm open to them, I say as I place my purse beneath the seat. I promise not to decorate my nails with skulls. What else? Oh yes, I shouldn't flirt, it's not professional. I confess this last recommendation has clipped my wings. As I told you before, it was on the program, so we'll see how I can get around that. I'm confident I'll come up with something. I'm anticipating a scathing remark, but when I meet his gaze, a gleam of fun dances in his eyes. He adjusts his seat before he drawls.
If you wanted me to abstain from giving you that kind of recommendation, you shouldn't have come to work wearing ridiculous outfits.
I hide my smile at his dejected tone. You can't imagine how many men have been seduced by my outfits.
That I can believe.
Why does he have the power to make me feel beside myself? It's his deep voice that stirs something inside me every time he speaks. While he closes his eyes and his features relax, my thoughts are a muddle. All I want is to drift off into dreamland so I can arrive fresh at our destination. After a time that seems interminable, fatigue defeats me. When I wake up, my head is on his shoulder. I try to move without disturbing him when he whispers,
You can stay.
Wait a minute. Was he nice to me? Did he allow me to lean on him? I can't hold back my laugh as I pull away. His sleepy face is adorable and I smooth my hair to keep from touching him.
What made you laugh? I'm sure it wasn't even funny.
he says in a lazy tone. It was. Believe me, I say, stretching my arms over my head. The movement draws his eyes to my chest and my cheeks burn. I hope he doesn't think I did it on purpose. To avoid further embarrassment, I explain why I laughed, which in the end isn't a better idea. His attention is still focused on me. It's just that if you continue to say nice things to me, one might assume you like me. He sighs.
You enjoy messing with my life, don't you?
Why would I enjoy something like that?
Because,
He takes my chin in his hand.
as I've already told you, I don't believe you've forgiven me for what I said last year. I hope you don't nurture any crazy ideas like seducing me to better take me down.
What? I'd never. You watch too many movies. He leans in and lays a light kiss on my lips, which is the last thing I expected. At times I can't read him at all. Butterflies swirl in my stomach now. I can't believe I'm acting like a teenager every time he touches me.
I suggest you abandon your game before you fly too close to the sun.
Don't worry. I'm not Icarus. I don't have great ambitions. I'm a butterfly. Without substance, just superficial, remember? That's the reason you don't like me. Can he detect the hint of bitterness in my voice? I don't mind he considers me a butterfly, what irks me is he thinks it's a bad thing.
I never said I don't like butterflies, but their life is ephemeral. Don't forget that.
His words erase all my positive thoughts from earlier. You know, you should come off your pedestal. I may have thought for a moment I was interested in you, but it's no longer the case. I turn away to look out the window. You don't interest me in the least, and I'm not here to seduce you. I'll leave that task to those who are dying to catch you. I glance back at him. A little tip, give them a chance before they discover the real you. He doesn't react. Of course he doesn't. My words have no impact on him. I wonder how he can have such a negative opinion of me and not notice that Georgina is flirting with him day in and day out. From the way she laughs when he says something to the way she touches him on every occasion, it's evident she wants him, and yet that doesn't upset him. I admit seeing him treat her with respect while his attitude toward me is so rude distresses me, but I won't give him the satisfaction of admitting it. We don't say much until we land in Sydney a few hours later, in the middle of the afternoon. I wish I could believe it's because he regrets his words, but I suspect he doesn't care enough about my feelings. As soon as we get off the plane, the dazzling sun makes me forget all my gloomy thoughts. One silver lining, I'm finally fulfilling my dream of visiting Australia. I put on my sunglasses, they cover half of my face and Paul won't be able to read my expression. The hotel is located near the center of Sydney in an area called The Rocks. I'm pleasantly surprised when I step into the lobby. Modern with a panoramic view of the ocean, it's an open invitation to relax. Paul takes care of our reservations and we head to the 7th floor. Before entering his room, he turns to me.
The time difference is likely to affect us. I planned our first appointment at 7 p.m. so you can rest.
After thanking him half-heartedly, I fall into bed clutching the fluffy pillow. Although I try to convince myself I can handle the situation, I feel vulnerable. Once I've rested for a few minutes, I unpack and send a message to the girls to tell them I arrived safely.
I was waiting to hear from you. I'm dying to know how things are going with Paul.
Christine answers me. What did you expect? He's still an arrogant prick.
Hold on. Deep down, he's madly in love with you.
Easy for her to say. She's never stopped believing in true love. I'm not so sure anymore, maybe some people aren't destined for love. Half an hour later, I'm preparing to venture outside. I may be tired, but I can't wait to wander around the city. I have 4 hours until my appointment with Paul, so I grab my camera. I love to take pictures and head out. I walk the neighborhood for a while and capture its effervescence with some photos that testify to the unique character of this city. I've always dreamed of coming here. Sydney has always been on my list of cities to visit, along with Vancouver, Buenos Aires and a few others. My problems with Paul fade while I discover a new and exciting world. I take pictures of the restored houses and I lose myself in the alleys. It's almost as though I'm stepping back in time. I can imagine how the explorers felt when they first set eyes on this breathtaking bay. The narrow, identical, typically English houses seem out of place in an environment so different from England. I sit to enjoy an ice cream in one of the many charming cafes. A young red-haired woman with a welcoming smile takes my order. She introduces herself as Rose, and she asks where I'm from. We get to talking between her clearing tables and taking orders, and when I pepper her with questions, she's not bothered. She even sits with me when she has a break.
It's hard to imagine that at one time this district was amongst the most dangerous of Australia,
she says.
When I was a kid, I made up the wildest scenarios every time I came here. Now it's a trendy neighborhood everyone visits. My father even fought in the 70s to preserve it.
A descendant of the first settlers. She nods.
The first of our ancestors landed here in 1794. He was from Brighton. The municipality wanted to demolish the old houses and build new ones, but people mobilized and saved them.
It'd be a crime if you had lost such a treasure.
You should visit the museum. The exhibition features objects from different periods of the district life.
Thank you, I will. After another long walk and countless photos, I get back at the hotel. I stop in the lobby to take in the view from the bay window when a voice beside me startles me.
You're not Australian, are you?
Turning around, I come face to face with a man whose blonde hair is the shade of wheat. He gives me a friendly smile, which I return. I'm not tanned enough.
You're staring at the bay with amazement. We're in love with our city, but I doubt a Sydney-sider would take on such a dreamy air.
So it's not my camera that screams I'm a tourist, but my dreamy air. He bursts out laughing, a hearty and pleasant sound.
Okay, it was also a clue.
He holds out his hand.
Oliver.
Arianna. I shake his hand. So you're a real Australian. Do you have a ranch of thousands of hectares you can only reach by air?
I see you have a clear picture of our country.
I shrug. Sorry. I watched a lot of shows when I was young, and I read countless novels about Australian cowboys. They make you dream of living in the outback.
This is the first time I've ever regretted being a city dweller. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have a ranch. That said, I can't picture you moving to an isolated place for a handsome man.
Oh, you might be surprised. It's so easy to talk to him, I lose track of time. We settle on a nearby couch, and he gives me tips on the best places to visit in Sydney. He offers to be my guide, which I'd have accepted if my agenda wasn't so busy in the days to come. I'd love to, but it'll be hard to find a free minute. Even if I can steal a few, it'd be difficult to schedule them in advance. His face falls.
I understand. But here's my card in case anything changes.
I thank him, promising to call him if I have the opportunity. I'm standing to leave when Paul arrives. His confused gaze lands on me and Oliver, and my eyes open wide when Oliver moves toward him and gives him a hug.
Paul. Nice to see you again.
Okay, I'm not sure I've grasped the whole picture, but one thing is obvious. They're not strangers. Paul turns to me, but Oliver talks first.
While I was waiting for you, I had the pleasure of meeting Arianna. She's visiting Sydney. Arianna, let me introduce you to Paul.
I know Oliver.
Paul's tone is courteous but without any warmth. How does he adopt such an emotionless tone when I'm around? It must be one of his hidden talents.
Arianna is here with me. She's the person in charge of our new campaign.
Oliver's face brightens.
Then our problem is solved.
Problem?
I asked Arianna to have dinner with me and let me show her Sydney, but she declined because of her busy schedule. So, if I agree with everything you propose, her agenda will be lighter, right?
Oliver's mischievous tone makes me smile. I like this idea, I say. If you agree with everything we want, I won't miss the opportunity to discover Sydney through the eyes of a local. Paul doesn't say anything, but his tight jaw tells me he's restraining himself from making a scathing remark. Oliver suggests we sit at the outdoor lounge and talk, but I have to go get my notes. I don't bother to change. Oliver is dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. On second thought, if I change, Paul will see it as an attempt to impress Oliver, so why not? Oliver stands when I join them 10 minutes later.
And I thought you couldn't be more beautiful,
he exclaims. Paul's face remains impassive. This time I give in to the temptation to tease him. Paul, please. Stop showering me with compliments. I get it, my outfit bewitched you, I say. My remark triggers Oliver's laughter and he turns to Paul.
She's right, man. Make an effort. We have the prettiest woman sitting with us. She deserves a compliment.
Paul glares at Oliver, who stops teasing him. To diffuse the tension, I reorient the conversation onto work. I'm ready when you want. Sorry to have delayed you. Oliver takes the blame.
It's my fault. If I hadn't talked to you, you'd be on time.
Now that you are here, maybe we can start.
Paul says. Let's start then. I keep my voice pleasant to show him I can be the better person.
Oliver has boutiques in every major Australian city: Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, Perth, and Adelaide. He plans to open one in Brisbane next year. He serves as a liaison with other brand representatives in Australia, and his support is vital to the company.
Paul explains. I take out my tablet and present the main idea of the campaign. We agreed to choose the 12 most emblematic shoes of the collection and put each pair on sale on a specific day during the summer to raise anticipation. I explained to Oliver that we plan to shoot a clip for each of the 12 pairs of shoes and that they'll be different for each continent. We're thinking of shooting clips for Australia, Europe, and North America, our principal markets. The idea is to create a narrative by showing a woman in her daily life. With her family, her lover, in a professional meeting. I slide through the various images and sketches I prepared. The clips will be less than a minute and a half each, and we hope to trigger interest with them and by organizing contests and events. We want it to be an experience.
Have you done a market study?
Oliver asks.
What percentage increase do you expect in sales?
I show him the projections the marketing department has made and he whistles.
Isn't that a little optimistic?
No, these are figures calculated at the lowest. We don't want to promise the impossible, but we believe these numbers reflect the long-term result. I pull out a hard copy of the reports. The brand has an excellent reputation, but it doesn't have a true identity with young women. This collection will usher the company into a new era. We want our shoes to bring joy to the women who buy them without ruining their budget. Quality above all, but also playing with colors, designs. I'm a woman. I know how difficult it is to find quality shoes at reasonable prices that don't look like everything else out there. This line is the answer to all that. Oliver takes the papers from my hands.
The concept is interesting, and I'm ready to sell it for you, but give me time to review the files tonight and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Paul, I'd also like to discuss opening new stores in Melbourne and a few ideas I have to improve our sales. But it can wait. You must be exhausted after such a long journey.
He's right, but I won't be able to sleep. I'm too excited. How did you end up as a franchisee of the Anderson brand? I ask Oliver. Paul didn't give me any information, and I'm curious to find out more about him.
It was my dream to become an entrepreneur. I love fashion, and shoes have always been my mum's guilty pleasure. She has often said an ordinary woman can shine with a great pair of shoes.
He makes a sweeping gesture toward Paul.
I met Paul during his sabbatical year traveling the world.
I raise my eyebrows at this information and Oliver chuckles.
Don't tell me he never told you the story. We met in Barcelona. He confided in me how eager he was to start working with his grandfather and Ethan to bring his touch to the business. I was excited about his vision of things, so I bombarded him with questions.
I can confirm that.
Paul chimes in with a teasing smile that gives him a juvenile air. I so miss this side of him. These days it's like it was a figment of my imagination. Oliver continues.
Still, he answered my questions, even the most ridiculous. The company didn't have plans to open stores in Australia at the time, but I made the trip to Springville and was able to persuade them I was their ticket. It's been 9 years and I haven't regretted it once.
I wonder what else Paul is hiding. If I ask him to share his travels, he'll refuse, so I eagerly listen to Oliver recount some of their experiences. When we decide to go to bed, after having a light dinner in the hotel restaurant, it's late. Before we separate, Oliver says,
If you're open to living in a beautiful sunny country, I'm ready to hire you.
I'll keep that in mind. Just as Paul and I step out of the elevator on our way back to our rooms, he turns toward me.
I hope you're not thinking of accepting his proposal.
It's not in my plans to leave my family and friends and come live thousands of miles from home.
I was talking about his proposal to show you the city.
Wait. You don't want me to go out with Oliver? I take my digital key out and slide it into the door. In case you aren't aware, my personal life doesn't concern you in any way.
Of course it doesn't. You're a dynamic, independent woman who knows what she wants and how to get it.
He inches closer.
You don't let anyone get involved in your life because you don't need anyone.
No. I interrupt him, annoyed by his tone. I don't want you involved in my life. You consider me a scatterbrain who doesn't know how to behave. Remember. I open the door with every intention of slamming it in his face. To listen to the advice of someone who despises me would be a boundless idiocy. If I want advice, I'll ask those who care about me, and big surprise, you're not among them. Paul leans against my doorframe.
I've been friends with Oliver for years, and this whole time he's never had a serious relationship. I'm trying to spare you some disillusionment.
Oh. Then that changes everything. It's clear I need a big brother to save me from my own destructive behavior. But unless memory fails me, I'm a butterfly. A woman without substance. Therefore Oliver and I should be made for each other, right? He lifts his palms in the air.
Do what you want. You're right. I'm not your guardian angel. But if you let your personal relationships interfere with work, I guarantee Ethan won't be able to save your contract.
Thanks for letting me know. Good night. With this said, he steps back and I can shut the door on him. I fall asleep only to jolt awake 10 hours later. Paul was right. The time difference has taken a toll on me. I check my phone for any messages from him, but there aren't any. I'm surprised he's not ready to fire me for sleeping so late. I asked the front desk to wake me up, but apparently they forgot. I blame myself for not having set my alarm, but I was afraid I wouldn't hear it. There isn't much I can do now other than get dressed and face Paul and his insidious remarks on my lack of professionalism. I hate to prove my critics right. Well, him. When I knock on his door, no one answers, so I try his cell.
I'm in the breakfast room,
He says instead of hello. I go downstairs and he's there, absorbed in reading the newspaper. When I approach, he lifts his gaze.
You have time for breakfast. Oliver expects you in about an hour.
I'm sorry for being late. I'm not in the habit to neglect my professional obligations. I have no excuse, so I refrain from mentioning the hotel service. I order a fruit salad and an iced tea.
I asked reception not to wake you.
He says, his tone cool and professional.
We needed to recover. There's no point in getting up at dawn and being worn out all day.
I could protest that he cancelled my wake-up call without saying anything to me, but this small kindness gives me a glimpse of the Paul that Amy speaks of with such fondness. The Paul who cares about others and protects them. I open my mouth to thank him, but his next sentence makes me reconsider.
I'm going to the airport to get Georgina. I'll meet you at Oliver's office later.
Yes, of course she needs a driver, I tell myself, mad I care about his relationship with her. Perfect. I'll see you soon. He leaves 2 minutes later and I message the girls about what happened. Before long I'm headed to Oliver's offices in Sydney's business district, a 20-minute walk from the hotel. I stop in front of one of his boutiques situated near his offices, the other two are in Paddington and Potts Point. Bright, with a modern uncluttered window, it captures the eye with its colourful displays. I share my enthusiasm with Oliver when I see him. He smiles, relaxed as the day before.
I'd love to take credit for the windows, but the honor goes to Cindy Newton, my right hand for many years now. Every season, she comes up with more ideas than we can put into practice.
I nod. It was smart not to impose a specific style on franchisees. It shows the company trusts that those who invest in the brand will be up to it.
I agree. The contract favors franchisees on many points. It's important to give us autonomy. The quality of the shoes helps us to sell them, but the personal touch is important.
His office is sleek and modern and enjoys a stunning view from all angles. He offers a coffee, but I decline. I had my dose for the morning.
We have loyal customers, and when they come to our shops, they know what kind of welcome they will find. But let's talk about you. How did you become the manager of this campaign? I worked with another person in the past. Georgina.
Yes, he's still part of the team, but Ethan thought it'd be better to try something new for this collection. We've known each other for years. He clears his throat.
I apologize for being indiscreet, but I detected some hostility between you and Paul. Am I wrong?
His words take me by surprise, but I choose to be honest with him. There's some friction between us, but nothing insurmountable. I assure you we can do a good job.
I didn't ask because I doubt your ability to work together. I ask because it's fun seeing a different side of him, less cool than usual. He's usually so composed and confident, but I can tell that with you, he loses his bearings.
Is that why you tried to provoke him yesterday? He grins.
Guilty as charged. It was clear he didn't appreciate finding us together.
He's about to add something, but I follow his gaze to Paul and Georgina, who walk toward us. She's hanging on his arm, and for someone who accuses me of unprofessional behavior, he doesn't seem bothered by her closeness. Perhaps everyone is wrong and he's dating her. Oliver offers them a coffee and inquires about Georgina's trip.
So taxing,
she says, and I stop listening as soon as she starts complaining about a baby that cried the whole flight.
Is it okay with you if we meet with Cindy after lunch?
Oliver asks when she's finished lamenting.
I told her a bit about your idea, and she's excited to meet you. In the meantime, we can move to the conference room to go through the campaign in more detail, although Arianna answered most of my questions.
Georgina grimaces and it escapes to no one. During the meeting, she doesn't miss an opportunity to denigrate my idea without going overboard.
Yes, it could work. Although,
is her favorite phrase. Clever, but Oliver isn't fooled. Nicely but firmly he reiterates his enthusiasm for my project. After 2 hours, Oliver has to leave for a lunch meeting, and we agree to meet with him and Cindy later in the afternoon. Paul and Georgina make lunch plans as well, and although Paul invites me to join them, I'm not a masochist. Georgina will poison my food if I accept. I follow a different itinerary this time to explore the city more, and on the way, I have lunch at a Thai restaurant. Back at the hotel I get to work, although the view is so beautiful it's a miracle I can focus. This city is a marvel. Wherever you look, there's beauty. I'm preparing a presentation for Cindy to show her how the campaign can help to make her spectacular and original displays shine. I know how valuable her collaboration is. Marketing campaigns can't be successful if those who implement them don't believe in them. Even more when some of the costs incurred fall on their shoulders. I think of the small non-exclusive distributors of the brand, and I have an idea. Oliver, being the company's liaison in Australia, must convince them of the usefulness of the campaign, but what if they were spared the investment? The company and the franchisees could absorb the fees, and in exchange we could ask them to promote the brand more. I don't have high hopes my proposal will be accepted, but it's worth a try. Around 4 p.m. I take the bus to Oliver's office. Cindy is already there, but there's no sign of Paul and Georgina. Cindy comes toward me with open arms and engulfs me in a warm hug. I like her from the get-go. She has a kind round face and a contagious smile. During our conversation she sings Sydney's praises and suggests we go out tonight. Paul and Georgina finally arrive, and for the next hour, Cindy gives us her opinion on the Australian market and updates us on new emerging trends. It's obvious she knows the subject. Listening to Cindy's excitement has my mind spinning with ideas. We could go even further, I say. Add a more local touch to the ads. Using specific cities and well-known landmarks as a backdrop. Melbourne. Perth, Adelaide. Georgina snorts.
So not only do you want to make a different campaign for each continent, but also for each country, each city.
Her condescending tone leaves no room for interpretation as to how she feels about my idea, and Cindy's smile fades in the face of so much hostility. I'm used to it, so I'm not losing my temper. That's not what I said. But I think giving a nod to each city would be interesting. Oliver smiles, and I'm sure he and Cindy aren't opposed to the idea. Still, it's not the best time to bring up my idea of sparing the small representatives the cost of the campaign.
I can't wait,
Georgina says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Paul doesn't comment, but I bet I'll hear about it soon. As the meeting comes to a close, Oliver invites us to his house for a party the following evening. After we part, I head for the train station to go to Bondi Beach. I spend the rest of the evening surrounded by young people and families who are having fun swimming, surfing, or playing beach volleyball. Their joie de vivre is a pleasure to see. I pack my bathing suit before leaving the hotel, so I find a place to change, then swim for a while and clear my head. I have no idea what Paul and Georgina are doing, but the less I think of them, the better. Chapter 8. When I stumble out of bed several hours later, a message from Paul pops up on my phone screen, informing me he'll be absent for the day. He and Georgina will visit some of their distributors, and we'll talk later. He doesn't give me a specific time, but that's fine. Apart from the evening at Oliver's, we have nothing planned, so I decide to visit the boutiques of Paddington and Potts Point. I want to see their clientele, and maybe I'll be inspired for the advertising campaign. I reach for my walking shoes and search the exact locations of the shops on my phone before I plug it in to charge. I love walking, but it'd take me an hour to walk to Paddington and the bus runs close by. I jump on and 20 minutes later I'm there. I walk around admiring the typical Victorian houses before I visit the first boutique on a street perpendicular to Oxford Street, famous for its trendy shops. It's smaller than the one downtown but charming and adapted to the neighborhood. Cindy explained Paddington precedes the trends. While the window display is less refined, it's also more colorful and invites you in.
I love their shoes, but I can't afford them.
A girl next to me with a pink lock of hair says. She doesn't look older than 17.
Last year I asked my grandmother for a pair for my birthday. I'll do the same this year. My mother buys at least 4 pairs a year. Sometimes I steal them.
A friend says.
I wish my mother wore the same size as me.
The pink-haired girl says with a sigh. I rejoice at the thought the brand appeals to all ages. I enter the shop, and a young man asks right away if he can help me. I thank him but decline. I take my time putting myself into the shoes, no pun intended, of a customer. So many choices. I run my fingers along the soft leather of a pair of sandals, admiring the intricate stitching on the straps.
I have them in purple,
says a voice beside me. The young blonde woman is in her 30s, and she takes a few steps toward me on towering heels she's mastered to perfection. I don't know.
Take them. It's a buy you won't regret.
They are pretty, but are they comfortable? I ask, seizing the chance to hear more from the customer's side.
Oh, they are. I love this brand for its unique colors that can't be found everywhere, but I'd never buy them if they weren't comfortable. That's my priority when it comes to shoes.
You're a good ambassador of the brand, I say.
I am. Aren't I? I'm Eliza, by the way.
Arianna, pleased to meet you. It's wonderful to see a brand can elicit such enthusiasm these days.
They deserve it. Last year I bought a pair of sun-colored sandals. Not orange, not yellow. The name was perfect. It was like the color changed according to the brightness of the sun.
I understand what she means. Colors play an important role in the brand's collections, and that differentiates them from their competitors. What do you do for a job, if I may ask? Her beautiful face is tanned and she seems relaxed. But who doesn't in Australia?
I'm a professional surfer.
I stare at her, mouth agape. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that at all.
Oh, I get that a lot. Even though surfing is popular here, it's never the first thing that comes to someone's mind as a profession.
We chat for a while as we try on shoes. My experience with the people here is more than positive so far. Open and smiling, they don't hesitate to start a conversation. When Eliza leaves after buying 3 pairs of shoes, I don't resist the impulse and buy a pair myself. Then I continue my tour of the neighborhood. Each small street hides all kinds of treasures. Art galleries, jewelry stores, design studios. I love the spirit that reigns around this area. I take dozens of photos of houses with unique, brightly colored facades, and after having a sandwich on the terrace of a cafe, I head back. Instead of taking the bus, I cross Victoria Street and walk to the district of Potts Point. Although it's about 1.5 miles away, I stop so many times for pictures it takes me 2 hours. It's a small neighborhood but lovely to walk around, and Oliver's shop is on the main street. Several young women go in while I peruse the window. I admire that Oliver and Cindy have avoided giving the boutiques that pretentious air of certain brands that discourage you from entering. Or when you walk in, you come across a salesperson who looks down on you, and you get the impression he's scanning your feet to decide if you're worthy of wearing their shoes. I step in and pick up a pair of cherry red sandals when a young woman in sandals with small heels that emphasize the curve of her foot says,
"If he doesn't fall for me in these shoes, he's not worth my time."
"You look great," I say to start a conversation, and because it's the truth. She beams at me.
"Thank you. First date. I hope they'll work miracles."
Her refreshing honesty makes me laugh. If that's the case, call me. I need a miraculous pair too. The saleswoman, who has finished talking to another client, approaches to ask if there's anything she can do for me.
"Is this your first time in the shop?"
"Yes, it is. Your window drew me in and now I'm just checking out the shoes."
"Then I'll leave you browsing at your pace."
She gives an indulgent look at the three friends and I appreciate that she lets them have fun. After trying on a few pairs myself, I set off to the neighbouring district of Woolloomooloo, one of the oldest neighbourhoods in Sydney. As every self-respecting tourist would, I visit the Finger Wharf. It's a 400-metre wooden dock where you can dine at reputable restaurants, and I can't resist the meat pie at the famous Harry's Café de Wheels. If celebrities stop here, I shouldn't miss it. I return to the hotel content with my day. My smile vanishes when I spot Paul waiting for me in the lobby, his expression tight as he meets my gaze.
Where were you?
I went for a walk. What's going on? My thoughts go to the people I love. Has something happened to them?
I've been looking for you for 3 hours. I needed to talk you, and you were nowhere to be found.
I'm getting ready to lash out at him for scaring me for no reason, but I don't get the chance. He takes my arm and walks to the elevator. I shrug my arm out of his grip, but neither of us says a word until we're inside his room. He ruffles his hair and starts pacing.
You've been missing for hours and didn't answer your phone. Do you have any idea what went through my head?
That I met a handsome stranger and ran away with him. This was the last thing I should have said. His expression turned stormy and, well, I can understand why I'd be worried and mad. I'd feel the same in his place.
I know you care most about having fun, but I'd appreciate it if you'd pick up, no matter if you're with a handsome stranger or on a shopping spree.
Because of course it can't be anything else. The tone of my voice gets his attention and he stops pacing.
Then please explain to me why you didn't answer my calls.
Because I left my phone in my room to charge. I wasn't aware I had to be at your command 24 hours a day. He messes with his hair again.
It's not that.
Oh really? What is it then?
Where were you?
His tone is even, but I'm not in the mood to answer him after the fright he gave me. It's none of your business.
It is my business when you prevent me from doing my job because I'm wasting my time looking for you.
I prevented you from doing your job. You said you'd be busy all day and that we'd see each other tonight. Do you expect me to be at your disposal at any time of the day or night? I'm beyond mad right now, so I don't stop there. If you missed me, go on and say it. Unless you're trying to be discreet so as not to hurt a specific person. He narrows his eyes on me.
I'd be grateful if you didn't go after Georgina constantly. She's feeling underappreciated since you monopolize the attention everywhere you go.
I monopolize the attention. How am I doing this, pray tell? He sighs as if he's in pain.
You don't need to do anything specific, your presence alone is enough.
I shake my head. You're kidding.
I wish it were the case.
We're standing too close now and something in his tone makes me click pause. I lower my voice and relax my posture. So what am I supposed to do? Keep to myself and wait for you to give me permission to speak?
I only ask you to refrain from complicating my life more than necessary.
I complicate your life because Georgina doesn't like me. Interesting. My sardonic tone makes him sigh.
You complicate my life because...
He trails off, touching his temple.
Please try to behave. I beg you.
At your command. I feign a curtsy. I want to lighten the mood because the truth is, I'd be equally worried if I couldn't find him for hours. I promise from now on I'll be available whenever you want me.
Stop provoking me.
Or what? I hear the provocation in my voice, but I can't help it. He caresses my cheek with the back of his palm. My walls break down with this gesture because even if he's not sincere and is only trying to prove something, his gentle touch affects me. I'm tired of his accusations. All I crave is a moment of peace between us. I can't take my eyes off him though. And when his hand strokes my neck and his lips are a breath away from mine, I nearly lose my balance. He steadies me as I sway and says in a mild tone,
It's clear you're trying to annoy me, but it's not working.
Are you sure? I'm playing with fire, but I hate to see him so confident, as if nothing could move him, especially me. He closes his eyes, probably wishing I disappear. I'm wrong though, because when he opens them again he locks his gaze on me and he's going to kiss me. My heart knows it and races in anticipation. But then he walks away. Snapping out of my daze, I watch him open the door to Georgina while I pull myself together.
Paul, I wanted...
When she spots me, Georgina grimaces. Arianna. I move toward the door. I'll leave you two alone. My conversation with Paul can wait.
I can't believe she disappeared all day,
she says, but I don't linger to listen to Paul's answer. I head to my room. Still shaken by our closeness and the desire I read in his eyes, it takes me several minutes to calm down. To avoid thinking about it, I call Ethan.
Hey Arianna. Nice to hear from you. How do you like Sydney?
It's perfect. It's what I needed, a little sun and kindness.
Glad you're enjoying your stay. How are things with Paul?
For the moment, I have nothing to complain about. He's convinced I've set my sights on Oliver and that I'm trying to sabotage Georgina because I'm jealous.
No less.
Yes, as I said, nothing I can't handle.
Arianna, I'm serious. How are you?
Ethan, don't worry. I'm fine. I'm calling because I have an idea for the campaign and I'd love your opinion.
Go ahead.
I explain my idea and he's sold.
It's perfect, but you'll need to refine the details. For Paul.
That I can do. However, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. What do you think about absorbing the campaign expenses for the small distributors? He rubs his chin, taking a few seconds to consider my suggestion.
I'm afraid our partners, who sell the brand exclusively, wouldn't agree. They'd feel cheated.
Are there any franchisees that are struggling financially?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but by memory, I'd say no. However, the market has become more difficult. I'll think about it, see if we can do something. We'll talk again soon.
He sighs.
Also, please don't take everything Paul says to heart. I called him out and I'm not looking to make excuses for him, but he's stressed. We have a lot at stake with this collection.
I know, Ethan. Don't worry, I won't let you down. We hang up and I start getting dressed for the party. Oliver said the evening would be laid back and so much the better. I opt for a wrap dress with a fluid fabric that reaches my knees. Let's see if Paul can find something to complain about. The dress, of a pale pink-violet color, matches the pair of shoes I bought today. Perfect. I'm ready when Paul knocks on my door and I meet him in the hallway. Dressed in olive pants and a white shirt which on him seems to be tailor-made, he's more than attractive. Georgina, who arrives from the other side of the hallway, is draped in a short red dress. She wears vertiginous heels and she has combed her hair into a bun that highlights her perfect face. I did nothing with my hair. I left it free on my shoulders, which I regret now. We arrive at Oliver's 10 minutes later, and his apartment in the Surrey Hills area impresses me the moment I enter. I have a weakness for lofts and this one is nothing less than gorgeous. It's within walking distance of the neighborhood's bustling cafes, restaurants and boutiques, and part of a historic building with wrought iron railings. With high ceilings, exposed brick walls and polished hardwood floors, it has an industrial chic vibe. Oliver greets me with a hug.
I often think of moving, but I bought and converted this loft before the neighborhood became fashionable, and it became my place. I know everyone, and I have my habits. I love its artistic side. I love its shops and its designer homes, and that at the same time, it keeps an air of yesteryear.
I can imagine. We have a few neighborhoods back home that have the same feeling and my friends love them. It's like you live in a village inside the city, I say, taking the glass of wine he offers me.
Wine produced by a friend in the Hunter Valley. Tell me what you think.
I take a sip. I'm far from an expert, but I like it. Several people have arrived, and I spot Paul and Georgina mingling with the guests. Oliver tells me many of them work for him while others own shops that sell the brand. He invited some friends as well. This isn't a purely professional evening but rather an opportunity to welcome us. From what I can gather, he organizes this kind of soiree every time Paul pays him a visit. Cindy approaches and Oliver leaves us to greet a couple that just arrived.
Arianna, I'm glad you're here. Do you have a minute?
She says.
I studied the idea you shared this afternoon regarding the posters, and I thought of some animations to go with them.
Oh, I'm all ears. My eyes fall on Oliver, who's talking with Paul and Georgina.
From what I got, Georgina doesn't agree with this new concept.
Cindy says, following my gaze. She's not the only one.
It's complicated when you join an already tight-knit team. I had the same problems when I started working for Oliver's company. I had to prove myself.
Cindy's right. But the problem with Georgina lies elsewhere. At this moment, a woman approaches and looks at me with a perplexed air.
Hello. I'm Dally Rollins. Weren't you in the Potts Point store today?
Yes, indeed. You're the manager, right?
Yes. Oliver told me who you are. If I knew, I'd have offered you a coffee and showed you around.
I wave away her worries. It's not a problem. I wanted the experience of shopping as an ordinary client. Congratulations, by the way. I'm impressed by how warmly you greet every customer, and the windows are lovely.
The windows are all Cindy.
Oliver joins us, and Dahlia tells him about my visit.
You should have told me you wanted to visit the boutiques today. I would have accompanied you.
He says. Precisely the reason I didn't tell you. I wanted to do that alone.
I see. I can't wait to hear what you thought.
He turns to Paul, who's joined us. It was a good idea, wasn't it? It was a fantastic idea. Okay, breathe, a miracle didn't happen. For a minute there I let myself imagine such a scenario, but my hopes were crashed when he said,
Arianna knows how to get her way.
Back to reality. I shoot daggers at him, but he doesn't look away. Is he challenging me or is he just bored? He'll get what's coming to him. Ignoring him, I talk with several store employees and get a better picture of their customers and what they're looking for. When I go out on the balcony and Paul approaches, I take a step away from him, but he reaches out to touch my arm.
Why didn't you tell me you visited Oliver's stores this afternoon?
I thought it'd be nice to let you enjoy your moment of glory. You love pointing out how irresponsible and superficial I am. I give him my sweetest smile. You can't be mad at me for that, right?
You claim I'm being rude and unfair to you, but you do the same thing.
Excuse me? He throws up his arms in exasperation.
No, I don't want to excuse you. You can get on your high horse and accuse me of being judgmental and unfair, but the truth is, you enjoy giving me reasons to think the worst of you. Why is that? Are you looking for an excuse to fight with me?
The air between us thickens as he steps closer.
Otherwise, why wouldn't you just tell me about your day? 2 words would have sufficed to avoid a misunderstanding.
I don't avert my gaze. So I should be the one trying to change your mind about me. You should examine your motives before being so quick to condemn me. Georgina, who's never far, ends our altercation when she comes and stands beside Paul. We kept the volume low, but it's not hard to notice there's tension between us. A questioning crease forms between her eyebrows, but neither Paul nor I give her any explanation. I decide to call it a night. The evening was interesting, but I'm beat and tomorrow a busy day awaits us. We'll fly to Melbourne. Oliver wants to show Paul 2 potential locations for the new shops. I approach Oliver and Cindy to tell them I'm leaving but looking forward to tomorrow's trip.
It'll be an opportunity for you to visit Sydney's eternal rival.
Oliver says.
I admit. My heart swings between the two.
That's why he's in love with Perth.
Cindy jokes.
She's not wrong. It's too bad you don't have time to visit Perth.
I'm afraid I'd become a frequent visitor, I say. Don't be surprised if I'm back in a few weeks.
Then I'd be happy to visit Perth with you.
Oliver takes my hand and under Paul's cold stare places a kiss to the back of it.
I'm leaving too.
Paul says when Oliver offers to call a cab.
What about you, Georgina?
He asks, and seeing her thunderous glare at me, I intervene. No need to leave for me. Why don't you stay and enjoy your evening?
As tempting as it is, we have a busy day tomorrow.
He says in a firm tone. The disappointment on Georgina's face makes me feel sorry for her. During the ride, I don't utter a word. Georgina goes on and on about the party, trying to involve Paul, who for once doesn't keep the conversation going. As soon as we arrive at the hotel, I get out of the cab and head for the bar. I need some time alone.
Are you going to the bar?
Georgina asks with a disgusted moo. Yes, I fancy a drink. And maybe I'll be lucky enough not to sleep alone tonight. Her jaw drops and I rejoice inside. As for Paul, I imagine that you and I both wouldn't have much difficulty picturing his expression. I order a chamomile tea and make my way to the most isolated corner of the room. I shut my eyes tired. It's my fault I got into this predicament, but his contempt pains me. I wish I knew why he's so determined to despise me. Even if I were the person he described in Santorini, why would that be something to condemn? The world needs more people who enjoy life, who don't take everything too seriously. A raspy voice makes me open my eyes.
May I?
The man who looks at me is in his 30s with a stylish haircut and well-defined features. I prepare to tell him I'm not good company, but he doesn't give me the chance.
I've just finished my day and you seem to need a sympathetic ear.
You're the bartender, I say, recognizing him.
Neil. Yes, and I'm not supposed to annoy the customers, but you look sad, and something compels me to make you smile.
Does this line ever work? I ask, gesturing for him to sit.
The proof,
he says, making me laugh. My laughter dies when Paul walks in. Awesome. Now he'll have more things to reproach me for. After a slight pause, he turns around and steps outside. Did he see me? We didn't make eye contact, but I gather he did.
Lovers quarrel?
Neil asks. I wave his assumption away. No. He's my boss. Well, sort of. We're collaborating on a project.
But you have feelings for him.
Is it that obvious?
Bartender. Remember? But cheer up. He has feelings for you too.
Come again. My voice is high-pitched.
Based on his thunderous expression when he saw us together, he's interested in you.
Oh no, it's not because of that. He thinks you're my next victim. That I'm going to draw you to my lair and seduce you.
I wouldn't say no, but I doubt you're in the mood.
You're right. However, the night is young. I raise my chamomile to him. He laughs.
So let me buy you a drink. You can tell me why I should be wary of you.
His mischievous expression makes me laugh. I refuse the drink, but we talk a little about what he hears daily and about me and my troubles. When Paul returns, he approaches our booth. Did you need something? I ask without inviting him to join us.
I wanted to make sure you're aware we leave early tomorrow,
he says after a stretched silence. I give him an angelic smile. Don't worry, I'll be on time. Neil will see to that.
You can count on me,
Neil says, playing along. Paul leaves with no more than a good night spoken in a dry tone.
Why do you want to prove him right?
Neil asks.
You could have told him we were just talking.
No idea. I should give up, it leads to nothing. But the more he persists in seeing me as a superficial person, the more I want to prove him right, and it's exhausting. I just want him to accept me for who I am.
We all go through moments like this. We want the people we love to trust us, without us having to give them evidence.
You've summarized what's happening better than I ever could. It started as a game. Proving him right and witnessing his reaction was supposed to be fun. But somewhere along the way it stopped being fun. And I started taking things to heart. It hurts to realize he can't see beyond the surface and accept me.
But are you sure he doesn't see the real you, or that he doesn't accept you?
I am, and it's a problem to be in love with a man who doesn't feel the same way, and even worse, who despises me. Having feelings for him makes me question my ability to make the right choices in life. I feel devalued.
Except you've neglected something important. That is a good person at heart. You said it yourself, he behaves this way only with you.
I'm in love with the person I thought he was, the man who went against his mother to defend Amy, who always had a nice thing to say when we met before the Santorini debacle. The man who fights to keep his family legacy alive, who has a great relationship with his brother.
So you're not in love with someone without values, but someone who, for an unknown reason, fights you, making your relationship complicated. What if all of this is a facade? I can't fathom why he'd go to such great lengths to convince himself you're a person he doesn't appreciate, though.
His words appease me in some way. My heart doesn't want to believe he's indifferent, and every time I meet his eyes I get the sense there's more than contempt. But maybe I'm seeing only what I want to see. Shortly after, I bid goodnight to Neil, who was the perfect companion for 2 hours, and helped me evaluate the situation from a different angle. But once in my room, I can't stop thinking about the almost kiss from this afternoon, wondering if it meant something. Of course, this kind of thinking leads me to dream of Paul kissing me. This time Georgina doesn't interrupt us and the kiss is perfect. In my dreams it's always perfect. Chapter 9. In the morning I'm tired and it shows. I didn't sleep well, twisting and turning in bed. My eyes are rimmed with dark circles I don't even attempt to conceal. A pair of glasses will do the trick.
You look horrible.
Georgina greets me in the breakfast room with her usual kindness.
Did you have a restless night?
Paul turns his head toward me and I debate how I should react. It wouldn't surprise me if he thinks I slept with Neil. I sort of did, I answer without further explanation. The server brings a plate of fresh fruit when I spot Neil at the bar. He waves and I wave back. It feels good to see a friendly face.
You have an admirer.
Georgina takes a bite of the whole grain bread that she lathered with. Nothing. Yes, it's called being nice to people, I answer in a syrupy tone. You should try it. It's miraculous. I can teach you if you want. She pinches her lips and a hint of amusement appears on Paul's face, which he hides behind the restaurant menu. A giggle behind me makes me turn my head. A young woman winks at me. This country is made for me. I love the people. When we get on the plane 2 hours later, Paul and I are sitting together. I should change places with Georgina. She'll stop giving me dirty looks and it'll improve my karma. The flight will only last 80 minutes, but I can't face Paul's hostility today. I'd rather arrive in Melbourne with a clear head and a light heart. Discovering a new city is exciting, and I don't want Paul to spoil the day with his remarks. I'm going to sit with Oliver, I tell him. You'll miss me, but I hope it doesn't hurt you too much. I pat him on the shoulder. I'll be 2 rows away. If you can't bear without me, you know where to find me. Oh, and I promise not to kiss anyone during the flight. However, I won't make any promises for after we land. I stand, but he takes hold of my hand.
Please stay.
How is it possible that by merely touching your hand and uttering 2 words someone could make your body melt? I'm at a loss for words. I drown in his eyes, which look at me with warmth. I read a lot of emotions within them, and it's overwhelming. I fall back down on my seat and stare out the window, hoping my smile isn't too goofy. What has happened since last night? I thought after finding me with Neil he'd be more caustic this morning. Did he too spend a sleepless night musing over our almost kiss? You never know. Miracles happen every day. We don't talk at all during the trip. His eyes remain closed, but he holds my hand in his and brushes my palm. I don't ask any questions. I don't want him to stop, and I don't want to argue. I take refuge in this bubble where everything's for the best in the best of all possible worlds. Georgina bursts my happy bubble a little before we land when she comes over to talk to Paul about the day's schedule. He doesn't let go of my hand, but when Georgina's eyes flash with anger, I pull it away and fumble with my purse.
They say in Melbourne, you can experience the 4 seasons in one day. I think that will be the case today.
Oliver says when we hit the ground. He's right. By the time we hop into a taxi, the sun is hiding and a strong wind begins to blow. A few hours later, it's raining. It doesn't ruin my day though. It's interesting accompanying Oliver while he shows us his downtown shops and the 2 locations where he plans to open new boutiques. This city feels like home, I confess during lunch.
It's because you hear Greek everywhere you go.
Paul says with a smile that hasn't left his face since this morning and which warms my heart. It's true. Melbourne has the largest Greek community in the world outside of Greece, but it's more than that. I find it more welcoming than Sydney in a way.
That's why my heart sways between the 2.
Oliver says.
Nothing beats the beaches of Sydney, but for food and art, I prefer Melbourne by far. I have to take you on a tour tonight, so you'll understand.
I expect Paul to find an excuse to refuse, but I'm wrong. He says he's looking forward to it. After an interesting yet marathon-like day, we end up at a jazz dining club late in the evening. I love jazz and am glad to be here. On top of that, Paul participates in every conversation, adding to my giddiness. He's in a good mood, and he reminds me of the man I fell in love with. Although he makes no special effort to speak to me, he doesn't provoke me either. When our eyes meet, it's as if we're alone in the world, as if we're both waiting for the moment to be alone. What has sparkled this feeling? All he's done was hold my hand on the plane. Yet since this morning everything's different, and Oliver has noticed.
Have you managed the impossible? I get the impression the sky has cleared.
He whispers in my ear. Who can say? Maybe it's the calm before the storm.
It's a possibility, but I'd advise you to take advantage of the lull.
Paul is watching us, but there's no trace of the usual contempt in his gaze. Not even when I laugh and touch Oliver's hand. I'm dying to ask him what's changed, but I'm scared to hear him say I'm deluding myself. After a pleasant evening that even Georgina, who tried to grab Paul's attention all night, either by asking him constant questions or touching his arm or offering to share her food, didn't spoil, we walked to our hotel in the Fitzroy neighborhood. On the way, we chat with Oliver, who tells us about his parents who met in Melbourne. One was from Canberra, the other from Brisbane.
They settled in Sydney after flipping a coin to choose between Sydney and Melbourne because neither was ready to live in the other's hometown.
I understand where your original side comes from, I tease.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you some stories about my family. To decide my name, they made me pick one of 3 small papers. I was lucky. I could have been Hugh, as my mother is a fan of Hugh Grant, or Alastair, named for my father's great-uncle who made his fortune in South America. Rumor is he founded a train company.
Everyone laughs. Oliver is a fun person to have around and someone who'll stay in my life as a friend. At the hotel, Georgina bolts with a scowl when Paul reminds her she has to make a few phone calls. Because of the time difference, we sometimes have to call people in the early morning here. I thank Oliver for a lovely evening and turn to walk to the elevator when he stops me.
Arianna, can I talk to you and Paul for a minute?
Of course. I walk back to where he's standing with Paul.
I'd like to invite you both to a friend's estate in the Yarra Valley tomorrow. I'm thinking of using his place to launch the new line, and I'd appreciate your opinion before putting things in motion. I'm envisioning a weekend for the franchisees, distributors, and journalists. What do you say?
It sounds like an excellent idea.
I agree. Thank you for the invitation.
Paul says. I let them work out the details and head to my room. 10 minutes later, I'm getting ready for bed when someone knocks. I know it's Paul before I open the door because that sweet feeling of wonderful anticipation didn't leave me all day long. We stare at each other in silence for a few seconds before he takes a step toward me. He undoes my hair and draws me to him. His hand cradles my cheek, his fingers gentle against my skin as if he's holding something precious. Our lips brush against each other, his breath mingling with mine. Warm and inviting. An electric thrill courses through my body. I haven't stopped wondering how our kiss would have been if we weren't interrupted yesterday. Now I have the answer. It's perfect. A combination of passion and tenderness that melts my heart. Our first kiss during the premiere of Nathan's movie came out of nowhere. I didn't have time to savor it. But this is a kiss that goes beyond anything I've ever dreamed of. Do I have questions? Of course. Do I want answers? No. Not at this moment anyway. The past. Our problems vanish when his lips touch mine. He unbuttons the top of my pajamas and soon I'm standing there in my purple bra. Before I freak out, he lifts me up and strides to the bed. Any coherent thought flies away. I know one thing, my body needs him. I need him. When he starts peppering little kisses on my bare skin, it's clear in my heart and my mind that I won't stop him. I don't want to stop him. His sizzling gaze makes me tremble with desire and I begin to fight with the buttons of his shirt when he takes my hands in his and stops me.
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
I remain speechless, unable to move. In hindsight, I should have asked those questions. It would have helped me avoid being humiliated and finding myself almost naked in the arms of someone who doesn't want to want me. Well done, Arianna. My eyes well up, but I refuse to cry in front of him. Even better, I won't cry at all. I jump up, grab my pajama top and dash off to the bathroom. Hopefully he'll have disappeared when I come back. But before I get away, he reaches for my hand and makes me turn toward him. He tucks a lock of my hair behind my ear.
I don't want us to make love when there's still so much animosity between us, so many things left to say. Please spend the day with me tomorrow.
His voice caresses my ears as his hand caresses the back of my neck, and I yearn to snuggle against him and say yes. Moments before I was mad at myself for giving in to his touch, and now I'm considering spending the day with him. What's wrong with me? Lexi's voice resonates in my head. You're just in love. I can't refute it, but since when does being in love mean losing one's mental faculties? I ask the sole question I'm capable of in my state of total confusion. Why?
Because I want to spend time with you, to explain myself. I want you to have the chance to say no. Give me a day. I promise you won't regret it.
My voice of reason keeps telling me it's a terrible idea, but I'm not even pretending to reflect. What would be the point? I'm dying to find out what he has to say, and to have the possibility to call him out and give him a piece of my mind about how he behaved in Santorini and ever since. If he's ready to explain himself, I'm willing to listen. His words sound sincere and I'm all for second chances. The decision of what to do after I hear him out is still mine, and that's my power. Okay. He tilts his head ever so slightly and our lips meet in a sweet kiss filled with care and vulnerability.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I hear the door closing, but I need a little time to get back to reality. Maybe I shouldn't be so negative. After all, he invited me to spend the day with him. I video call the girls and tell them everything.
I can't believe it.
Lexi exclaimed, sitting straighter on her office chair.
Please describe everything that happened.
Lexi, I don't know what happened.
Of course you do. He sees what a great person you are, and he admitted to being in love with you.
That conclusion is a tad far-fetched, don't you think?
She's right,
Christine adds.
He didn't say it with words, but my God, Arianna, he couldn't be more explicit. He refused to make love with you to give you time to clear the air. He said, I want you to have the chance to say no. What could be more romantic?
The girls cheer me up and make me believe in miracles for a short while. Chapter 10. I wake up early with conflicting emotions swirling around my heart. There's joy at the thought of the day ahead, but also fear this is all a misunderstanding. I have no reason to worry though, because when Paul comes to get me half an hour later, his beaming smile shows he's as impatient about this day as I am.
I thought we could plan our day while having breakfast. I noticed a charming coffee shop yesterday a few blocks from here. Does that work for you?
It sounds perfect. The coffee shop is quaint and lovely and everything we order is delicious. Paul has coffee and a croissant.
The first time I tasted a croissant was at a small bakery in Paris, and I fell in love with their croissants. Since then I can't help but order them wherever I am in the world, but it never tastes the same.
So you're human after all. His voice is teasing when he says,
Is that a prelude of what will follow? You won't spare me anything? Not that I don't deserve it.
No, if I did that it'd be too brutal for you. I trace the handle of my cup. You couldn't handle it. He erupts into a fit of laughter and holds out his hand to remove a chocolate chip from the corner of my mouth, his fingers lingering for a few seconds on my skin.
Not even if I told you I don't mind? I want this day to be a new start for us.
At his words, butterflies dance in my stomach. And my heart sings. We'll see. It's a pretty promise, but I doubt you'll be able to keep it. A shadow crosses his face for a fleeting moment.
You're right to be wary. One day won't be enough to make up for these recent months, but I hope it'll be a good start.
Well, then we'll see how long you'll refrain from making any accusations. Color me cynical, but I can't imagine what's changed since yesterday. I keep my tone light because I don't want to ruin the mood. I have questions and I want answers, but I also want him to keep his promise. Of course, it would be a lie if I said I don't want to provoke him, to test his limits, which makes his words ring true when he accused me of doing everything I could to reinforce his negative opinion of me.
I can tell you what changed. I'm ready to do that.
But am I ready to hear it? His tone is sincere and I believe him, but the fear I won't like what he has to say lingers. Let's start with you telling me what you plan for our day, I hedge. Then you have all day to explain things. He nods in understanding. Maybe I'm a coward, but I want some time with him before I decide if I forgive him. Because by the end of the day, it'll come to this.
I thought it'd be interesting to visit some other districts around Melbourne, but it's up to you to decide where you want to go.
That's a wonderful idea, but do we have time? Aren't we going with Oliver to Yarra Valley?
I spoke with Oliver. We can join him tonight or tomorrow, but the day is ours. As for Georgina, she went home.
The spoon tumbles from my hand. She went back.
Both Oliver and Cindy prefer to work with you, so I didn't have much of a choice.
I know he's teasing me. They're too professional to have ever said anything of the sort, but I'm so relieved she's not here anymore that I don't challenge him. Then everything's perfect. I read Melbourne has some exceptional galleries. I'd love to visit a few.
No reason to wait if you're finished with breakfast. Where would you like to start?
I take out my phone. Let me open a map. After going through a few articles, I decide on the Central Business District.
You're lucky. I'm familiar with the neighborhood. Its parks and buildings alone are worth seeing.
If it's going to be boring for you, we can go elsewhere. He waves the server over to pay.
No, I want you to have fun.
You don't have to worry about that. Every time I travel, I have a good time. I always find something that interests me.
That's what I'm starting to see.
The atmosphere shifts to one of awkwardness. I feel exposed and vulnerable under his scrutiny, and I don't enjoy the feeling. He stands and holds out his hand. I have a brief moment of hesitation before taking it, but this isn't the moment to question him or myself.
We're going north of the Yarra River. From here, it's better to take a bus.
He suggests. I follow along, and after a short trip, we arrive. We hit the pavement, and it's like I'm walking in a European city. Yesterday we saw a few places, but we mostly stayed indoors. Today we have the time to feel the rhythm of the city. I like the mix of contemporary and Victorian-style buildings, I say, admiring a Victorian house next to a cafe with a charming facade.
It's one of the most pleasant cities in the world for walking.
He turns to me.
Did you know it's considered the Garden City of Australia?
I gesture with my hand to the garden before us. Easy to see why. Can we visit the Flagstaff Gardens? He stops and takes my face in his hands.
As I said, it's your day, and we'll do whatever you wish.
It may sound stupid, but I believe him. I nod without saying a word because I don't want him to notice my anxiety. He gets the message as he doesn't insist.
So why the Flagstaff Gardens? I would have thought you'd like to see the Royal Botanic Gardens since they're more well-known.
I have a weakness for anything related to history. I read last night it was Melbourne's first park.
True. It was established in 1862. I have an idea to make our visit more interesting.
I can't wait. After we've explored every small street and major avenue of the district, I check my watch. 3 hours have gone by. I hope you noticed I didn't buy anything, I point out, standing in front of a craft shop nestled in a small alley.
But you want to.
Superficial one day, superficial every. I don't have time to finish my sentence. He cuts me off with a kiss that leaves me breathless. When we come up for air, I say, kissing me won't make me forget what you've been telling me for months.
No, but I have more than one card up my sleeve.
Glad to hear it, but don't hesitate to use this one. For the moment it works just fine.
I promise to obey,
He says, his voice laced with laughter. It's a miracle we can joke after the hostility of the last few weeks. That and the anticipation of another kiss make my heart take fly. I stop short in front of a building and he nearly falls into me. Look at this street. It's called Spring Street. Let's see if it surprises us.
You won't be disappointed if you learn the name doesn't refer to the season.
He says as he takes my hand. A little. In my imagination it's called Spring Street because every Monday in spring florists would sell flowers for $1 a bouquet to attract customers, and the whole street would turn into a giant flower shop.
Why doesn't it surprise me you have such an imagination?
He asked. It turns out on Spring Street we find some important buildings, including the Parliament and the old Treasury building, all I need to satisfy my love of history, but soon I'm starving.
Let's head to the Queen Victoria Market.
He suggests when I mention it. Yes, let's do that. I love markets. I never miss visiting them during my travels. This one is particularly alive, the colors and the smells competing to attract our attention. There's even music and we stay to listen for a while. It's hard to choose what to taste, everything is so tempting, I say after we visit several stalls.
I agree. Let's have a picnic. What do you say?
I say it's a perfect idea with this weather. We buy homemade pasta, antipasti, some local cheeses and seafood specialties. A wine from the Yarra Valley and a few exotic fruits complete our meal. My day couldn't unfold any better. Less than 10 minutes later, we get to the Flagstaff Gardens and find a spot under the shade of a giant tree. A peaceful atmosphere reigns and the sun's rays are warm and comforting against my skin. Young people walk around us, families and children having fun, yet it feels as if we have the place to ourselves. Paul spreads out the disposable tablecloth we bought and displays our food. We've been walking since 9 o'clock in the morning and it's past 2. We chat about our day while we taste everything we bought. I heave a sigh of contentment as I take a bite of a savory crab sandwich. This is the best picnic I've ever had. He brings my hand to his lips and kisses my palm. His touch is so tender my eyes fill with tears. I don't want him to notice, so I glance down at the basket. He searches my face.
What is it? Did I do or say something to upset you? Is it because you're mad at me for everything that's happened since Santorini? I don't blame you, and I don't expect you to believe me, but I'm truly sorry.
His tone sounds so sincere I can't hold back my tears anymore. Well done not showing my vulnerability. He pulls me closer and strokes my hair.
It's my fault. I'd like to reverse time and not behave like an arrogant fool, as you so aptly put it.
My heart beats faster. It's as if holding me in his arms is enough to make me want to reset everything and start anew. He kisses my eyelids, drying my tears. When I pull myself together, he leans on the trunk of the tree, still holding me tight.
I hate being the cause of your grief. If you want to talk about it, I'm ready.
I turn toward him with determination. I want to talk about it, but not today. Today I want to have a peaceful moment with you. He kisses the top of my head, and we spend the remainder of our time talking about everything and nothing. Our travels. The campaign. Amy and Ethan, our favorite foods. And our worst dates. I see a glimpse of the Paul I first fell in love with. We bicker, but with no animosity. You choose our next stop, I say a while later.
Then my choice is easy. You can't come to Melbourne and not see the Greek neighborhood.
I throw my arms around his neck to kiss him. He deepens the kiss, and for a moment I forget we have things to discuss and our relationship is fragile. And it amazes me that it's even possible. It's as if doubts and grievances vanish when we kiss. The Greek district with its small cafes and little shops transports us to the Mediterranean. I can't resist buying several traditional Greek cakes for Oliver and his friends. To hear Greek spoken in a country on the other side of the world is both moving and disconcerting. It's hard to imagine what it must have been like to come here from such a distant and different country. I guess it's the same feeling for most immigrants, and Australia is the perfect place to experience this reality. I've traveled everywhere, yet I still feel out of my element here. We stop for a snack at a cafe, where a picture of Santorini on the wall sends a pang of longing through me.
Do you miss home?
Paul asks, following my stare. Traveling is wonderful, but I'm one of those people who need a place to get back to. I love living in Springville, but when I feel blue, Santorini is where I want to be.
Are you feeling blue?
Seeing the worried line on his forehead, I hasten to reassure him. No, not at all. I meant in general. Today I feel anything but blue. And since we're close, let's go visit Little Italy in Chinatown. What do you say?
So you want to go around the world in a few hours?
You bet I do. I move in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, but he tugs me toward him for a more intense kiss that makes my heart race. We walk to Chinatown, one of the oldest in the world, founded in 1850. The 5 majestic doors at the entrance impress me. Inside, a rich explosion of red, yellow and blue surrounds us. A thing of beauty that expresses the community and culture of its inhabitants. This is what draws me into these places when I travel, the desire and the ability to create the familiar in their new home. Then we head to Lygon Street, where Italy took home. We have fun saying the names of restaurants and cafes out loud. Let's buy a panino, I say. Paul grins.
So you'll share with me?
What? No. Did I say that? I huff, faking annoyance. Fine, I'll share, but only because I'm not sure I can finish it after the lunch we had. But who can say no to a panino? Not me. We walk around for another hour, and then we decide to finish the day in the district of St. Kilda.
Melbourne's tram network is world-renowned for its density. It'd be a shame not to take the tram at least once,
Paul says as we head to a stop. It takes us half an hour to get there. A concert is in full swing when we arrive.
It's part of a 7-day festival focused on artists from the city,
Explains a woman we ask about the band. I read it was once the favored place of the city's high society, I say to Paul.
It doesn't surprise me. The sandy beach alone would be enough to attract people.
When it's time to go back, sadness overwhelms me. This day was an enchanted parenthesis, but a deep wave of anxiety bubbles up in my chest as I contemplate what the future may hold. Paul's voice distracts me from my thoughts.
I have one last surprise for you.
My jaw drops when a few steps farther, several cute pygmy penguins come out of their rocks to look for food. I couldn't imagine a nicer end to our day. On the way back, Paul suggests we take the time to explore the Yarra Valley tomorrow morning and arrive at Oliver's friend's house late in the afternoon. I agree, thrilled at the prospect of having more alone time with him. As he doesn't say anything to hint at his plans for the rest of our evening, I'm preparing to spend the night alone, even though it's not what I want. I might burn my fingers, but I can't bring myself to leave his side after such a day. Be that as it may, his guarded expression dissuades me from talking to him about it. I'm not up for a new rejection. It turns out my fears are unfounded. When we get to the hotel and go up to our floor, he enters my room with me and takes my hand in his, turning me to face him. He strokes my cheek.
All day, I dreamed of the moment when I could take you in my arms, kiss you, and make love with you. But something tells me there will be a perfect time for that, and it's not tonight. Neither for you nor for me.
I'm about to protest, but when his lips meet mine in a searing kiss, I see the promise of an even more magical moment, and he's right. I prefer to wait. And the waiting part is starting out great because I don't have to wait alone. We sit on the balcony side by side talking about our day and other light topics that help ease my stress. I never imagined we would be so far away from home when you'd make me overlook your unspeakable behavior, I tease. Because let's face it, your behavior was unspeakable.
Can you keep a secret? I didn't expect it either. I did everything to resist you, I swear. But yesterday, I had to lay down my arms. I suspect you were a witch in another life, a witch with the power to melt people's hearts and make everyone smile.
He pauses.
When I saw Neil joking with you, I came to accept that no matter how hard I fight my feelings, it will be pointless. I admitted once and for all that I want to be the one who makes you smile, the one you joke with, and the one who takes care of you. And yes, I'm ashamed of my behavior. I'm going to do everything in my power to make things right between us.
Are you sure the perfect moment isn't now? I whisper, running my hands over his chest. Because it feels like it to me. His lips brush against mine, sending a tingle through my body.
Yes, I am. I want you to have the time to decide if you can forgive me, and be sure you won't regret it. I'm not convinced yet that's the case.
Then talk to me. Tell me why you were so determined to reject me if you were attracted to me. He rubs his neck.
I don't know where to start. While sometimes you did everything in your power to drive me wild, I should have never behaved the way I did, starting with our conversation in Santorini.
What happened? I was so stunned by your reaction. I spent days searching for an answer, but still today I can't imagine what went on.
I can try to explain, but I don't have any excuse.
He lifts my fingers and kisses them.
You're struggling to keep your eyes open. Is it okay if?
That's the last thing I remember when I wake up. A fleeting memory of him carrying me to bed flashes in my mind as I get out of bed. A shoot of disappointment courses through me to have fallen asleep instead of listening to what he had to say, but I suppress the feeling. We have time. What matters is what my heart tells me, and it tells me to trust him. It might be foolish and I should keep my guard up, but I won't. If I were a romantic comedy heroine, readers would be mad at me for not pushing for answers, but there comes a time when a romantic comedy heroine has to follow her heart. If I fail, it's on me and I will deal with it in good time. An hour later, we rent a car to drive to Yarra Valley. We travel through a beautiful landscape that changes with each passing kilometer. Large vineyards, quaint villages, thick forests and national parks are dotted along the way. At noon we stop at a small inn where we taste local wines and cheeses. At some point we choose to take the Black Spur, a winding road that takes us through the rainforest. We pause along our journey multiple times, stopping at designated picnic areas and hiking trails to admire the picturesque sight of the valleys. We take fun photos, we kiss, and we even go for a quick half-hour hike. Can we? I trail off and he smiles.
Stay here. Not let anyone burst our bubble. We don't need to do this. This isn't a bubble, it's a glimpse of our future.
He places light kisses on my neck and my breath hitches when he meets my lips with a tenderness that shows me how much he wants me to believe him. When we arrive at the domain of Andrea and Nicholas, Oliver's friends, it's clear why he considers the place for presenting the new collection. It's an immense property situated close to a lake. 4 charming little houses they rent to tourists surround the central building, and in the lush garden we're welcomed by parrots perched in the trees. As the couple and Oliver approach to greet us, Oliver fixes his eyes on our hands.
I was wondering if you were going to find the way. But I see there was a reason for the delay.
I blush while Paul puts his arm around my shoulders.
I'm glad to meet you,
Andrea says, hugging us. Nicholas offers right away to show us to our cottage. Paul asks me with his eyes if I'm okay with sleeping in the same space, and I squeeze his hand in response. We walk with Nicholas and Andrea to a charming cottage with a splendid view of the lake and the mountains. We're too excited to rest, so after freshening up we join the others for an aperitif on the veranda. Soon we dive into the details of Oliver's idea to host the new collection launch here, but I barely contribute to the conversation. Paul and Oliver attempt to include me, but they don't need my input, they have everything under control. I can't focus. My mind is elsewhere. On the day I spent with Paul and how perfect it was. It was like a romantic walk out of time, but I'm surprised my heart can forgive him so quickly. On the way over, he tried to resume our conversation from yesterday, but I said it can wait. No matter the reason for his behavior, I can get past it. Because I know the real Paul, the one I was friends with before our meeting in Santorini, the one whom I got reacquainted with yesterday and today. The one Amy loves. I can't fathom what made him refuse to even consider a relationship with me last summer, but I have the time and the will to understand. When we return to the cottage a while later, we sit on a bench in front of the lake.
Can you guess my first thought when we met?
He asked, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. That I was going to shake up your life.
That you had the most beautiful smile in the world. But yes, that too.
I give him a playful shove on the arm.
Do you know what I think today? That you can make my everyday life special, that you can make me happy, and most of all that I want to see your smile at every moment, and do everything I can to make sure you'll never stop smiling. Is it crazy to lower your guard and admit you're in love?
His words tug at the strings of my heart, and when our lips meet, the world around us seems to pause in time. I forget how to breathe. At the same moment, we jump up and run toward the house. As soon as we walk through the door, his fingers untie my hair. This is the moment I've been waiting for. That we've been waiting for. Our bodies press close together and my pulse quickens. He unties the knot of my dress, letting it slip down my shoulders. His touch feels light and electric at the same time, and the warmth of his breath against my skin sends a wave of anticipation rippling through me. His hands move down my sides, tracing the curves of my body with his fingertips with delicate, gentle touches as if he's memorizing them. He pauses at my waist before trailing further down, coming to rest at the small of my back. His lips brush mine, sending a wave of dizziness through me as my body melts into his. He intensifies the kiss, as if he's trying to convey something that words can't. We take our time exploring each other exactly as I dreamed our first time would be. Once our hearts return to their normal rhythm, he draws me to his chest.
Do you think I was right? That there was a perfect moment for this?
Actually, you were wrong.
Oh?
I think it would be perfect no matter the place or time.
Then I have to do everything I can to prove you right.
He says, his fingers moving back down my arm to trace the curves of my body, which surrenders once again to his tender caresses. It's late morning when we join the main house the next day. Oliver is getting ready to leave, and we follow suit. We both would like to stay longer, but there are a few things to do before our flight and time is running short. We thank Andrea and Nicholas for their hospitality. While we only spent a few hours with them, they were some of the most precious hours of my life. Back in Sydney, we tick through some critical details and key points with Oliver and Cindy before rushing to the airport. Our plane takes off at midnight, and Oliver insists on accompanying us. As we say goodbye, he says with a mischievous smile,
I knew he was crazy about you. You must admit you owe me a little of your happiness.
I do. And that's why I'll show your picture to some of my friends. I bet I'll find one who will make you fall in love, since you're having trouble finding a pretty Australian. He opens his eyes wide.
Having trouble? I'll have you know I'm a coveted bachelor. I'm just looking for the right one.
I'd like to say you're bragging, but the attention you draw wherever you go supports your claim. Paul, who had gone to check our luggage, returns at the moment Oliver and I share a hug. His smile contrasts so much with the stern look he wore when he saw me with Oliver the day we arrived, I can't help but laugh. On the plane, when I explain the reason behind my laughter, he whispers,
The odds of you ever letting me forget it aren't on my side. Are they?
It depends on how hard you try to make it happen, I whisper back, pressing a tender kiss to his lips. Chapter 11. Once we land at home, I have trouble being away from him. We haven't discussed the future of our relationship, but in my mind things are clear, we're in love. We'll put the past behind us and move on hand in hand. It wasn't just 2 enchanting days we spent together, it was the beginning of a promising relationship. This period of bliss continues all week, although we're both so busy we can only steal a few minutes here and there to be alone. That doesn't stop Ethan from noticing things have changed. I hope not everyone is so perceptive. But as nice as it may be to dream and to believe in fairy tales, reality often catches up with us. When I arrive at the office on Monday, a week after our return from Australia, I'm greeted by long faces and a moody atmosphere. I haven't even turned on my computer when Paul barges into my office.
Come with me.
I'm surprised by his dry tone and cool expression. Something's going on. I follow him, curious about what triggered this change in his attitude. As soon as he closes the door, he sits at his desk and turns his computer toward me. Looking at the screen, I see a series of posters that look similar to those I designed, only the name of the company isn't the Anderson Company but that of their biggest competitor. The layout is nearly identical, down to the color palette. I sink into the chair, blinking to make the images disappear. This can't be happening. What are these? What's going on? I ask, hoping a logical explanation exists.
You're working for someone else.
For a moment, I'm unable to utter a single word. When the shock wears off, I react. I'm working for someone else. Have you lost your mind? He turns the laptop toward him, looking down at it.
Explain to me how one of our biggest competitors would have heard of our campaign otherwise.
I stand and pace back and forth. I don't know. It's not like I'm working on it alone.
You're the only one who's new here. My team is above suspicion.
A shiver runs through my body and a heavy weight constricts my heart. I wait for him to look up. When he meets my stare, I say, why would I compromise my ethics and my professional future by doing something so stupid? That he questions my integrity tells me he never changed his mind about me. It tells me everything we had together has been a lie.
I have no idea who you are, or how much money may have been involved. When money comes into play, people forget ethics. This email arrived last night on my personal email account. Someone has decided to have a conscience.
His tone is cold, detached, and yet I hope he's not serious. I take a breath. Do you have any idea of the consequences such a rumor would have on my reputation? A shadow of darkness flashes in his eyes, but he doesn't offer me any response. How can you even entertain the thought I'd do something like this? You're pathetic. I'm so mad I don't even feel sad anymore. Instead, indignation surges through me. I worked hard for this campaign, going several nights without sleep. I even anticipated such a problem, but I never imagined Paul would accuse me of being disloyal. Not in my worst nightmares.
I'm describing things as they are. We lost 2 months of work, and our time is running out. Unless you're a genius and can pull another campaign out of your hat, we risk the future of the company. I knew it was a bad idea to hire you.
Why? Because you're in love with me and you can't stand it. You should grow up and admit that if you can't speak to me in a civilized tone or trust me to do my job, it's because you regret what happened between us. You fear losing control and you hate that. I lean in and look him straight in the eye. Well, you don't have to worry anymore. I also regret what happened between us, and I don't want anything to do with you anymore. You can sleep in peace, you no longer have to fear temptation. Now excuse me, but I've got work to do. I intend to get to the bottom of this mess. As I march out of his office, I walk past Georgina, who's wearing a smug smile. I don't pay her any attention. I'm sure Paul will be glad to brighten her day with a recount of what happened when she asks what's going on. I return to my desk, shaken. No matter how appalling and idiotic Paul's behavior is, the problem we have is serious. I set off to see Ethan, hoping he can shed some light on the whole situation. I find him in his office, his features drawn like he hasn't slept in days.
Arianna, I'm sorry your work was compromised,
he says, and his words warm my heart. I sit in front of him with a sigh. Me too. Do you have any information about what's going on?
It's someone from the inside. This isn't our first rodeo. The year after we took over the company, we had to deal with an employee who sold off the designs for our entire collection of boots.
He rubs his temple.
Paul called Ryan, our lawyer, so he can inform the other company that if they use our campaign, they'll be prosecuted.
That's good, but it doesn't solve our problem. Even if they don't use it, we can't continue with the initial campaign. It's already been leaked and everyone will focus on that.
We don't have time to start over, Arianna. We can postpone the launch of the collection for a few days, but we can't do it indefinitely.
I take a few moments to gather my thoughts. At least I have someone to plan with rather than fight. We have a month. Don't forget our backup plan, we could use it now. The contracts were to be signed this week, and the photo sessions were supposed to start on Friday. His eyes spark with interest. Since it was a campaign based on posters and social media, the expenses were limited. Nothing prevents us from going in another direction. He rummages around, pushing aside some papers and flicks through a file before turning to me.
Your other campaign idea is perfect, but it takes time to coordinate everything, and it doesn't depend solely on you. I thought of using it for an upcoming collection.
I know, but with a few modifications it could work. Give me some time. I'm confident I can find a solution.
I trust you, but I'm still worried.
Don't be. I have someone in mind who can help, and I'll work day and night until my efforts come to fruition. Give me a few hours to present you with a coherent project.
Let's try then. It's not like we have a better alternative.
I stay at my office all day refining the concept. When I'm satisfied with the result, I go see Ethan with my final proposition.
It's a long shot, but we could pull it off,
he says after he reads through the proposal, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
How did you make so much progress so fast?
I never work without a safety net. I already had a few more ideas ready when I suggested the first concept. What if you hadn't liked it? So I'd outlined another campaign but hadn't finalized it yet. It was only when I heard the girls in Sydney talking about their dates that I knew how I should proceed. With this campaign, we'll address the romantic side of women. Whether they're doctors, cashiers, stay-at-home moms or astronauts, they all have a love life, for which a pair of shoes can be a valuable ally. He goes through the file for another few moments.
As I said, it's brilliant. You have the green light. I'll talk to Paul and my grandfather, but I'm sure they won't have any objections.
One more thing. We should let everyone believe we're continuing with the old campaign. I want very few people to be in the know, and this time I'd like to choose them. He tilts his head forward in agreement.
I understand. Do what you think is best. I know you'll make the right decision.
He pats me on the head with the file.
I don't.
Paul's voice makes me jump.
I knew you would run to Ethan to complain, but you won't undertake anything without my consent. I want to be informed of every detail.
Ethan shoots daggers at his brother.
You can't seriously blame Arianna for the campaign leak.
Why not? Who else could be responsible?
Arianna has worked hard for this campaign, and she's already found a solution to get us through the whole ordeal. What more do you need?
While Ethan tries to reason with Paul, I don't waste time doing the same. Why not? I say to him. How about because you know deep down I'm innocent? If you fancy following me around, be my guest. It should be fun. Just remember, it's my campaign and my responsibility. Ethan can try to convince you all he wants to back our plan, but if you ask me, you have no choice. Either you accept my solution or you find yourself with a failed campaign and frustrated distributors who may abandon ship. His accusation, while painful, spurs me on and fills me with the energy I need to ignore him and focus on the task ahead. I feel stronger and more determined than ever to save the campaign. Paul thinks I'm incompetent and even worse, without any ethics, but I have the perfect plan B and absolute confidence in its success. I don't wait for his response. I spun on my heel and returned to my desk. A few phone calls later, I'm reassured I have things under control. The person I needed to convince to help me is Katie, an author friend of mine, and she greeted my idea with enthusiasm, assuring me I can count on her. The next morning, I have an appointment with the entire team to talk with them about the progress of the original campaign. It's a diversion, of course. As we agreed with Ethan, we'll continue to pretend it's still relevant. When I enter the room, I notice Mr. Anderson is there, which doesn't surprise me. He must be beside himself. Everyone is au courant of what happened. I heard several employees talking about it before I left work yesterday, but I prefer to start off by stating what remains to be done and behave as if the campaign being copied is irrelevant. Georgina's lips curve into a smirk as she opens her mouth to taunt me.
Are you aware our largest competitor is preparing a campaign identical to ours? How will it be perceived if we launch after them?
She perches in her chair, watching everyone's reaction.
It will be an admission of weakness, don't you think?
She looks around again, searching for approval from the others, and Paul responds to her comment with a nod. I try my hardest to keep the sorrow out of my voice as I address her in a steady voice. So, what are you suggesting? That we abandon a campaign we've worked on for months to go in another direction? We don't have the time for that. She tilts her head up, appearing impossibly snobbish.
It would be wiser to go back to our original plans. I'm confident it will be a success as it has been in the past. As I said before, this campaign was a mistake from the very beginning.
She crosses her arms like a toddler, daring their parents to disagree with them. Yet our competitors found it good enough to copy it. Sorry, but I refuse to give up. I place my hands on the conference table. Even if their campaign resembles ours, there's time to change meaningful details and rise to the occasion. I'll work on it tonight and we'll reconvene tomorrow.
I agree with Arianna.
Ethan interjects.
We won't back down, because unscrupulous employees have put our work in peril.
He looks at Georgina and Paul.
Speaking of, you should know an investigation is underway to find the person involved in this disaster.
Georgina emits a surprised sound that makes all eyes turn to her.
What? It's obvious it's Arianna, right? Who else could have done such a thing?
Why would I jeopardize my professional future? I ask, admiring her nerve in spite of myself. She scoffs.
For the money, of course.
I shouldn't take the bait, but I so want to. It's Ethan's subtle nod that dissuades me.
This isn't up for discussion. The subject is closed. Arianna remains the head of the team, and whatever she says goes.
To say I love him in this moment would be an understatement. As soon as the meeting is over, I beeline for the door. Paul's voice stops me.
Arianna?
I turn. Yes. Is there something else? Any other accusations? His expression turns somber, and I hope he'll say he knows I'd never do something so awful. But no. His next words show me I'm deluding myself.
Don't forget you have to keep me informed of everything.
I never forget anything you say to me. Now, if I should pay attention to what you say, it's a whole different story. Georgina, who pretended to be gathering her papers to buy time, approaches us.
Paul, I don't understand.
She zeroes on him.
You said you won't permit her to imperil the future of the company. We talked about it.
Don't worry. I won't let anyone harm the company.
Her satisfied smile makes me wince. I wonder if she gave away the campaign. But unlike her and Paul, I won't accuse anyone without proof. He'd never believe me anyway. For him, Georgina can do no wrong.
We should revert to our usual campaign,
she says, trailing her manicured to perfection hand on his arm longer than necessary. If Paul notices it, he doesn't seem annoyed, which makes my heart sink. Was it only a week ago that the two of us were in Australia, curled up in each other?
Georgina, we'll get to the bottom of this. Don't worry,
he says. I leave them alone and take refuge in my office. Focusing on my work becomes an impossible task as I'm consumed by the memory of the night we spent in Yarra Valley, the words he spoke and the way his hands felt on my body. When someone knocks on the door, I look up to see Paul's grandfather in the doorway.
Arianna, can we talk?
His voice is soft. Of course. Please come in. He sits, addressing me with a kind smile.
I can see you're sad and upset, and you have every right to be, but he only tries to protect himself.
His words catch me off guard and I scoff. To protect himself. It's not worth pretending I don't know whom he's talking about.
Yes. Let me take you out to lunch. We need to talk.
I could say no, but it's not Mr. Anderson's fault his grandson is an idiot, and I'm curious to find out what he means by he tries to protect himself. Around noon we meet in a small restaurant a few steps from the office. We place our order before he brings up the subject.
I understand you're mad at him. You think he doesn't trust you and that it's unfair, but there could be a reason for his behavior.
I'm sorry, but I don't see what could excuse his lack of faith in me. Because I can assure you, I had nothing to do with what happened.
Arianna,
he says in a warm, calm voice.
No one thinks you had anything to do with that. Not even Paul. Trust me on this.
Of course he does. I'm sure he blames me for climate change and all the other misfortunes of the world. He pats my hand with a hearty laugh.
You and Paul would be perfect together. You love him, but be honest with yourself. You don't trust him either.
I don't know. I want to say I don't love him, that my feelings aren't that strong, but I'd be lying. Mr. Anderson is right. I do love him. Not because he makes my heart beat faster, not because his smile makes me melt, but because I want to see him happy, to make him happy. Yes, you're right. I love him. But it's not me who doesn't trust, it's him.
Are you sure?
I'm quick to reply. I don't understand why you would doubt that. Maybe you're not aware, but during our trip to Australia I gave him the chance to explain himself, to spend time with me, and I believed him when he said he regretted his past behavior. He nods.
It was a wise and brave decision to give your relationship a chance. You did well to follow your heart. Few people would be able to do that.
A week later he accused me of being dishonest. So yes, clearly I did well. I wish sarcasm could help take away the pain. Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
It's a knee-jerk reaction, Arianna. Marketing is his responsibility, and he takes the blame. I'm sure he's just trying to find the culprit.
I play with my food, having lost my appetite days ago. He's not trying to find the culprit, he's convinced he's already found them. Me. I think of the work I'm doing to overcome this setback, and it saddens me that my efforts are meaningless to Paul. He went as far as to forbid me to get involved and ask questions. According to him, I'm doing this to cover my tracks.
Arianna, I know you're hurting, but examine your heart. Do you really trust him? Let me tell you a brief story that will help you understand Paul better.
He puts his fork down and leans forward.
When he was 21, he met a girl, Melanie. He was so happy to introduce her to us. She was so cheerful, everyone adopted her right away. She didn't hide how much in love she was with him, and no one foresaw what was to come.
Mr. Anderson pauses, an expression of sorrow dragging down the corners of his mouth.
After a few months together, Paul saw her kissing someone else. She told him he wasn't the only one she was dating. I don't blame her. She was 21. She wanted to experience life at its fullest, but finding out she was dating other people when he thought they were in love was a shock. It's possible you're paying for this mess, that you remind him of her.
I ponder his words. I can understand the impact such an experience would have on him, but I find it hard to accept his grandfather comparing me to Melanie.
No.
He says, reading my thoughts.
You'd never betray him. But you see, Melanie was a very enterprising young woman, and she was the one who pursued Paul.
So he decided all women who express their feelings are likely to be unfaithful and have no principles. Mr. Anderson smiles at my sharp tone.
He may not be conscious of it, but a fear lurks in the back of his mind that if he ever lowers his guard, he'll regret it.
Paul is attractive. He's had other relationships since that incident. Don't tell me things have never become serious with another woman.
Yet it's the truth. You're not Melanie, and he knows it, but he's reluctant to take the leap because it's the first time he's been in love.
I shift in my chair, uncertain how to take this all in. I'm sorry, but even if you are right, I'm not ready to forgive him. I can accept that he doesn't appreciate my way of seeing life, we all have different views and ideas. But I can't accept that he thinks I'm capable of betraying the company.
I understand, but please, keep in mind what I told you when the time comes for you two to clear things up. I have faith in him, and I encourage you to do the same until you two talk to each other.
Our conversation ends there, but all day I fight with myself over it. In the end, I decide it's worth a try to go see Paul. As I approach his office, I hear Georgina speaking to him.
I'm telling you this because I want to make sure she doesn't manipulate you.
You don't have to worry about it. I know who I'm dealing with. I've known for a long time.
He answers. I turn around and head for the exit. I have a campaign to prepare. At home. Away from him. Paul is no longer my concern. The following week he's absent for several days. I'm not complaining. I can work in peace. My stomach sinks when I overhear Georgina has accompanied him on a professional trip. If he thinks Georgina is more trustworthy than me, everything is lost. Ethan and I work hard, and within a few days we've put everything in motion. 3 weeks later our work is almost done and the first posters are finished. We had to postpone the campaign launch by only a week. I mobilized my entire network, and they understood the urgency and came through. Marcus was perfect, and I'd gladly rub that in Paul's face, since he was so dismissive of the idea of hiring an unrenowned photographer at first. The result exceeded our expectations.
I love them.
Christine exclaims while looking at the posters the evening I received them. I invited the girls over to celebrate the event and thank them for their help.
Me too.
Alina says,
Depicting accomplished women as romantic heroines is such a great idea.
Erin and Lexi nod with enthusiasm. We risk some critical articles, but I don't care. I'm addressing women of all ages who are at ease with themselves and want to have everything. I asked 12 authors of romantic comedies to lend us their heroines and let us use scenes from their novels for our posters, funny, moving, romantic and eternal stories. I just needed the shoes to be part of the chosen scene.
I agree, the posters are incredible,
says Emily, Alina's best friend. Ethan thinks we should continue and create other posters throughout the summer, I say. Now that we've defined the concept, it'll be easy for the team to continue. I'm thrilled with the outcome of the whole endeavor.
It's a good idea. You could start a contest and have people guess what scene from which book will appear in the next poster.
Lexi suggests. I love that idea, but for now I just want to savor the fact that we got 12 done in time. We can launch the campaign, that's all that matters. I sweep my eyes over my group of friends, a lump forming in my throat. I don't know how to thank you. Without you, I would never have succeeded. My first idea was to ask a few writers to write short stories in which shoes would play an important role. Like a reinvention of Cinderella's tale. But I was worried it'd take too much time. That's why I needed Katie to tell me if my project was viable.
Arianna, you don't need to do things this way.
She reassured me when I explained the situation to her.
Stories like these are written every day. Instead of asking authors to invent them, you should use existing stories.
Katie put me in touch with authors from all over the world, and I had the chance to discover some wonderful writers. With several of my friends, we read dozens of books not yet published, and I chose those that best suited our campaign.
It's also benefited the authors who've earned a considerable sum besides brand awareness.
Lexi says,
I see your idea becoming perennial.
She may not be wrong. There were so many other stories I liked, but I picked the ones the girls voted for. A small excerpt from each book accompanies the poster, and I can't wait to see how our work will be received. Throughout this race against the clock, Paul remained discreet, which surprised me. He was present during the first 2 meetings I had with Ethan, but thereafter he stayed away. Ethan told me he gave him carte blanche and approved of everything we decided. Between us, absolute silence reigns. I stay out of his way, and I guess he does the same. He's often locked in his office with Georgina, whose laughter makes me want to relocate my desk to another floor. Thankfully, I only have a short time left until my contract ends, and I can put this entire situation behind me. Well, one can hope. On launch day, I arrive at the office at dawn. My heart rate is off the charts. Waiting for the first articles, the first reaction stresses me out. I chose not to solicit any press beforehand, wanting the journalists to experience the launch with everyone else. Ethan invites me to click on the button to start the countdown. I'm with him and his grandfather in the meeting room. Everyone else believes we'll launch the old campaign in a few days. This time I used people I worked with in the past with no connection to the company. As long as the investigation is open, I thought it would be wiser. Mr. Anderson tries to distract me by recounting old launches that didn't happen without some hitches, but I can't stay put. My heart rate finally begins to slow down when my friends reach out with their congratulations. The page dedicated to the event is taken by storm. Women are having a great time commenting and asking if there will be other posters. Ethan spins me around, his face visibly relaxed after days of deep lines on his forehead. The bloggers describe the campaign as innovative. What appeals most, if we rely on the comments, is that each book highlights a different city. The stories take place in New York, Paris, Sydney, Athens, London, San Francisco, Zurich, Rome, Montreal. I wanted to deliver the message that dynamic, successful, romantic women live and thrive everywhere in the world. Oliver calls me late in the afternoon to congratulate me, and he tells me customers have been flocking into his stores since the launch. A gorgeous bouquet of tiger lilies, amaryllises, coral roses and white tulips is delivered to my office a few minutes later. I close my eyes, taking in the delicate aroma, and it's as if I'm transported into a hidden paradise, feeling a soft breeze against my skin. I run my finger along the petals looking for a card. No card. They're so beautiful, I send a photo to the girls, telling them I have a secret admirer. I'm sure a friend or Ethan sent them, but the thought of a secret admirer is much more fun. Do you think there's a hidden message? I write. I don't see any red roses, so they're not from someone madly in love with me, and I could use some love right now.
A secret admirer. How intriguing.
Lexi writes back.
I can't wait to hear more. You're late, by the way.
She's right. I am late for our little gathering to celebrate. I switch off my computer and grab my purse when Georgina storms into my office. Georgina, nice of you to come to congratulate me, I say. I could be more gracious, but I've spent so much energy defending my campaign because of her that I'm not in the mood for niceties. Neither is she.
You shouldn't gloat too much. Your career will come to an end once Paul has evidence you're behind the fiasco of the first campaign.
Is that so? My challenging tone enrages her and she slams the door on her way out. I don't flinch. She doesn't have the power to make me miserable anymore. I wish I could say the same for the man whose office is empty and has been for several days. I was hoping today of all days he'd be here, but no such luck. I hold my head high and head outside. I won't cry. And my heart had better forget he exists once I leave this office next week.
Here's the woman of the hour.
Ethan says when I join my friends 10 minutes later.
Don't worry. I'm not staying. I'm here because my charming future wife said she'd prefer to spend a few more minutes with me, rather than a taxi driver, and how could I resist such a romantic declaration?
Everyone laughs and cheers me and my heart bursts with happiness. Ethan asks me to walk with him as he leaves.
I wanted to let you know that my grandfather and Paul agreed with me that you should be rewarded for your hard work. You'll receive a bonus in your account in a few days.
He announces an amount that makes my head spin. I can't accept that, Ethan. I only did what you hired me for.
No, you did a lot more. There would be no campaign if it weren't for you.
Ethan, please. I don't. It was? My voice falters and he wraps me up in a comforting embrace.
I'm sorry he didn't show up.
He whispers. It's fine. I say, my voice breaking. What matters is that we did it. We worked hard and we won.
No, it's not fine, and I'll have a word with him. But he's not easy to pin down these days.
Is he okay? I hate I care.
Yes. Well, I've seen him in a better mood, and I'm not sure he sleeps enough, but this investigation is taking all his time, so it's not surprising.
He hesitates, and I wait for him to continue.
He's proud of you. He won't be happy if he finds out I told you that, but it's the truth.
Thanks for trying, Ethan. I appreciate it, but...
I won't repeat his exact words, they were quite colorful, but that's what he said when he saw the posters.
I close my eyes, clasping my hands together. When I open them, Ethan searches my face, his forehead creasing with concern.
Will you be okay?
This is my night. What more could I ask for? I'll be just fine. He gives me another hug before waving goodbye. I rejoin the girls. We order a round of drinks and talk about my day when Lexi says,
Because I'm a great friend, I showed the picture of your bouquet to Nick, and he says that tiger lilies and amaryllises mean that whoever sent them is proud of you. So he may not be madly in love with you, but it's a good start. One more reason to celebrate.
He's proud of you. Ethan's words echo in my head as butterflies dance in my stomach and my stupid heart races. No, I refuse to go down that road. It can only cause me more heartache.
White tulips mean someone is sorry,
Alina says.
Don't ask how I know. Okay, ask and I'll tell you, but we'll need another round of drinks.
Are you okay?
Amy asks. I'm fine, I say, as a wave of serenity washes over me. The next few days I'm smiling from ear to ear, floating on a cloud. Everywhere I go, from the coffee shop to the office, people are talking about our campaign. The articles are multiplying and sales are on the rise. What we achieved is remarkable. Friday is my last day, and Ethan invites me to join him and Amy for dinner. I accept, and for the first time in weeks, the tightness in my chest melts away. Amy tells me how happy she is that everything ended well. No need to specify how worried Ethan was. When she broaches the Paul subject, however, I refuse to engage. He called a few times since the launch, but I sent his calls to voicemail. I won't let him spoil the only ray of sunshine in my life right now. Everything's fine, I reassure her. I'm no longer looking for answers either about the past or about the present. Love doesn't mean forgiving everything, and he has no excuse for his behavior, especially after our interlude in Australia.
You have every right to be mad,
she says, echoing Mr. Anderson's words.
But remember, everyone is allowed to make mistakes. You told me that about Ethan.
I'm sorry, Amy, but no. I set down my glass of wine. Not that kind of mistake. And please, let's stop talking about mistakes. He knew what he was doing and he chose his words when he accused me of the worst.
I'm not making excuses for him, Arianna. I can tell that you both put up a front. You fake smile from ear to ear, and for him it's business as usual, but he's in no better shape than you, and seeing you both suffer, it saddens me. I wish there was a way you'd find peace.
I wish there was a way too. Amy gives up, realizing I won't change my mind, but Lexi and Christine are more insistent when they come for a drink at my place.
I'm not saying he's not at fault, but if I were you, I'd answer his calls. You don't want to have any regrets later.
Lexi says. I don't see why I'd have any regrets. I didn't cause this situation. And to be candid, I fail to understand why you all downplay the importance of what he did.
That's not what we're doing, Arianna. How he treated you was unacceptable, no one disagrees with that, but the stress could have gotten the better of him. He's been calling you for days, and you ignore him. Why not give him a chance to explain himself?
Because it's too late. What could he say that would repair the damage he caused? I did my job, I'm proud of how I dealt with the issue, and I'll be happy without him. Eventually.
What if you're not?
I open my mouth to respond, but Lexi raises her hand.
It's evident you're afraid you'll be further disappointed. But if you ask me, there's something deeper at play. I think Mr. Anderson was right and you never trusted Paul. You were waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's what's holding you back, the fear that there's nothing left to save, and that fear is paralyzing because you don't trust him.
The hush that follows that statement isn't comfortable.
I'm sorry if I was too harsh,
Lexi says when the silence lingers. Don't be. There could be some truth in what you said, but I can't untangle my feelings right now.
You told us that during your stay in Melbourne he was a different person, that your heart knew he was the real Paul. You always talk about your intuition helping you make the right choices. Why not follow it? Just one last time.
Christine says, her voice gentle. I look away. Because this time it failed me. Chapter 12. After the girls leave, the mask falls and I end up sobbing as I gaze at a picture of me and Paul at sunrise on the balcony of our cottage. I don't sleep well and I can't focus on anything. I need to recharge my batteries. It takes me a few hours to buy a ticket and fly to Santorini to take refuge in my grandfather's hotel. It's not yet peak tourist season and I'll have relative calm. I'll seize this opportunity to start on my next contract, which begins in 3 weeks. The weather is beautiful in Santorini, and for the first 3 days I enjoy the pool and the beaches. I refuse to think about Paul during the day, but in the evening the images of our nights together haunt me, and it feels like it'll never stop hurting. Working helped me avoid collapsing for weeks, but now I'm on the verge of falling apart.
Talk to him,
Amy tells me. She calls me every day and repeats the same thing. Amy, you've made it clear you'd like me to forgive him. But I'm not there yet. I'm walking on the beach. It's only afternoon, but this conversation makes me want to return to my room and shut the entire world out.
Arianna, trust me. You should talk to him.
I do trust you. It's him I don't trust. His grandfather's words come to mind and I shudder. He was right. I don't trust him. In a corner of my mind there was always a nagging suspicion that sooner or later he'd reject me. I might have said I forgave him, but chances are I was lying to myself. After musing for a few hours, going back through everything that happened, I decide to hear him out. I don't like unfinished stories. And if he's reaching out to me, it's because he wants to explain himself, so I'll let him explain. Again. Hopefully this time we'll get to the heart of things and find solace. That said, I don't intend to be as forgiving as I was during our stay in Melbourne. I did my part. It's his turn. I fall asleep on the chaise lounge, tired from swimming for hours this morning and not sleeping well at night. When I open my eyes, the sun is setting, and my eyes fall on the silhouette of a man who has his back turned to me. He's leaning on the railing, and I blink, convinced I'm dreaming. I get up, barefoot, and approach him. Paul. My voice startles him, and when he turns to me, his gaze is clouded and the fatigue on his face is unmistakable. My heart swells with tenderness, but I don't make any gesture toward him. My wound is still open. What are you doing here? A faint smile appears on his face, which makes him look vulnerable.
I had no other choice. You don't answer my emails.
He steps closer to me.
You don't answer my phone calls. I had to see you, to talk to you.
How did you find me? I didn't tell anyone where I was.
You mentioned this hotel was your refuge, that when you feel sad you come here to lift your spirits. So I tried my luck. But I'd look for you anywhere if that's your question.
While I'm moved, he remembers. I can't fall for his beautiful words once again. Why? My tone comes out sharper than I intended, but who can blame me?
Because it's time I give you some answers.
He stands in front of me now.
Then you can decide not to see me anymore.
Fine, but let's make something to eat first. I'm always better disposed when I'm not hungry. I take a step away from him, needing space. That I'm joking clearly surprises him, as he seems unable to come up with a response. I guess he expected a fight, but I don't want to fight. What would be the point? I give people second chances all the time. I don't seek revenge. I love him, even if we can't be together.
So you'll give me a chance to explain myself.
His voice wavers with uncertainty. Yes. I want to know what went on. Why did you say you were in love with me and then throw your distrust in my face? The more I speak, the more upset I get. So much for being cool.
Can I change my mind about the food?
He says, but now that I've started talking, I need to finish. Don't try to be funny. You broke my heart. It's not my fault Melanie or some other idiot broke your trust. Just because I express my feelings first doesn't mean I do it with everyone. I won't fall in love with someone else next week. And looking on the bright side of life and enjoying little things like dressing up or attending a party doesn't make me a superficial person incapable of loving someone.
Arianna.
No. You have to listen to me. You were beyond arrogant. You accused me of all evils, yet I was willing to forgive you. What am I saying? I did forgive you. I made love with you before I even got an explanation from you. All this because I love you and I wanted to believe you felt the same. But in all likelihood you were playing a game to prove you hold all the cards, that you can manipulate me and make me act according to your every whim. I made a fool of myself, and as if that wasn't enough, you accused me of betraying you, your family, and your company. What kind of person do you think I am? I stop pacing when he speaks because his words aren't what I expected. And his voice vibrates with passion and sincerity.
You're the kind of person who knows how to forgive, who's passionate about everything, whether it's a simple thing like a new pair of shoes or something as important as helping young people get into the work circuit.
He steps closer again and I don't move this time.
Yes, I'm aware of your contribution to the integration program of your municipality. You're the kind of woman who can laugh at herself, but also put those who disrespect women or any person in their place. You're a woman who doesn't mind singing out of tune or making a fool of herself to have fun with her friends. Who doesn't shy away from going out without makeup, but can also do herself up like a movie star, and in both cases looks stunning. You're the kind of woman everyone can fall in love with. You're the woman I fell in love with, the woman I love.
You don't love me. My voice is quivering as both fear and hope engulf me. If that were true, why would he accuse me of such an awful thing? His eyes bore into mine, a warm gleam reflecting in the depths.
I do. I love you with all my heart, but I felt so helpless when I understood the power you had over me that I did everything I could to deny my feelings. I realized I was falling for you after our conversation in Santorini, when you changed your behavior toward me.
He takes a breath, losing his focus for a moment.
When Ethan hired you, my reaction was a mix of joy and anger. I wanted to forget you, and your presence would complicate my task.
I don't understand why you'd want to forget me at all costs. The pain that rushes through me at this admission makes my voice tremble. He stretches his hand toward me, but he changes his mind.
I have to tell you what happened a few hours before we had this infamous conversation in Santorini. I was out on the balcony of my room when I heard Allison and Zoe mentioning your name. If you remember, my room was next to theirs. They were saying Amy should follow your example and go get what she wanted, talking about Ethan, of course. They said you were willing to take risks, that you always had a plan to get what you wanted, and they admired you for that. I don't see how he could resist her, Zoe said. I had no idea what they meant until you came to talk to me. I deduced the he was me. That you had devised a plan to make me fall for you. In that moment, I only saw a spoiled and immature young woman who thought she could manipulate others to get what she wanted.
I sit on the chaise lounge before my feet give out. I can't grasp that he rejected me for such a ridiculous reason. I'm about to give him a piece of my mind, but he kneels down before me and continues.
I regretted my reaction the moment I could think with a clear mind. I remembered you had always been wonderful, that I had no reason to believe you were the type of person who'd manipulate others. But when I came to talk to you, I found you flirting with one of your friends from France, and you seemed determined to ignore me. The previous night, I had seen you talking, dancing, and having fun after our discussion as if it hadn't affected you at all, and I doubted again. I thought seduction was a game for you.
You've misread everything. I sighed, clutching my hands. The girls were discussing a new dress I wanted to buy to impress you, and that I hoped, far from our stressful environment on an island as romantic as Santorini, you might realize you wanted something different from our relationship as well. I look up at him. That was my Machiavellian plan. And if I behaved that way after our conversation, it was because I wanted to hide how much your rejection had hurt me. He takes my hands in his.
Every time we've met since Santorini, you've been courteous but distant, and I thought nothing had changed. That you were indifferent. Each time you were cool and bubbly, and you acted like my rejection hadn't affected you. I was sure you had played with me, but I kept falling for you more and more, even though I refused to accept the idea for a long time. In my mind, there was a frank discussion in our future, and that day would be coming soon. Then you strode toward me with a cheeky smile, telling me you were hired to work with me, and my plans got derailed. Once again, you were directing the play, and I had to guess what my next scene would be. I played along because I wanted to understand why you were there, if it had anything to do with me. You pushed my buttons and confused me, but you also gave me the chance to get closer to you and to utterly fall in love with you.
He pushes a stray lock of hair behind my ear.
I swear this is the truth, not something I made up to convince you to forgive me.
So this has nothing to do with Melanie.
I know my grandfather told you about her, but I can't say if she influenced my behavior. It's been a while since I thought about her. But who knows? I don't pretend to understand everything about how the subconscious mind works, but not for a second did I compare you to her.
His hands envelop mine, radiating warmth.
Being afraid of losing myself if I ever took the risk of letting you into my life could have something to do with that experience, but I should know better.
Tears threaten after this confession, but I still need to get some things off my chest. So what has changed?
When you came to work for us, your behavior reinforced my opinion of you. I thought you were more spoiled than I had assumed.
His eyes sparkle with amusement at the memory.
But over the days watching you, I figured out you were pretending. Just playing a role. My words mattered to you, you weren't indifferent. Despite that, I still didn't know where I stood with you. One moment I was sure you had feelings for me, and the next that you were just toying with me. I had to push you away. If I let my heart take the lead, I would crumble. Until I saw you with Neil, and I didn't care anymore if you'd rejected me, if you were playing with me. I didn't care to spend another day wondering. I wanted you to know how much I yearned to be with you, to touch you, to protect you, to laugh with you, and that changed everything. I no longer needed to hide or to analyze each and every of your words and gestures. I only needed to make sure you knew I love you, to find out if there was a possibility you reciprocated my feelings.
I see in his eyes that he's telling the truth. God knows I did everything to put him off the scent, but I'm still heartbroken by his accusations. I look down at our intertwined hands.
Arianna, please, look at me.
He waits until our eyes meet before continuing.
I never suspected you were guilty, but I had to give the impression I blamed you for Georgina to make a misstep.
Georgina. Is she who shared the campaign? I should be surprised, but I'm not. The thought that she had something to do with this had crossed my mind, but didn't have the time or the energy to dig deeper. I had a new campaign to create and a broken heart to mend.
With help from James, our computer specialist, whom she manipulated. I had to hide the truth from you, because our lawyer advised me not to share the details of the investigation with anyone. I wanted to have you by my side, but my hands were tied.
Why? I'd never betray your confidence.
I know you wouldn't. The second I received the email, I understood what had happened. I'm not clueless. I noticed Georgina was eager to do whatever it took to prove you weren't trustworthy, although I never thought she'd go this far. I called Ryan and he told me to check for any bugs on my phone. It would be their first move if they wanted to access privileged info. He was right. I spent the night with a specialist who found that my phone and my office were bugged. I didn't get rid of the bugs so they wouldn't suspect we were onto them, and I initiated a few fights with you. Until I couldn't do it anymore and had to avoid you altogether.
Pieces of the story are coming together in my mind, and when I notice the way his face is twisted in anguish, I step closer and brush my thumb along his cheek. You had to use me to get to her. If she spied on you and heard how mad you were at me, she'd never suspect you were after her. His eyes leave my face, looking beyond me.
She had been in contact with the other company for a long time, but she made the decision to act upon her return from Australia. She understood I was in love with you, and that I was going to drop my act and reveal my feelings to you.
Is everything in order now?
Georgina was fired a few days ago, and we filed a complaint against her. The case is out of my control now. I'll let the lawyers handle it, but it's important that you know I've never betrayed you. I couldn't speak to anyone, and it was hard to work on that alone. I could have found a way to share with you what was happening, but every time I brought the idea up, Ryan and the team I hired to investigate told me it would be a risk. The fewer people in the know, the better for the investigation.
It must have been difficult for you to learn a member of your team, someone you worked with for years, betrayed you. I thought I would hate her even more after she attempted to point the finger at me, but instead I pity her.
I don't. She's been working for us for 6 years. We trusted her, and she tried to sabotage our efforts and undermine the company. If you hadn't reacted so swiftly, this new line would be a failure, and we were counting on this collection. I had to find a way to prove her guilt, so I made her believe it was you I suspected. She didn't only attempt to make you look guilty, she took concrete actions so that all the evidence led back to you. And that's the main reason I took Ryan's advice. Once she was convinced you were my main suspect, and my problem was finding evidence against you, she started coming up with ideas about how you could have done it. The more you and I were at odds, the more she gained confidence and became careless. The investigators followed her clues and pieced the puzzle together. I preferred to get away to avoid being tempted to confess everything. I'm sorry you had to endure all this. I thought it'd be for a few days that I'd be with you to work on the new project, but day after day, a new piece of the puzzle was revealed, and I had to be patient so I wouldn't compromise the investigation. The damage between us was already done, and you were working flat out. I was unsure what the best course of action was anymore, but I promise you, I'll do anything to make it up to you.
We have a lot to discuss, but first I want to chase away the worry from his eyes and let him know I don't hold it against him. Because if I trusted him, I wouldn't have jumped to the conclusion that he betrayed me. I would have taken the time to search below the surface. Paul, I believe you when you say you were lost about what to do. You don't have to make anything up to me. What happened was unfortunate, but it gave us the chance to evaluate our feelings. I never stopped loving you, and I was planning on contacting you.
You were?
The vulnerability in his voice makes my heart melt. Yes. I had time to think, and I decided I wanted to hear what you had to say. I'm lucky you showed up at the right moment, and I don't have to leave Santorini to come to you. He plays with a lock of my hair.
I was sure you'd refuse to talk to me. After you ignored every message and phone call, I thought I hadn't the slightest hope of pleading my case.
Well, the truth is you need to up your game. The moment his lips touch mine, I'm transported to a magical kingdom surrounded by the most romantic scenery in the world. The sun is setting and with its last rays fading away behind the horizon. My last doubts also fade. The night is sprinkled with kisses, caresses and sweet words. It's this Paul I first wanted to share my life with, and now that he's here, falling asleep in his arms is a dream come true. Before I close my eyes, I ask, did you send me flowers the day we launched the campaign?
Flowers?
He asked, his voice a soft whisper.
Why would I do that? To tell you I was proud of you, and I was sorry? Nah.
Darn. I thought for weeks I had a secret admirer. His chuckle is the last sound I hear before I drift off. In the morning he wakes me with a kiss that takes my breath away. I could get used to waking up like this, I say, cuddling up to him.
I hope so. We've lost enough time.
His hand traces a path to my chest and my body and my heart come alive. Our lovemaking is so natural, so wonderful, I can't see any clouds in our future.
What do you say we stay a few more days?
He whispers.
We deserve it, and I'd like to keep you to myself for a while.
I wrap my arms around his neck and show him just how much I agree with him. 1 year later.
I have a surprise for you.
Paul's warm breath is like a whisper against my skin, while his fingertips graze the length of my back. I stir from sleep with a contented sigh, blinking open my eyes to find him smiling down at me. Yesterday was Amy and Ethan's wedding. The soiree was perfect and I had fun, but it ended in the early hours. I need more sleep, I grumble. Over the last 2 weeks, Zoe, Melissa, Allison and I haven't had a moment's rest as we work to make Amy's wedding a fairy tale, but today the only plan we have is to enjoy the sun and the beach. Since I can't resist surprises, I step out on the balcony where a table set with a rose awaits me. Thank you. I stand on tiptoe to kiss him. It's a nice surprise.
The rose isn't your surprise,
he says. He tugs me toward him and I slip into his lap. Oh. What is it then? He points to the sign resting at the edge of the balcony. It's a poster for the upcoming campaign. Oh, it's so exciting. I exclaim, clapping my hands. Last year's campaign was so successful they decided to use the same concept this year.
Do you notice anything in particular about it?
I don't recognize the scene. I thought I approved all the books you used. Is it a marriage proposal? I frown and he lays a kiss on my nose.
Did you forget to put in your contacts? Again.
Hey. I just woke up, I say, putting on the glasses he hands me. Is it? I'm at a loss for words. Is it me? And you? I ask as I approach the sign and take in the details. The couple walking down the narrow streets of Santorini is looking up, and he points to a whitewashed wall where something is written. The color of the sunset painting them in beautiful hues of scarlet and saffron. I remain motionless for a few seconds as its meaning sinks in. My vision blurs and I spin around to throw my arms around his neck. Yes, I'll marry you. There's nothing I wish for more than to spend the rest of my life with you. This is the most romantic marriage proposal in the world. I'm so happy. He bursts out laughing.
Don't you think you should wait until I ask you to be my wife before you answer?
I show him the words written on the poster. It's not my fault if I read faster than you speak.
So you don't want me to get down on one knee and ask you to do me the honor of becoming my wife?
I let go of him. We can skip the down on one knee part. But for the rest, please proceed. I say with a flourish. I hope your declaration will sweep me off my feet. I feel the rumble of laughter against my lips as he cups my cheeks in his hands, brushing his lips against mine before intertwining our fingers.
Arianna, I've never been great with words. But I hope I've found another way to declare my love for you. I designed a collection of shoes only for you. I gave it the name Sunny Harmony because you are the sun in my life.
He gets down on one knee.
You make everything warmer, brighter, and more beautiful, and I want you to remember that every day. To never doubt my love for you. Would you agree to brighten my days forever? I promise never to forget I owe you my happiness, and I'll do everything in my power to make you the happiest woman on earth.
He takes my hand and slips a ring onto my finger. It's adorned with a line of glittering diamonds along the top and a larger single midnight blue color gemstone at the center. My eyes are filled with tears when I offer him my lips for a kiss worthy of a fairy tale. I love them, I say that afternoon, looking at images of the shoes he designed for me. They're beautiful. And he's right. They're made for me. Their vibrant colors put a smile on my face. They bring the kind of magic that comes from little moments of joy, such as catching a whiff of a rose, discovering a favorite author, tasting a delicious cake, or slipping on a new pair of shoes. They make our lives more beautiful, more joyful. I'm wearing the pair he's brought with him, the same I wear on the poster, and I don't tire of admiring them. According to him, they're the ideal shoes for a marriage proposal. Romantic and sexy. I can't argue. I adore them. When you think about it, I made a good transaction. After all, we superficial women love our shoes.
I thought you promised to never call my future wife superficial,
he says, nibbling my ear. I try to ignore the thrill that runs through me. I did, but your future wife has decided being superficial isn't that bad. Not only did she fall in love with the perfect man, but he promised her a new pair of shoes every week.
Every week.
Oh. Every day. His laughter mingles with mine, and when he puts his arms around my waist and we turn toward the sea, I feel, as Amy once said, in harmony with the universe. I feel in my place in my cloud of happiness that rises a little higher every time he whispers, "I love you." If you enjoyed listening to Arianna's story, check the next audiobook in the My Day series, Unexpected Note, Lexi's story. Not only is her best friend to blame for her breakup, but he's now dating the high school mean girl. Great. Lexi just found a way to get back at him. Lexi has always been prone to give people the benefit of the doubt. But when she learns that Nick, her best friend, is responsible for her breakup with her first love, she decides to take revenge. And what better way to do that than to torpedo his relationship with his girlfriend? Except that Lexi has forgotten a tiny detail: she's hiding a secret Nick must never know. One that risks destroying their friendship forever. What started out as a fun game could cost Lexi her best friend, and it may be too late to back out now. Happy listening. This has been Sunny Harmony by Mary Kelly Reid. Narrated by Anya, Mike, and several other performers from Google. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental. All rights reserved. Copyright 2018 by Mary Kelly Reid and Seven Seasons. Production copyright 2023 by Mary Kelly Reid and Seven Seasons. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, without the written permission of the publisher, except when permitted by law.